Chapter 669. After leaving the door, Xiao Chun headed straight for the mission hall. The mission hall at the beginning of the month had very little traffic due to some unknown rules. Regular inner sect disciples had to wait until the 10th before they could accept missions. They had to let the veteran disciples and the giants pick first. Back then, when Xiao Chun defeated Gue Wu and fought with Sita Gang, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. His strength was already acknowledged long ago. Seeing Xiao Chun walk in with large strides, the expressions of those inner sect disciples fluctuated slightly before they calmed down. I want to accept missions to kill loose cultivators. Let me see those with more than 2,000 contribution points. Xiao Chun directly stated his request to the black-clad administrator. When the others heard this, shock filled their faces. Missions with more than 2,000 contribution points were extraordinarily difficult. Most importantly, those missions were monopolized by the inner sect's 5 giants and Yun Feiyu. These inner sect disciples had to be too busy or refuse to accept them. Otherwise, if Xiao Chun snatched their missions, the other party would definitely seek trouble for him in private. The black-clad administrator knew about this but did not care. Survival of the fittest. Whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. This was the rule of any sect in the first place. Going by the book, the black-clad administrator took out the mission list that Xiao Chun wanted. He said, "Missions with more than 3,000 contribution points can only be accepted by true inheritors. The rest are all here." Xiao Chun received the list and carefully looked through it. After eliminating the extremely time-consuming missions, he accepted a total of 10 missions. He said, "That's all. Xiao Chun, are you seeking death? How dare you snatch our missions?" A furious shout came from outside the hall. It was the leaders of the inner sect's 5 factions. When Yu Jiqiang and the others received the news, they rushed over. Lan Feichen appeared the angriest. He strode over and grabbed the mission list in Xiao Chen's hand, not caring about Xiao Chun at all. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He casually placed the mission list behind him with his left hand and circulated his vital qi with his right hand. Bang! The palm landed on Lan Feichen's shoulder and a huge force surged out, sending the unprepared Lan Feichen flying. Everywhere Lan Feichen passed, the inner sect disciples on both sides were sent flying. His strength was unimaginable. Everyone was shocked, and their brains short-circuited. Lan Feichen, one of the leaders of the inner sect's 5 great factions, was actually sent flying by a casual palm strike from Xiao Chun. Outside the entrance, Yu Jiqiang and the others from the other 4 factions were all shocked. Although Lan Feichen had been careless and had not expected Xiao Chun to resist him in front of everyone, he had not expected Xiao Chun to resist him. However, with a casual push from Xiao Chun, he was sent flying. Furthermore, with such great force, he knocked away all the cultivators along the way. That was truly terrifying. Thud! By the time Lan Feichen reacted, he had already retreated 100 meters. His feet rubbed against the ground, producing a chi-chi sound. Lan Feichen's palm strike did not contain any offensive power. He only wanted to push Lan Feichen away. In reality, Lan Feichen did not suffer any damage. However, Xiao Chun humiliated him in front of everyone. Rage blazed in his heart. Who was he? To think that a newly advanced inner sect disciple humiliated him like that. How could he endure it? "How dare you, Xiao Chun? You actually dare to push me?" "I?" Before he could finish his words, a figure flashed in front of him. The shadow of a leg broke through the void with a whistling sound, attacking him from the side. Lan Feichen was greatly startled. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so bold. First, Xiao Chun directly pushed him away. Now, before Lan Feichen finished speaking, Xiao Chun took the initiative to attack. "Very well, you attacked first. Even if I cripple you today, there is no way for you to say anything." Lan Feichen steeled his heart and circulated his quintessence, preparing to deal the killing blow. However, Lan Feichen had somewhat underestimated Xiao Chen's kick. That kick was not supported by quintessence, saving him the effort to circulate his quintessence. When Lan Feichen circulated his quintessence and prepared to catch Xiao Chun off guard, he discovered that he no longer had an opportunity. He discovered that he no longer had a chance. If he continued to attack Xiao Chun would definitely kick him first. When Lan Feichen thought about Xiao Chen's physical body and how he dared to clash head-on with Sita Gang's attack, he did not dare to be careless. Lan Feichen lowered his feet and gathered quintessence on his left hand, wanting to block this kick first. Whoosh! Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart, and the acupoint on his left foot opened. Instantly a strong shockwave shot out from his foot. Then he turned around in the air, instantly changing his position. Xiao Chen's right foot landed on Lan Feichen's left shoulder. A huge force instantly exploded out, catching Lan Feichen off guard. He had focused all his quintessence on his right arm, leaving his right shoulder defenseless. Pa! Lan Feichen fell to the ground from Xiao Chen's kick. The entire process happened in an instant. The crowd only saw Xiao Chen kick at Lan Feichen before he could finish speaking. Then Lan Feichen circulated his quintessence in the direction of Xiao Chen's kick, preparing to block with his right arm to receive this kick. However, just when everyone thought that Xiao Chen's kick would be blocked, Lan Feichen fell to the ground in a sorry state. His aura instantly crumbled. You! How dare you kick me? I will kill you today. Blood leaked out of a corner of Lan Feichen's lips as he lay on the ground. He was somewhat stunned as he pointed at Xiao Chen and glared at him. Normally, when the inner sect disciples saw Lan Feichen, they would all treat him with respect. None of them were as unruly as Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not wait for Lan Feichen to finish speaking. Just as Lan Feichen was about to get up, Xiao Chen spun around in the air without touching the ground, ruthlessly kicking him back down. Chi! Chi! Xiao Chen did not stop exerting force. This kick not only caused Lan Feichen to fall to the ground again, but it also sent him sliding back 100 meters and crashing into the threshold. He even slid back 100 meters before crashing heavily onto the door sill and spitting out another mouthful of blood. You actually dare to kick me again. I will kill you. Lan Feichen was so enraged that he no longer panicked. All his quintessence surged as he stood up and charged at Xiao Chen. Yu Jiqiang and the others outside the door reacted. They all snorted coldly and attacked together. Wind immediately surged in the mission hall, and strong winds howled endlessly. Stop! This is the mission hall. If you want to seek a personal grudge, go somewhere else. When the black-clad administrator saw that the matter was getting out of hand, he shouted ferociously and sent out a palm strike. It was like he was pushing a mountain in the air. Yu Jiqiang and the other four who were flying over let out muffled groans as they were pushed back by the palm wind. Lan Feichen did not feel satisfied in his heart. He adjusted his breathing and pointed at Xiao Chen. He said to the black-clad administrator agitatedly, Lord Administrator, you have to see this clearly. We are not the ones causing trouble. This brat made the first move. The black-clad administrator said coldly, I saw it very clearly. You broke the rules and snatched his mission list. That's why he made a move. Furthermore, he did not use any quintessence. He only knocked you back in advance. Lan Feichen argued, That's not right. From the start to the end I never truly made a move. He was the one who made a move. How laughable. The black-clad administrator smiled coldly and said, It is not that you did not want to make a move. It is just that you did not have a chance to. Since you already decided to make a move, why are you still being so wishy-washy? Do you think that a battle between cultivators is child's play? You were beaten up so badly that you could not retaliate, losing all your face. Yet, you still have the cheek to stand here and reason with me? I really feel ashamed for you. The others in the hall felt that the old man's words made sense. This Lan Feichen thought too highly of himself. He thought that with his prestige, the other party would not dare to make a move. Even after being knocked back by Xiao Chen, Lan Feichen still harbored the illusion that he could use his prestige to scare off Xiao Chen. If he had used his true strength from the start, he would not have lost so much face. Do you really think that you are some incredible person that others have to listen to you? If you really think that he snatched your mission list, you can settle your personal grudges outside. As long as one is capable, anyone can take the mission here. The black-clad administrator did not show any mercy, reprimanding Lan Feichen again. Lan Feichen's complexion alternated between green and red. The scolding made him feel ashamed. He could no longer suppress the injuries in his body, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. As Lan Feichen looked at Xiao Chun, he hated that he could not immediately charge forward and kill him. This time he had completely lost to Xiao Chun, losing all his face. Yu Jiqiang thought for a while and gave Xiao Chun a meaningful look. Then he said, "Come, let's leave first." With the black-clad administrator around, Lan Feichen knew that he could not do anything to Xiao Chun today. So he could only leave the mission hall with a hateful expression. As Xiao Chun watched them leave, he did not think too much about it. If he wanted to obtain the first rank, he would definitely offend these people. The other party would not back down, so Xiao Chun would not back down either. A conflict was unavoidable. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste words with these people. He would just start fighting. After receiving the mission, Xiao Chun said to the black-clad administrator, "Many thanks for Senior's help." The black-clad administrator remained expressionless as he said calmly, "Even if I did not make a move, you would have dealt with it. There is no need to thank me. Furthermore, the inner sect has been like a pool of stagnant water for many years. I hope that there will be more people like you, the better." Xiao Chun did not find it strange that the other party could roughly see his bottom line. As for the last sentence, Xiao Chun did not care much about it. After saying that casually, he prepared to leave. "Wait for a while. You will not be able to surpass Yun Feiyu with the missions you have on hand. I'll give you a mission worth 3,000 contribution points. Do you dare to accept it?" Xiao Chun was stunned for a while before saying, "Didn't you say that only true inheritors can take on missions worth 3,000 contribution points and above?" The black-clad administrator said indifferently, "There are always exceptions to everything. In the past, the exception was Yun Feiyu. Now there is another. You can take a look at the details of the mission yourself. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. I will not interfere." Xiao Chun received the mission list and looked through it. He could not help but frown. The difficulty and risk of this mission were too high. However, the rewards and contribution points were startling as well. "All right, I will accept this mission as well." Xiao Chun had always been a decisive person. He was very firm on his goals, so he quickly made his decision. A light flashed in the black-clad administrator's eyes. He smiled faintly as if he had expected this to happen. Xiao Chun turned around and walked out of the door. The other inner sect disciples in the hall all looked at him and gave way, automatically opening a path for him. Earlier, Xiao Chun had not said a single word. He had only used his actions to prove himself, beating Lan Feichen into a sorry state. Although Lan Feichen had been careless, just Xiao Chun's courage alone left them in the dust. Normally, when the leaders of the 5 factions swept their gazes over, they would be frightened to death and obediently hand over their spirit-gathering pearls. Chapter 670. Although this Xiao Chun is very awe-inspiring now, he offended the people of the 5 factions. In the future, it will be hard for him to settle this peacefully. Earlier he offended Sitsugang and Gue Wu. Now he offended these 5 people. This Xiao Chun is really fearless. After Xiao Chun left, the people in the hall started discussing in low voices. After leaving the hall, Xiao Chun glanced at Yu Jiqiang and the other 4 standing guard outside. Then he paused for a moment before leaving without looking back. As Lan Feichen watched Xiao Chun leave, the rage in his eyes looked like it would spew out at any moment. "Senior brother Yu, are we just going to let him leave like that? You all saw his ambition. He clearly wants to fight for the first rank on the contribution ranking and push us down," Lan Feichen said hatefully. The other 3 nodded, agreeing with Lan Feichen's opinion. Then they all looked at Yu Jiqiang. Yu Jiqiang replied indifferently, "What else can we do but let him leave? After all, this is still the inner sect. We cannot be too heavy-handed. It is just scratching an itch, there is no point." "Then what should we do? We can't just watch this fellow rise up step by step," Lan Feichen said anxiously. A cold light flashed in Yu Jiqiang's eyes. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Naturally not. In the following month, we will not accept any missions. Hand over all the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls that you have accumulated. I will help you exchange them for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. All of you will enter closed-door cultivation for 1 month, and do your best to raise your cultivation to peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. When he returns, we will deal a fatal blow to him outside the city gates and snatch away all the proof of his missions. After saying that, a sinister expression flashed on Yu Jiqiang's face. He said, "Haha. I really want to see his expression when he receives the sex punishment after failing all the 2,000 contribution point missions." The eyes of the other four lit up. They all felt that this plan was indescribably wonderful. They did not need to kill Xiao Chan and bear the crime of killing a fellow sect member. Furthermore, they could deal a fatal blow to him. In the sect, the punishment for failing a mission was extremely severe. The higher the reward of a mission, the heavier the punishment for failure. All the missions that Xiao Chan accepted required at least 2,000 contribution points. If he failed all the missions, the combined punishment would be sufficient to strip him of his cultivation in the Haotian sect and expel him from the sect. Suddenly, Feng Wuheng thought of another problem. With a suspicious expression, he asked, "Senior brother Yu, where did you get the means to exchange inferior grade spirit gathering pearls for medial grade spirit gathering pearls? You won't let us suffer a loss, right?" At their cultivation, they could no longer use inferior grade spirit chun to break through bottlenecks. They could only rely on Feng with spirit. Spirit. Chan Feng and spirit Xiao Qian Yun Chan Feng, and she was to say, spirit of Xiao Yun with Chan 2, Yun Chun Xiao Chan of Chan Xiao and Chan and 2 of Chun of Ling 2 of Chan to He to Chan. Hence, Xiao Chan found it strange that Yu Jiqiang could use inferior grade spirit gathering pearls to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Furthermore, he was worried that Yu Jiqiang would have to sacrifice himself to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. That would be too much of a loss. Hence, Feng Wuheng found it strange that Yu Jiqiang could use inferior grade spirit gathering spirit beads to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering spirit beads. Furthermore, with senior brother Hua's backing, we are not afraid of offending senior brother Chun for Xiao Chan. The true inheritors are also split into two factions. Senior brother Hua's faction happens to be senior brother Chen's enemy. With senior brother Hua's backing, we are not afraid of offending senior brother Chun for Xiao Chan. The others no longer questioned Xiao Chen's plan. They all felt that it was feasible. They could enter closed-door cultivation to break through bottlenecks and wait for Xiao Chan to return before dealing him a lightning-fast strike, snatching away the proof of completing the mission. This was a perfect plan. Yu Jiqiang continued. Even if he manages to escape from us and obtain the first rank, Yun Feiyu will not let him off. Yun Feiyu is even more ruthless than us. How could he let a newcomer ride on his head? No matter what, this Xiao Chan is destined to never rise up. We will forever suppress him. Xiao Chan could guess the schemes of the others. However, he did not think too much about it. Aside from the mysterious Yun Feiyu, he did not fear anyone else in the inner sect. In the face of absolute power, any scheme would be futile. As long as he continued to strengthen his own strength, it would be enough to achieve the goal in his heart. This trip would take a long time, and there would be many unpredictable dangers. Xiao Chun exchanged the quintessence gathering pills and other rank 8 medicinal pills that he had no use for superior grade spirit stones. After that, Xiao Chun went to the inner city and chose some rank 8 medicinal pills that he could use in battle. He bought 3 medicinal pills that could quickly replenish quintessence, 3 medicinal pills for treating injuries, and a bottle of antidote pills. After making all his preparations, Xiao Chan spent all the spirit stones he had on him. He held the 3,000 contribution point mission slip in his hand. Xiao Chan encouraged himself in his heart as he set off. The 2,000 contribution point mission required him to kill loose cultivators. The difficulty of the mission was higher than that of the 7 Black Wind Killers. However, they were mostly within the same cultivation realm and would not be too far apart. However, the 3,000 contribution point mission required him to kill loose cultivators. These loose cultivators were not small bandits that only roamed the nearby provinces but true great bandits. Great bandits were everywhere in the 108 provinces of the Tianwu domain. They moved about everywhere and their tracks were hard to track. Normally, these bandits would not cause a ruckus or rob a small city or a small clan. That did not match their status or the way they did things. Often, they would not leave the mountain for half a year. When they did, they would do something big and then disappear without a trace. They would enter closed-door cultivation for 1 or 2 years before coming out again. They were far more troublesome than the 7 Black Wind Killers. Loose cultivators were also known as evil cultivators. In the entire Tianwu domain, There were no more than 100 loose cultivators that could be called great bandits. Because of this, the mysterious intelligence organization made a list of evil cultivators and listed all the famous bandits in it. This time, Xiao Chen's 3,000 contribution point mission required him to kill a great bandit ranked 96th, the loose cultivator known as Lone Wolf. According to the information on the mission list, Lone Wolf was a peak medial grade martial monarch. He was a half-fiend and possessed the blood of the white wolf race. His physical body was outstanding and he could turn into a fiend at any time. By relying on his half-fiend body, regular late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs would not last more than 100 moves against Lone Wolf. Furthermore, the baleful aura that Lone Wolf had accumulated far surpassed that of the 7 Black Wind Killers. His baleful aura could already turn solid. Just one look from him could frighten others. The various negative emotions formed by the baleful aura could enter a cultivator's sea of consciousness and turn into all sorts of illusions. They were extremely difficult to deal with. The other sects probably received news of Lone Wolf coming out of closed-door cultivation. Aside from Lone Wolf, the disciples of the other sects are my greatest enemies. Xiao Chun thought to himself, sometimes, the disciples of the righteous sects are even scarier than loose cultivators. 5 days later, Xiao Chun used the transportation formation to cross several provinces. Finally, he arrived at the smallest of the 18 southern provinces, Qiushui Prefecture. Although Qiushui Prefecture was the smallest, it was about half the size of the Sky Dome Realm's Great Qin Nation. A rank 7 sect managed Qiushui Prefecture. The sect leader was only a half-sage. With such a sect, it was easy to imagine how much control they had over the many cities in the prefecture. This was also an opportunity for bandits like the White Wolf to take advantage of. This time, Xiao Chun received news that the White Wolf was preparing to come out of closed-door cultivation and make a move on the second-largest city in Qiushui Prefecture, Heavenly Water City's city lord's residence. Heavenly Water City had several rare mines and controlled a merchant river. There were also a few rank 2 spirit veins. Although there were no precious treasures, there were some low-grade treasures that reached a horrifying number. If Xiao Chun plundered all of them, his harvest would be considerable. For example, 1 million medial-grade spirit stones was nothing. However, 10 million or 20 million medial-grade spirit stones were enough to make several sect disciples jealous. Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and went to an inn closest to the city lord's residence in Heavenly Water City. He was not in a rush to check in. Instead, he ordered some food and wine to reward himself. The inn had 4 floors and a spacious hall in the middle. One could see the roof. Xiao Chun sat on the 3rd floor and could see the people on the floors above and below. As Xiao Chun ate, he felt several probing auras sweep over him. These probing people were not simple. The weakest among them was a late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Several of them were even peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. Although late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs and peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs differed by only 1 grade, the difference in strength was huge. If Xiao Chun fought a late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, he had a 70% chance of victory. However, if he fought a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, he only had a 50% chance of victory. He had to be extra careful. Naturally, there was no reason for so many experts to come to the insignificant Heavenly Water City. There could only be one reason. Their purpose was the same as Xiao Chen's. While Xiao Chun seemed to be casually eating and drinking, he carefully scanned all the peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs with his spiritual sense, not missing a single one. Although Xiao Chun withdrew his aura, he had not learned any martial techniques to hide his strength. These martial monarchs were also medial-grade martial monarchs. When they used their spiritual sense, they quickly discovered his cultivation. A late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch is not worth mentioning. The masters of these gazes withdrew their gazes and revealed disdainful expressions, no longer paying attention to Xiao Chun. Even early-stage medial-grade martial monarchs would not be enough to kill Lone Wolf. They needed a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch to lead them. A lone middle-stage inferior-grade martial monarch would be seeking death. Xiao Chun took note of these people's expressions. He smiled faintly to himself and ignored them. Then, he continued sizing up the peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. A man in gorgeous black embroidered clothes sat at a table by the window on the 3rd floor. He looked elegant and handsome, and he gave off an extraordinary aura. He was a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. There were 2 people on each side of this man, both late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. The entire team was very strong. There was a similar group at a table on the 4th floor. The person leading this group was a yellow-clad girl. She looked very pretty and gave off a stunning aura. She was also a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Aside from the Hautian sect, there were 2 other large factions in the 18 southern provinces, the 9 ranks of the Great Families, the Full Moon Pavilion and the Thousand Mystery sect. If Xiao Chun guessed correctly, the man in black embroidered clothes should be from the Full Moon Pavilion, and the yellow-clad girl should be from the Thousand Mystery sect. They were the peak inner sect disciples of their respective factions. Chapter 671. Aside from these 2 strongest teams, there were 3 weaker teams, made up of several late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. These teams should be from rank 8 sects like the Rising Sky Pavilion in the 18 southern provinces. In their sects, one could become a true inheritor once they reached peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. True inheritors did not lack resources. They would not risk their lives to kill bandits for medial-grade spirit-gathering pearls. However, among these cultivators with high cultivations, the one that caught Xiao Chen's attention was a lone, white-haired cultivator. This white-haired cultivator had a faint scar on his face. He also wore white clothes, and his aura was simple and clean, appearing very peaceful. However, Xiao Chun detected a hidden ruthlessness in the depths of this white-haired cultivator's eyes. This aura was completely different from the aura he displayed. If not for Xiao Chen's mental energy being much stronger than that of regular cultivators, he would not have noticed this strange thing. This person was also a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, based on his aura, he was no weaker than the black-clad man or the yellow-clad woman. Xiao Chun calmly paid the bill and asked for a room. After he took a bath, he immediately started using the spirit-gathering pearls to cultivate. Night arrived quietly. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sending down its radiance. The entire world was quiet and serene. Dong! 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 Knocking came from outside the room. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then he opened the door and went out. At this moment, one of the yellow-clad woman's team stood outside the door. She was also a pretty azure-clad woman. She smiled gracefully and said, "This young master should be an elite disciple of the Hautian sect, right?" Under the moonlight, this woman looked extremely beautiful when she smiled. There was a flirtatious look on her face that tugged at one's heartstrings. This woman must have cultivated some kind of charm technique. As she spoke, she silently executed it. However, this was useless against Xiao Chun. Her charm technique was far inferior to Lung Yu's. Using a charm technique on her for no reason was no different from attacking her. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and his spiritual sense shook to break this woman's charm technique. He said rudely, "Don't use these little tricks on me again. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, don't come and disturb my cultivation." The azure-robed woman took a step back. Her complexion was somewhat unsightly after her charm technique was broken. She was very dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's reaction. This fellow was clearly only an inferior-grade martial monarch. However, he was not polite when he spoke. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Naturally, there is something for me to visit so late at night. If I guessed right, you should be here for Lone Wolf." Xiao Chun did not deny it. He nodded lightly and waited to see what the other party had to say. In that case, it will be easy to deal with Lone Wolf. Full Moon Pavilion's young master Chiu Yi and our Thousand Fantasy Sect's senior sisters Ruping want to gather everyone's strength to deal with him. As for Lone Wolf's head, when the time comes, everyone will fight for it based on their own abilities, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. The azure-robed woman spoke in a leisurely manner, extending an invitation to Xiao Chun. Of the teams that came, these 2 clans were the strongest. Their joint invitation was more of a threat than anything else. If Xiao Chun did not agree, to prevent Xiao Chun from causing trouble, they might deal with him first. If Xiao Chun agreed and the battle ended, these 2 clans would have the highest chance of obtaining the proof of completion. Given this, the other teams would be unable to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. This was an overt scheme. Even though Xiao Chun knew the other party's scheme, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, he would not even have the chance to continue playing. Following the azure-robed woman, Xiao Chun arrived at a balcony on the top floor of the inn. The 5 teams and other factions that he saw during the day were all gathered here. The white-haired cultivator that Xiao Chun paid special attention to stood in a corner, appearing extremely calm. When the man in luxurious black clothes saw Xiao Chun arrive, he immediately walked over and smiled warmly. "This brother, I am the Full Moon Pavilion's Chiu Yi. Welcome to the team." At the same time, he introduced the other people in the team to Xiao Chun. When the white-haired man was introduced, he said, "This is Brother Zhongli from the north. Like you, he is also a bladesman. He is very skilled at saber techniques." After Xiao Chun introduced himself, he stood alone in a corner and looked at the city lord's residence below. The defenses of the city lord's residence were not particularly strong. It seemed like they had not received any news. Under the illumination of the full moon, everything was very calm. "I wonder if Lone Wolf will come tonight. He attacked for the past few nights. We spent a lot of effort to repel him. We absolutely cannot let him escape today." 2 people in the team conversed softly. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. He had not expected Lone Wolf to appear so early. The leader, Chiu Yi, said, "Everyone be careful today. Lone Wolf has the blood of the white wolf race. During the full moon, he will be several times stronger. He will not be easy to deal with tonight." Boom! Right after Chiu Yi spoke, a black figure quickly flew over from the distant horizon under the golden full moon. A baleful aura spread out from this figure, and a horrifying aura rose and fell like the vast sea. Even from a distance, one could feel it clearly, causing one's hair to tremble. "He's here." Everyone's expressions changed as they perked up at the same time. "Xiu! Xiu!" The eyes of Chiu Yi and Zhuo Ping lit up. They immediately led their companions and leaped off the roof, quickly flying towards Lone Wolf. The others took a deep breath and revealed excited expressions. Then they flew off one after another. The white-haired cultivator, Zhongli, glanced at Xiao Chun and said, "Brother Xiao, we are both alone. How about we travel together?" Xiao Chun smiled gently and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Several dozen black figures flashed in the calm night. A strong killing chi spread out, filling the air with a cold and somber intent under the bright full moon. Bang! 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 At the very front, Chiu Yi and Zhuo Ping had already made a move to block Lone Wolf. An intense battle immediately broke out in the sky. All sorts of horrifying forces burst out with 5-colored lights in the dark night. Heavy explosions rang out continuously in the night. Before Xiao Chun and Zhongli could rush over, they saw some weaker cultivators trying to help get knocked back. When Xiao Chun got closer, he discovered that Lone Wolf, who wore black leather armor, wore a mask on his face. He could not see his appearance clearly. Fighting 1 against 2, Lone Wolf faced Chiu Yi's and Zhuo Ping's sharp attacks. His defense was impenetrable. Occasionally, he could pull back his hand and easily block the attacks of the others. As Lone Wolf leaped up and down, he occasionally caught hold of an unlucky cultivator's weakness. Then he used his baleful aura to attack them and severely injure them in an instant. Everyone's expressions turned somewhat unsightly. Tonight's Lone Wolf was indeed as Chiu Yi had said. He was much stronger than the night before. Xiao Chun looked to the side and saw Zhongli staring at the battle in front of him. He looked extremely engrossed. Zhongli's expression did not seem to be wrong. However, Xiao Chun keenly noticed that Zhongli was not focusing on Lone Wolf. Instead, Zhongli was staring at Chiu Yi and Zhuo Ping. It was like he was analyzing their fighting styles and unique martial techniques. "Brother Xiao, it is time for us to make a move." Seeing that Xiao Chun had noticed him, Zhongli withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. A thick saber appeared in his hand as he charged at Lone Wolf first. Zhongli's thick saber sent out a white icy saber chi. Under the restraint of saber intent, the state of ice did not leak out at all. In the night, the dense white saber chi looked like a line descending from the sky, piercing through Chiu Yi and Zhuo Ping. The saber chi accurately struck Lone Wolf's body. Ice spread out, and in an instant Lone Wolf was completely frozen. When Xiao Chun saw this saber strike, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He exclaimed in shock. A perfect 50% comprehended saber intent. Qiu was even more astonished. He had not expected this Zhongli to be hiding his strength. However, this was not the time to be thinking about this. The sword in Qiu Yi's right hand trembled, and a flame spread out. A quintessence bird in high spirits flew out from the sword with a cry. The bird gave off a bright golden light. Every feather of the bird burned with a blazing flame. As it flapped its wings, heat waves surged into the sky, completely eliminating the cold of the night. As the bird flapped its wings, rings of formless flames appeared in the air, spreading out like ripples. The power of the ripples was extremely terrifying. As they vibrated, the entire space trembled. The expressions of the others changed. They immediately understood what Qiu was trying to do. He wanted to use the opportunity while Lone Wolf was sealed in ice to knock everyone back. After that, he would snatch the other party's head and obtain proof of completion. The logic was very clear. However, not many people dared to clash head-on with the formless flame ripples. They could only retreat helplessly for now. The pretty Zhuoping snorted coldly and thrust the thin sword in her hand forward. The tip of the sword released a dazzling light. The surging ripples immediately parted. The tip of the sword clashed with the ripples, creating countless resplendent flames. Under the bright moonlight, the flames were as beautiful as starlight. Although Zhuoping blocked the flame ripples, she was delayed. She could only watch as Qiu charged at Lone Wolf with the golden flaming bird. Kase! Just at this moment, countless cracks appeared on the originally smooth and precipitous ice sculpture. Lone Wolf instantly regained his freedom. When Lone Wolf saw the golden flaming bird flying over, he roared ferociously. His right arm swelled up continuously. His sleeve instantly tore, revealing a werewolf's arm. Quintessence containing fiend energy gathered in his transformed hand. Then he punched. Bang! Bang! In the silence of the night, two loud explosions resounded as the giant flaming bird was smashed to pieces. It was like a golden bright fireball had turned into countless flames in the dark night, scattering in all directions. Qiu Yi's killing move was forcefully broken. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he vomited a mouthful of blood and retreated several hundred meters. However, Lone Wolf was in an even more sorry state than Qiu Yi. The energy from the explosion blasted his transformed arm into a mangled mess. Even the bones were visible. One of his arms was temporarily crippled. However, Lone Wolf took advantage of this opportunity to fly back a kilometer, quickly fleeing out of the city. After him! We can't let him escape again! Zhuoping shouted. Then she led the 1,000 mystery sex people and quickly gave chase. Chapter 672. Xiu. However, there were two white figures that were even faster than them. Xiao Chun and Zhongli had arrived the instant the intense explosion occurred. The instant the intense explosion occurred, they both somersaulted and executed their exquisite movement techniques, dodging the shock wave and flying forward. Their figures shot out like arrows tearing through the sky. The two of them chased after the fleeing Lone Wolf. When the two were about to reach the city gates, Lone Wolf suddenly stopped and turned around. Suddenly, his undamaged left hand transformed into a wolf claw and smashed at Zhongli. Zhongli, who was in hot pursuit, did not expect Lone Wolf to be so crafty. Despite fleeing in such a panic, Lone Wolf still dared to stop and fight. Zhongli quickly raised his saber and formed a screen of saber light filled with ice. However, the strength of Lone Wolf's transformed arm clearly surpassed that of a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. The sharp claws tore through the screen of saber light, and tore through Zhongli's protective quintessence. Then they left 5 horrifying claw marks on Zhongli's chest and knocked him back. Lone Wolf's horrifying strength was astonishing. It was not that Lone Wolf could not put up a fight. It was just that his arm was injured and he did not want to take the risk. Lone Wolf's masked face revealed only a pair of scarlet eyes. After knocking back Zhongli, he turned around and the baleful aura in his eyes turned solid, heading towards Xiao Chun and entering Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Then, Lone Wolf laughed maniacally and sent out a pitch-black quintessence palm with his left hand at Xiao Chun. It was like Lone Wolf was certain that, given Xiao Chen's cultivation, Xiao Chun would die without a doubt. After doing all this, Lone Wolf once again fled out of the city without looking back. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged and roared. It shattered the various illusions of the other party's baleful aura, causing them to vanish. The baleful aura of loose cultivators, which made the sect disciples tremble in fear, was useless before Xiao Chun. A resplendent saber light lit up in the dark night. Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber and sent out a dense electric saber chi. The electric light exploded out and shattered the quintessence beast claw flying at him. Zhongli, whose chest was injured, fell to the ground in a sorry state. When he saw this scene, he frowned slightly. An imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense had been paying attention to Zhongli's expression. When he saw this scene, he seemed to understand something. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. When he saw that Lone Wolf was not difficult to catch up to, he gave up on giving chase. Damn it, he escaped again. The rest of the troops caught up. When they saw that Lone Wolf was only a small black dot left, they all cursed. The somewhat pale Chou-Yi revealed a contemplative light in his eyes. He said, "Let's return to the inn first. Everyone should recuperate." On the rooftop, the original members of the team gathered together again. After checking, he found that several martial artists had suffered serious internal injuries and needed to recuperate for a long time. They would definitely not be able to fight for the next few days. Thus, the strength of the team had been weakened. This Lone Wolf is really crafty. If he does this every day, our team will be weakened again tomorrow. He has a half-face body. He recovers much faster than us. If this drags on, we will not be able to hold on. Everyone analyzed the results of the battle. They all felt somewhat dispirited. It looked like Lone Wolf's harassment over the past few days had greatly damaged their mental states. Shuoping said, "I feel that this Lone Wolf is becoming more and more familiar with Chou-Yi's and my moves. It is like when we fought, he could see our attacks from every angle. It is getting easier for him to deal with our combined attacks. At the start, he did not have any spare energy to attack the others." Chou-Yi nodded and said, "I feel the same way. Perhaps his comprehension ability is astonishing. However, this is not the time to think about this. We do not have many chances left. Lone Wolf is extremely cautious. He will only appear for 5 days. Tomorrow is the last day. If we cannot take him down by then, he will disappear again." After saying that, Chou-Yi looked up at the silent Xiao Chun. He said, "Brother Xiao, I saw that you easily broke Lone Wolf's baleful aura. Do you have any good ideas?" Following Chou-Yi's reminder, everyone recalled Lone Wolf's baleful aura. Xiao Chun had not been affected at all. This person was definitely not as simple as he looked. Xiao Chun smiled gently and shrugged. "I was just lucky. I do not have any good ideas. Ask Brother Zhongli. He sealed Lone Wolf with one saber strike." Zhongli smiled bitterly and said, "That was also because young Master Qiu and Miss Shui delayed Lone Wolf. That was how I had the opportunity to seal Lone Wolf. Just look at the wound on my chest, and you will know the result." Seeing that the two were unwilling to say more, Chou-Yi did not ask any further. He discussed the arrangements for tomorrow night before announcing that everyone should go back and rest. After the others left, Chou-Yi said to Shuoping, "Those two fellows are not simple." Chou-Yi did not say their names, but Shuoping knew who he was talking about. She smiled and said, "I don't know whether they are simple or not. I only know that you are not simple. You have not even killed them, and you are already thinking of burning the bridge after crossing it." Chou-Yi smiled unconcernedly and said, "Tomorrow is our last chance. The two of us cannot hold back anymore. We cannot give the two of them any chances." The moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate. After the huge battle, the night sky of Heavenly Water City returned to normal. Perhaps some of the cultivators in the city could sense the horrifying energy fluctuations from earlier. However, to this small city, cultivators at the level of Xiao Chen's group were not people they could come into contact with. Even if they knew, they would not dare to have any thoughts about it. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. As for the ordinary citizens, they had already fallen asleep. To them, that was a distant world. It would be difficult for it to interact with their lives. The lamp in the guest room flickered. Xiao Chun did not cultivate, nor was he in the mood to sleep. He thought about what he had seen today and came up with a vague answer in his heart. Xiao Chun searched the universe ring for a long time before he finally found what he was looking for. With a flip of his palm, half a piece of spirit wood appeared in his hand. The spirit wood was a branch of an ancient spirit tree. The Wutong tree. Xiao Chun vaguely remembered that he still had some spirit wood. Indeed, he had found it. Revealing a faint smile, Xiao Chun took out a carving knife and carefully carved the spirit wood, which was only half the length of his palm. The flickering light from the lamp illuminated Xiao Chun's delicate and fair face, making him look very focused. Bits and pieces of spirit wood fell with the rise and fall of the carving knife. However, these bits of wood did not turn into dust or soil like they usually did. Instead, they turned into motes of crystalline light that drifted into the guest room. The enchanting light was very bright and dazzling, making the simple guest room look like a dream. Xiao Chun was completely focused, not paying attention to his surroundings. In his eyes, there was only the wooden sculpture in his palm. His mind was calm. There was nothing else. When the wooden sculpture was completely formed, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. He felt incredibly dizzy, so he checked the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. Just a simple wooden sculpture had actually exhausted most of his mental energy. No wonder he felt even more tired than fighting. The wooden sculpture was of Xiao Chun himself. He wore white clothes and had a saber hanging at his waist. His eyes were intelligent and clear, like a miniature version of himself. Spirituality and temperament are sufficient. It still lacks a bit of life. Xiao Chun thought for a while and sent a drop of essence blood into the wooden sculpture. In that instant, a spiritual light flashed in the wooden sculpture's eyes, and red blood flowed through its body. It was like real blood flowed through the blood vessels in its body. This wooden sculpture was no longer an inanimate object. Only at this moment did Xiao Chun reveal a satisfied smile. He looked around and discovered the dreamy motes of light in the room. He smiled gently and said, "Unexpectedly, after not practicing for a long time, my carving skills have improved. It looks like carving also tests one's mental state." For the sake of this small wooden sculpture, Xiao Chun had exhausted too much mental energy. He did not waste any more time and circulated the Purple Thunder divine incantation to recover his mental energy. Xiao Chun only recovered his mental energy when the sky turned dark the next day. After making some preparations, he opened the door and met up with Qiu Yi and the others. "Hey, is that brother Xiao?" The moment Xiao Chun left the room, he ran into Zhongli, who was also going to the roof. The white-haired, white-robed Zhongli had already recovered from his injuries and looked very spirited. Xiao Chun turned around and smiled. "Brother Zhongli, are you looking for me?" Zhongli carefully sized up Xiao Chun. He felt that today's Xiao Chun was somewhat different from yesterday. However, he could not pinpoint what was different. Zhongli collected his thoughts and smiled gently. "It's fine. If I did not see wrong, Brother Zhao's saber strike last night should have grasped a perfect 40% comprehended saber intent. At such a young age, you already have such comprehension abilities. You are truly admirable." These words were not just flattery. Xiao Chun looked like he was only 21 years old. In the Kunlun realm, where 30-odd years old were considered youths, 21 years old was considered very young. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "It is just a 40% comprehended saber intent. How can it compare to Brother Zhongli's perfect 50% comprehended saber intent? Furthermore, you have the state of ice that surpasses the limits." After one state reached the limits, it was extremely difficult to raise it to a will. If one wanted to increase the might of one's state, one had to think of other methods. The extreme insect's Wanfeng's secret technique and Xiao Chen's immortal state of thunder were similar methods. Clearly, this Zhongli had grasped such a secret technique as well. A proud look flashed in Zhongli's eyes. He said, "I am just a few years older than you. We are both bladesmen. If there is a chance, we should exchange pointers with each other." "I would be delighted to. I have long wanted to exchange pointers with bladesmen of the same generation," Xiao Chun replied calmly without changing his expression. When Zhongli saw Xiao Chen's serious appearance, he felt some disdain in his heart. A perfect 50% comprehended saber intent was much stronger than a 40% comprehended saber intent. Zhongli's state and cultivation were both stronger than Xiao Chen's. Did Xiao Chun really think that he could compare to him? As the two spoke, they arrived at the rooftop. The peak intersect disciple of the Full Moon Pavilion, Qiu Yi, and the peak intersect disciple of the Thousand Mystery Sect, Zhuo Ping, had been waiting there for a long time already. The moon was round on the 15th. Tonight's moon was indeed rounder and larger than the previous night. As the bright light shone down, it made heavenly Water City appear gentle and peaceful. No matter how beautiful the moon was, no one was in the mood to appreciate it. They all stood at the side lazily, resting for the final battle. Chapter 673. Seeing that everyone was present, Choi said, "Tonight is our last chance. This is also Lone Wolf's last chance. I hope everyone will not hold back. Otherwise you might lose your lives. Zhuoping and I have discussed it. We have decided that no matter who obtains the proof of completion, Lone Wolf's treasures will be given to everyone else." Right after Choi spoke, the eyes of the others lit up. Someone immediately smiled and said, "That is good. Even if we do not obtain any contribution points, Lone Wolf's treasures will be more than enough to make up for our losses." This suggestion is pretty good. We agree. The others all agreed. They knew that with Zhuoping and Choi working together, there was no chance for them to fish in troubled waters. If they could obtain Lone Wolf's treasures, they would make a huge profit. Choi shifted his gaze to the silent Zhongli. He asked, "What does Brother Zhongli think?" Zhongli let out a meaningful chuckle and said, "I will obey young Master Cho's orders." As for the silent Xiao Chun, everyone ignored him. They believed that as an inferior grade martial monarch, he would not reject this suggestion. Good. In that case it is agreed. When Lone Wolf appears, we will not say anything and immediately use our killing moves. Choi was in high spirits. He said in a magnificent manner, "We will kill Lone Wolf in one move, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Kill Lone Wolf and split the treasures." Choi's words roused everyone's morale. They wished that Lone Wolf would appear immediately and hack him to death. Bang! Bang! Just as the crowd was in a state of agitation, a hole was suddenly torn open on the roof above their heads. A giant hand fell down from the hole at lightning speed. With a schwa sound, it grabbed the head of the person who spoke. Then the hand swelled up before everyone's eyes and turned into a thick beast claw. With a slap, the beast's claw lifted the warrior up, and the entire roof was torn off. The black-clothed and masked Lone Wolf, who exuded a baleful aura, had already stopped on the roof at some point in time. His injured arm had already recovered. "Are you saying that you want to kill me?" Lone Wolf laughed loudly. Then he used his hands to tear the captured person in half, causing blood and internal organs to fall out as the person screamed in fear. The sudden scene stunned everyone. They had thought that Lone Wolf would fly in through the city gates like he did a few days ago. Who would have thought that Lone Wolf would be so bold today? He had already stopped on the roof and waited for everyone. Their minds had already short-circuited in the first place. Now that they saw a person dismembered, the many horrified cultivators felt their minds go blank. Their earlier bold words had already vanished into thin air. Xiao. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned, Lone Wolf, whose arms had already turned into spirit fiends, descended at lightning speed. Amid the frenzied attacks, another 3 or 4 people died on the spot, courting death. Surround him. Choi and Zhuoping reacted quickly. They shouted angrily and charged at Lone Wolf. Who knew that Lone Wolf was not greedy? After killing a few people, he laughed loudly and punched through the wall, easily flying out. Chase! With their plan completely disrupted, Choi and Zhuoping could not care about anything else. They took the lead and gave chase. When the others recovered their wits from their shock, they cursed and quickly chased after Lone Wolf with their weapons in hand. Xiao Chun and Zhongli leaped up at the same time, following Lone Wolf. Under the full moon, Choi and Zhuoping still acted as the main force against Lone Wolf, whose arms had already turned into spirit fiends. Today the two of them knew that this was their last chance. They did not hold back at all. Their quintessence surged as they executed all sorts of killing moves without holding back. Last night, Lone Wolf, who could still use both his hands, was forced into a corner and could only do his best to block. A ferocious glint flashed in the eyes of the remaining cultivators. They all made up their minds to fight this final battle. They pushed their cultivations to the limits and attacked Lone Wolf repeatedly. Loud sounds rang out continuously in the night sky. As the figures flickered, more wounds appeared on Lone Wolf's body. Several sect disciples were in an even more miserable state. Lone Wolf directly tore them in half with one swipe of his claws. However, no one retreated. Things had already reached this point. If anyone cowered, the advantage that Qiu Yi and the others held would immediately crumble. As Xiao Chun and Zhongli entered the battle, the situation in the air took a turn for the worse. Lone Wolf gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Lone Wolf roared, and his body swelled up several times. His black clothes tore apart as he completely turned into a spirit fiend. After Lone Wolf's body turned into a spirit fiend, his aura became even more ferocious. His scarlet eyes glared at a cultivator who tried to sneak attack him. A horrifying baleful aura turned into a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, hell, and all sorts of negative emotions exploding in that cultivator's mind, causing him to become distracted. Pa! Lone Wolf laughed maniacally and threw a palm strike. The black palm wind was like the gigantic hand of a strange beast. With a loud bang, it mangled that cultivator, killing him on the spot. A ruthless look flashed in Qiu Yi's eyes. He said, "I was waiting for you to completely turn into a spirit fiend. Zhuoping, stop holding back." Zhuoping did not say anything. Her expression turned cold, but her aura became even more terrifying. Then she withdrew her slender sword and sent out 9 strands of surging sword qi connected from head to tail. Each strand of sword qi created ripples in the air, capable of splitting mountains and rivers. The 9 swords merged into one, looking like a ferocious flood dragon bearing its fangs and claws as it charged at Lone Wolf. 3 sharp screeches came from Qiu Yi's body. Flames surrounded him and formed 3 glistening golden flaming birds. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these 3 flaming birds were extraordinary. Every single flaming bird's charm contained an incomparably sharp sword intent. This allowed the flaming birds formed from quintessence to possess not only strong explosive power, but also unparalleled penetrative power. Boom! 2 killing moves that could rival inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial techniques struck Lone Wolf's transformed body with the help of quintessence. Attack! The other cultivators, who had been storing up power, did not wait for the shock waves of the explosions to scatter. They raised their auras to their limits and turned into beams of flowing light as they hacked down with their weapons. Bang! 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 Intense metallic clangs came from the shock waves. Each sound was like thunder unending. No one in Heavenly Water City would be able to sleep tonight. Xiao Chun looked carefully and discovered that Lone Wolf, who had already turned into a spirit fiend, was still very ferocious despite the attacks. Lone Wolf clashed head-on with Qiu Yi and Zhuoping's attacks. Occasionally he made a move, smashing some of the flies flying at him into a mangled mess. Xiao Chun faced 2 sect disciples who were no weaker than him. Furthermore, there was a group of medial-grade martial monarchs interfering. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's side suffered heavy casualties. They could not truly kill Lone Wolf. Just thinking about it was incredible. Unexpectedly, combat experience and the baleful aura accumulated from killing others had such a strong effect in a true battle. After pausing for a while, Xiao Chun charged over again, joining the group surrounding Lone Wolf. The battle was extraordinarily arduous. When facing the completely transformed Lone Wolf, the group did not hold back at all. They expended their quintessence without holding anything back as they surrounded him. After attacking for a long time, frustration flashed in the ferocious Lone Wolf's eyes. He directly attacked and tore a hole in the encirclement, retreating out of the city. Chase! This time we cannot let him escape. Even if we have to go to the ends of the world, we have to kill him. Qiu Yi shouted coldly and took the lead to chase after Lone Wolf. The others did not hesitate either. This was a rare opportunity. Naturally, they would not let it go. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and stood upright. As he watched the group of people leave, he did not give chase. All the more, he felt that there was no need to. Zhongli, who did not give chase as well, arrived before Xiao Chun. As he got closer, he smiled and asked, "Brother Xiao, are you not going to give chase?" Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "There is no need." Pu Ci. Before he could finish speaking, the smile on Zhongli's face instantly disappeared. He was only 2 meters away from Qin Chao. The killing qi that Zhongli had been suppressing surged out. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, sent out a saber light faster than lightning. With the support of the perfect 50% comprehended saber intent, the resplendent saber light was as bright as the sun. The full moon in the sky instantly lost its luster. The distance was too close and Xiao Chun was caught off guard. The moment Xiao Chun placed his hand on the saber hilt, blood spurted out like an arrow, and his head fell to the ground. The eyes of the head floating in the air were wide open. It looked like Xiao Chun had died with the remaining grievance. The headless body quickly fell to the ground. The eyes of the white-haired cultivator, Zhongli, glowed red, and he radiated killing qi. His originally scholarly aura vanished completely. He became as ferocious and berserk as a wild beast. Just one glance from him would cause others to tremble in fear. Zhongli's lips curled up in a cold smile as he looked indifferently at Xiao Chun's headless corpse. He said in disdain, "With such little vigilance he dared to fight with me. Serves him right to die." Zhongli looked meaningfully at Xiao Yi and the others, who were chasing after Lone Wolf. He smiled and said, "The sect disciples are still as gullible as before. Bring me to finish my business and then we will deal with them." Everything was going according to plan. Zhongli was in a good mood. He had a sinister smile on his face as he quickly headed for the city lord's residence. "It has been a long time since I started a massacre. My baleful aura has stagnated." Zhongli stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his chapped lips. He could not help but tremble, looking very evil. However, Zhongli did not notice that when Xiao Chun's headless corpse landed on the ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, there was only a small, exquisite, headless wooden sculpture lying there quietly. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhongli moved very quickly. In a few breaths, he arrived at the gates of the city lord's residence. However, the strange thing was that there was not a single guard at the gates of the city lord's residence. This somewhat disappointed Zhongli, who was in a rush to drink blood. "There is no need to rush. There will be a chance later." Zhongli laughed cruelly. Then, he sent out a beam of energy with his right palm and shattered the heavy gates. Zhongli strode in. The scene of panic that he imagined did not appear. The gates had been destroyed. Despite such a big matter, not a single cultivator from the city lord's residence came out. Sensing that something was wrong, Zhongli quickly walked forward. His expression turned increasingly unsightly. Unexpectedly, there was not a single person in the vast city lord's residence. Chapter 674. Under the illumination of the moonlight, this place appeared very cold and quiet. It did not make sense. Zhongli arrived at the great hall of the city lord's residence with some anticipation. However, he discovered that there was no one there. It was so empty that it made his heart go cold. "Brother Zhongli, are you looking for someone? I have to tell you that I have already dismissed the people of the city lord's residence." "Wait, that's not right. I should call you the great bandit Lone Wolf." Just as Zhongli was feeling confused, a white figure sat on the roof of the great hall. This person had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Zhongli. Even though Zhongli had killed countless people and was no longer afraid of anything, when he saw the white figure's appearance under the hazy moonlight, he was so frightened that he took a step back. Zhongli exclaimed in shock, "That's impossible. Didn't I just chop off your head? How can you be back here?" Xiao Chun stood up calmly. His white clothes had a faint moonlight on them, making him look elegant and refined, giving him an ethereal air. "You are not the only one who knows that cloning technique. I know it as well." By now, Zhongli had already calmed down. He felt it was funny. He felt that he had overreacted. He smiled faintly and said, "So what? What do you think you can do? You are just letting me kill you again." "Nothing much. I just want to borrow your head." Xiao Chun raised the lunar shadow saber above his head and slowly drew it. The slender blade reflected the faint moonlight. When the saber was completely drawn, it gave off a resplendent light. A resonant dragon roar came from Xiao Chun's body as he leaped off the roof. The moon was bright like fire. Xiao Chun's figure created a huge purple arc in the night sky. In an instant, he arrived at Zhongli's side and hacked down with his saber. Suddenly, Zhongli felt the saber intent on the saber, and the immortal state of thunder contained in it. His expression changed greatly, and his heart thumped wildly. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, it was clear that Xiao Chun's saber intent had already reached a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. It was already close to great perfection, much stronger than Zhongli's. The electric light leaping in the saber light contained an immortal intent. It was very different from a regular state of thunder and lightning. It could rival his state of ice, perhaps even surpass it. Zhongli's expression sank, and he drew his thick saber. He did not dare to be careless as he met Xiao Chen's saber strike from the side. A cold light surged on the saber radiance. Under the night sky, all the cold air seemed to have gathered on the saber radiance. Dang! When the sabers clashed, a loud clanging sound rang out. Waves of uncontrollable energy turned into strands of saber wind flying everywhere. Rumble! Rumble! The saber wind shattered the buildings in the city lord's residence. With just one move, everything within 500 meters turned into a mess. Xiao! A huge force entered Zhongli's body through the saber's edge. Zhongli retreated 100 meters as the lightning rampaged in his body. The lightning contained the will of immortality. It was extremely difficult to get rid of, giving one a headache. What shocked Zhongli even more was that Xiao Chen's quintessence was no weaker than his. It did not seem like Xiao Chen was just an inferior-grade martial monarch. When Zhongli thought of this possibility, shock flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this fellow refined his quintessence before consuming the quintessence-gathering pill as an inferior-grade martial monarch? Even I, a half-face, could not endure such pain. Could it be that this person could? However, if that was not the case, Zhongli could not think of any other possibility. After pushing back Zhongli with one saber strike, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Don't get careless. Otherwise you will die a miserable death. I did not intend to kill you so easily. Since coming to this Kunlun realm, I have not had a proper exchange with a bladesman of the same generation. Don't disappoint me." The blue dragon image under Xiao Chen's feet circled around. Auspicious clouds floated around it as it carried Xiao Chen over to Zhongli's side. Dang! 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 Saber lights danced around. A perfect 60% comprehended saber intent infused with the immortal state of thunder supported Xiao Chen's aura as he launched a barrage of attacks. You are so young, but your tone is not small. Today I will show you the true ability of a great bandit. Zhongli smiled coldly to himself. He did not think that Xiao Chen could force him to bow down to him with just this bit of ability. Suddenly, a scarlet light circulated around Zhongli's body. This light was made of pure baleful aura. Boundless anguished wails came from the light, and all sorts of aggrieved spirits appeared. These were not illusions. They truly existed. Among the aggrieved spirits were 70-year-old men, pregnant women, and newborn babies. These people's faces were all extremely distorted and indistinct. They looked cruel and heart-palpitating, not daring to look directly at them. The greatest difference between baleful aura and killing chi was that the people the former killed were filled with intense resentment. Only loose cultivators with extremely cruel hearts could do this. Most cultivators would kill others for their treasures as well. However, they would never attack ordinary people. This was the most basic principle. However, loose cultivators never cared about this. As a result, their killing chi would mutate into an even more horrifying baleful aura. 100 times more horrifying than killing chi. Zhongli smiled cruelly and said, "My baleful aura can scare ordinary people into idiots. Let's see how you block it." Within the Scarlet Sea, Zhongli sent out a scarlet, icy saber chi. The saber chi was like a pillar, and rings of scarlet clouds floated around it. In every scarlet cloud, there was a horrifying corpse screaming. At a glance, the scarlet clouds looked like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, vast and boundless. After clashing with Zhongli, Xiao Chen retreated 100 meters and landed on a tall wall with a grave expression. He had not expected such a martial technique to completely infuse baleful aura into saber technique. The world of evil cultivators was an eye-opener for Xiao Chen. However, it is just a small Dao in the end. Xiao Chen held his saber and smiled coldly. He activated the ancient sovereign's bloodline in his body, and his vast aura became as heavy as a mountain. Vast, ancient, drawn out, noble and inviolable. The ancient sovereign's aura surged out like a strong wind. It swept away all the scarlet light around the saber chi, leaving only that saber chi. Blazing sun, burning to desolation. In the dark night, the slender lunar shadow saber gave off a saber light as bright as the blazing sun. Then Xiao Chen leaped down from the tall wall while holding his saber. Bang! Under the moonlight, The might of the burning to desolation saber technique was inevitably reduced. It could only hold its own against the scarlet, icy saber chi. Explosions rang out endlessly, and a deep pit appeared in the ground. The two each took 100 steps back, and blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths. The blue dragon under Zhongli's feet spiraled around. Xiao Chan shook his head slightly and said, "In the end, my cultivation is still lacking. If I advanced to medial-grade martial monarch, this would not be the case." The shock in Zhongli's eyes was even more intense than Xiao Chen's. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan broke the baleful aura that he was so proud of so easily. Fated person in autumn water. Without any hesitation, the instant Xiao Chan landed, he charged over again. He turned into a gentle autumn wind, carrying a boundless saber light as he split the air in half. Damn it! Zhongli's aura, state, and saber intent were all inferior to Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, his advantage in cultivation was not obvious. Zhongli could not gain an advantage over Xiao Chen. A red light flickered in Zhongli's eyes as he lost his patience. He roared, and his body swelled up several times, ripping his clothes. Then, he turned into a white wolf standing on its hind legs. Zhongli used an even denser saber chi to scatter the saber light filled with the feeling of autumn. The werewolf's foot, which was filled with strength, spun around and left behind an afterimage as it arrived at Xiao Chen's side. After Zhongli turned into a werewolf, his speed instantly increased by 20%. His sharp claws clawed at Xiao Chen's head. Open! The acupoint on Zhongli's right foot opened. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly turned around and held his saber with both hands to block this claw. The claws were as hard as frost iron. Sparks flew as they rubbed against the saber, forcing Xiao Chen back continuously. Pa! Zhongli layered his palms over each other. When his strength increased explosively, he knocked Xiao Chen back. Ha ha ha! Let's see if you still dare to spout nonsense. This was the first time Zhongli obtained such a large advantage. He felt very carefree. He laughed maniacally and prepared to give chase. Roar! 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 However, just at this moment, 3 dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. Aside from the blue dragon image under his feet, 2 more blue dragon images appeared around him. A blue dragon swung its tail. Instead of advancing, Xiao Chen retreated. His saber light danced as he executed cycle of seasons. Spring, summer, autumn, winter cycle of seasons, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Cycle of seasons? Zhongli's expression turned startled. With a flip of his hand, he took out his thick saber and pushed the quintessence infused with fiend energy to its limits. Scarlet snowflakes erupted from the saber. Bang! Using all the quintessence in his body, Zhongli's wolf claws cracked. Blood leaked out and he felt incredible pain. However, he managed to block this saber strike. Dang! 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 Xiao Chen rode on the 3 blue dragon images, catching up to the transformed Zhongli. Once again, the two engaged in an exceptionally arduous battle. Dark clouds covered the sky, completely blocking out the moonlight. 1 man and 1 wolf fought an intense battle in the vast city lord's residence. The aftershocks flattened many buildings. If not for Xiao Chen sending away the unrelated people, who knew how many innocent lives would have died tonight? A huge battle was also taking place outside the city gates. Qiuyi and Zhuoping led 10-odd medial-grade martial monarchs to surround the transformed lone wolf clone. Without caring about their quintessence consumption, they managed to gain the upper hand. As long as they dragged things out, lone wolf would die for sure. Qiuyi checked the quintessence in his body and discovered that it was almost depleted. He shouted, "Everyone put in more effort. I will kill Lone Wolf soon. He is a bona fide great bandit." Far away, the battle between Xiao Chen and Lone Wolf Zhongli was about to end. It was exceptionally crucial. Earlier, Lone Wolf had clashed head-on with Xiao Chen's heaven-ranked martial technique. Blue Dragon returns to the sea. A horrifying wound appeared on Lone Wolf's chest. The wound extended all the way to Xiao Chen's abdomen. Several bones broke and blood dripped down. However, even so, Lone Wolf was still incredibly tenacious. At the last moment, he counterattacked and even struck Xiao Chen with his claw, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. The two of them panted heavily as they glared at each other fiercely. At this moment, they were competing with their willpower. Neither of them could relax at all. Sea of Lightning, Saber Light. Xiao Chun shook his head ferociously and took the initiative to attack. He quickly sent out 7 saber lights, which turned into 21 saber images and encased Zhongli. Dang! 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 Zhongli's eyes lit up. He dragged his injured body and blocked all 21 of Xiao Chun's saber images. He even prepared to counterattack. Chapter 675. However, he did not know that the moment he executed the might of this saber strike, a sea of lightning suddenly formed and exploded on his body, blasting him into the air. Die! A strand of saber light flew out from somewhere in the sea of lightning. It was as fast as lightning, disappearing in a flash. The dark clouds scattered, and the full moon in the sky peeked out. The moonlight happened to illuminate this scene. A scarlet light shot out, and Lone Wolf's head flew off. Xiao Chun reappeared and spun around. He sheathed his saber and caught the head. Seeing the headless corpse on the ground, Xiao Chun's fatigued body heaved a sigh of relief. I finally killed him. Outside Heavenly Water City, Qiu watched as Lone Wolf slowly fell over. His anxious face relaxed and he revealed a faint smile. The others panted heavily as well. They all had wounds on their bodies. As for their quintessence, they had already drained it long ago. They had consumed all the medicinal pills they could. Even if they had peak-grade medicinal pills, they would not be able to replenish their quintessence immediately. They had consumed too many medicinal pills in a short period of time and developed a resistance to them. Qiu sheathed his sword and looked at the similarly fatigued Zhuoping. He said, "Both of us exhausted ourselves today. After we recover tomorrow, we can decide who gets the proof of the mission. How about that?" Zhuoping nodded gently and did not say anything. She did not have much quintessence in her body, and her condition had deteriorated significantly. Earlier, she had relied on her quintessence to fight Lone Wolf. Now that she relaxed, she no longer had any fighting spirit. She could only decide tomorrow. Everything was going according to plan. Qiu smiled faintly and walked over to Lone Wolf's corpse, feeling very satisfied. Then he stretched out his hand to remove Lone Wolf's mask. "Let's see what exactly you look like." Qiu waved his hand and removed Lone Wolf's black mask. However, when he saw Lone Wolf's face, the smile on his face froze. A face that Qiu could not imagine appeared under the mask. He cried out hoarsely, "How can this be?" When the others saw the strange situation, they quickly came over to take a look. They all exclaimed in shock, "Zhongli! How can it be him? How can this be?" Qi. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Lone Wolf's corpse shrank until it finally became the corpse of a white wolf. Zhuoping's expression turned grave as she said, "We were tricked. This is the external incarnation unique to the half-fiend race. The incarnation's strength is no different from the main body. It is very difficult to cultivate. I did not expect Lone Wolf to learn it." Qiu's expression turned cold as he sent out a sword Qi. With a so, the white wolf on the ground was sliced in half. That Xiao Chun must have found out long ago. Let's hurry back. Qiu's eyes were filled with killing intent and his entire being was terrifyingly cold. After planning for more than half a month and meticulously preparing, he was actually tricked at the last moment. At this moment, his mood could be said to be as terrible as it could get. The group of people had consumed too much true essence, so they didn't dare to use Qi to fly. They could only desperately run towards the city. Halfway there, Qiu said, "It will definitely take some time before a victor is decided. We still have a chance." Indeed, it was as Qiu said. When the group arrived at the city lord's residence, they happened to see Xiao Chun removing a spatial ring from a headless corpse. When Qiu saw the headless corpse, he was stunned at first. Then he shouted, "Xiao Chun, how bold of you! You discovered that it was Lone Wolf's clone long ago. Yet you still dared to trick us." The moment Qiu spoke, he accused Xiao Chun of cheating, trying to use reason to pressure Xiao Chun. Long ago, Xiao Chun had expected this group of people to rush over. He searched Lone Wolf's body unhurriedly and found a secret manual. Before everyone's envious gazes, he took it. "It was not me who tricked you. It was Lone Wolf who tricked you. Full Moon Pavilion's Qiu, don't make a mistake." Xiao Chun spoke calmly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Qiu felt angry in his heart. He wished that he could slap Xiao Chun to death. However, he had exhausted too much essence, so it was not convenient for him to make a move. He could only say coldly, "Xiao Chun, according to the rules, no matter who obtains the proof of completion, Lone Wolf's treasures have to be handed over to us." Xiao Chun smiled disapprovingly. "Whose rule? Since when did you ask me? Since when did I agree to it?" When Qiu saw Xiao Chen's attitude, not caring about him at all, he could not help but feel stifled, unable to say anything. "Xiao Chun, what are you pretending for? You already got what you wanted, yet you are still trying to act innocent. Hurry up and hand over Lone Wolf's treasures. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving this city lord's residence today." "Right, that's right. Hurry up and hand over Lone Wolf's treasures. We don't need your proof of completion. We have already treated you well enough. You can take the proof of completion and leave. However, you must leave behind Lone Wolf's treasures." The people from the surrounding sects all spoke in an irritated tone. They had worked so hard for so long. They did not want to end up empty-handed. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was alone and did not have a high cultivation. If not for the fact that he was a Haotian sect disciple, they would not even give him the proof of completion. Qiu and Zhuoping exchanged glances. They understood each other's intentions from their gazes. "Xiao Chun, on account that you are a Haotian sect disciple, I will not make things difficult for you. As long as you leave behind Lone Wolf's spatial ring and that secret manual, you can leave." Qiu spoke frankly with assurance. This was already his final concession. If Xiao Chun still did not know what was good for him, then Xiao Chun could not blame him for being ruthless. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. This group of people is really funny. They were fooled by Lone Wolf's clones and did not obtain anything. Unexpectedly, they came over to extort him. Furthermore, they were very magnanimous, acting like they were showing mercy. What did it have to do with them that I killed Lone Wolf alone? What sophistry? Xiao Chun stepped forward expressionlessly. He looked at the various sect cultivators hiding their murderous intent and said sullenly, "I was the one who killed Lone Wolf. It is impossible for you to take anything from me. I advise you to give up on this thought." Qiu released his murderous intent without hiding it at all. He stared at Xiao Chun with a sinister gaze and smiled coldly. "So, you are saying that you are not going to hand it over?" Zhuoping's pretty face also turned sullen. She said, "What is the point of speaking so much nonsense with him? Just cripple him and we can just take the things and leave. This woman is really vicious. She looks so good for nothing," Xiao Chun thought to himself, feeling that it was a pity. As Xiao Chun looked at the crowd that could not wait to charge over, he laughed loudly and said, "I really want to know what gives you the courage to threaten me like this despite your veritable essence energy being almost drained. Our quintessence is exhausted, but so is yours. Do you think we are air? Could it be that you can defeat so many of us by yourself?" A person said disdainfully as he held a sharp saber in his hand and looked at Xiao Chun. "Congratulations, you are right. In my eyes, you are indeed not even worth air." Xiao Chun smiled coldly and charged at the person who spoke. As he ran, his aura flourished. Vital qi surged in his body, causing the ground to tremble. Bang! The two cultivators in front of that person were knocked into the air by Xiao Chun. Half the bones in their bodies shattered. That person was horrified. When he saw Xiao Chun suddenly charging at him, he did not know what to do. When Xiao Chun arrived in front of him, he swung his saber. Kase! Xiao Chun used his palm as a saber, and a strong wind howled. When the palm saber struck that person's wrist, the sound of bones breaking resounded. The treasure saber fell to the ground with a huang-dang sound. Before that person could cry out in pain, Xiao Chun landed a palm strike on that person's chest. He used less than 30% of his 1.5 tons of vital qi, breaking that person's ribs and sending him flying back 100 meters. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Qiu and Zhuoping. After they reacted, they circulated the remaining quintessence in their bodies and charged at Xiao Chun. After the initial panic, the others roared ferociously and sent out their remaining quintessence. They sent out several dozen beams of energy at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun crossed his arms and smiled coldly. He materialized the stance of crouching tiger hidden dragon. When the sword qi and saber qi struck his arms, they gave off dang 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 sounds. Two especially sharp sword chi flew at Xiao Chun amid the shock waves. They were the peak inner sect disciples of the Full Moon Pavilion, Qiu Yi, and the Thousand Mystery sect, Zhuo Ping. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Xiao Chun spread out his arms, and the aura that he had stored up erupted. Like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, he sent the two flying. Cultivators relied mainly on quintessence. If a cultivator exhausted all their quintessence, they would not be able to bring out their full strength, no matter how capable they were. Right now, the group of sect elite disciples in front of Xiao Chun was in such a situation. When they met with Xiao Chun, who had a strong physical body, they could only get beaten up. Damn it! Qiu Yi vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling very sullen in his heart. He had not expected a minor character from the Haotian sect to beat him into such a sorry state. Qiu Yi smashed his right palm on the ground, not caring about overdrawing on his quintessence. His sword danced, giving off a bright light. He wanted to use technique to break force, using exquisite sword techniques to defeat Xiao Chun. Unfortunately, Qiu Yi was too naive. When the difference in strength was too great, no matter how exquisite a sword technique was, without quintessence to rely on, it would just be for show. Xiao Chun took a step forward and kicked. A strong wind blew and scattered Qiu Yi's sword technique. Then Xiao Chun kicked Qiu Yi's face back. Qiu Yi's handsome face immediately contorted into a sorry state. Xiu! Just at this moment, an exceptionally sharp killing chi flew over from behind Xiao Chun at an incredible speed. The Thousand Mystery sect Zhuo Ping took advantage of the time when Xiao Chun was distracted by Qiu Yi to sneak behind him. Then she found an excellent angle to launch a sneak attack. The thin sword flickered with a cold light. The angle was tricky. Soon it would stab into Xiao Chun's spine. A sinister expression appeared on Zhuo Ping's face. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He had already noticed the other party with his spiritual sense long ago. She really thought that her sneak attack had succeeded. Xiao Chun nimbly turned around and brushed past that fatal thin sword. Then, he clenched his right fist and punched Zhuo Ping's pretty face without any tenderness for the fairer sex. Zhuo Ping cried out miserably as she held her collapsed nose. Then she fell to the ground in pain, rolling a few times before stopping. When the other elite disciples of the various sects saw their two leaders end up in such a state, they looked at Xiao Chun and could not help but take a few steps back. Chapter 676. Xiao Chun swept his gaze over everyone's expressions. A deep look of disdain appeared in the depths of his eyes. He snorted coldly and left. The full moon hung high in the sky. As everyone watched the white figure leave, no one dared to say anything. I will not let this matter rest like this. Some time after Xiao Chun left, Qiu Yi, who had recovered slightly, punched the ground with his right hand. As a peak inner sect disciple of the Full Moon Pavilion, Qiu Yi had become famous at a young age. If he put in a little more effort, he would have been a genius who could have become a true inheritor. However, today, he had exhausted his quintessence and was humiliated by a nameless brat. How could he swallow this down? Qiu Yi slowly stood up. The footprint on his face had not completely disappeared yet. When he moved his lips, it caused his swollen wound to feel excruciating pain. As Qiu Yi watched Xiao Chun leave, heavy hatred filled his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Don't think that everything will be fine just because you left. In the future, I will definitely challenge the Haotian sect and let you know what regret is." On the other side, Zhuo Ping also slowly stood up. She sneak attacked Xiao Chun and ended up getting her nose broken by Xiao Chun. She was in an even worse state than Qiu Yi. A malicious look flashed in Zhuo Ping's eyes as she silently left without saying a word. This Xiao Chun is probably in big trouble now. We do not dare to challenge the Haotian sect. However, these two are bona fide disciples of the 9 ranks of the great families. How could they swallow this down? Let's go. This white-robed bladesman is too arrogant. When the time comes, I will definitely go and see how miserable he looks. After Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping recovered their quintessence, the group of helpless sect disciples who were beaten up by Xiao Chun grumbled angrily for a while before leaving the place helplessly. Outside the city lord's residence, the city lord's expression was even more unsightly than the others when he saw the ruins of the city lord's residence. However, Xiao Chun was a disciple of the 9 ranks of the great families. Furthermore, he had helped the city lord kill Lone Wolf. No matter how depressed he felt, he could not do anything about it. After leaving Heavenly Water City, Xiao Chun was not in a rush to open Lone Wolf's spatial ring. Instead, he found a desolate place in the forest and started to recover his quintessence. When the sun rose, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and smiled at the rising sun. Then he happily opened Lone Wolf's spatial ring. Normally, loose cultivators would not have much wealth on them. However, the other party was a great bandit. No matter how unsightly he was, he definitely had more wealth than the 7 Black Wind Killers combined. After all of this Xiao Chun of his life of the loose of the 7 black bandits he felt. Xiao Chun counted the large number of superior grade spirit stones. There was a total of 3 million superior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun could not help but reveal an expression of joy. No wonder those fellows coveted Lone Wolf's treasures. With so many superior grade spirit stones, even if they were split evenly, everyone would still obtain a large harvest. There were also several rank 8 medicinal pills and natural treasures. Most of them were essential medicinal pills for cultivators. Even if Xiao Chun could not use them, he could sell them for spirit stones. However, after searching for a long time, he did not find the spirit gathering pearls that Xiao Chun needed the most. Not only did he not see any inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, but he did not even see a single medial grade spirit gathering pearl. That should not be the case. If there were no medial grade spirit gathering pearls, it would be understandable. However, there should still be some inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Xiao Chun revealed doubt in his eyes as he continued his search. He even searched several corners of the spatial ring several times. After a long time, an ordinary-looking brocade box appeared in Xiao Chun's spiritual sense. With a thought, Xiao Chun took out the brocade box. The box was very strange. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense could not penetrate it. However, it did not contain any spiritual energy, looking very ordinary. Whoosh! After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun gently opened the brocade box. He saw a bright light radiating everywhere. There were inferior grade spirit gathering pearls neatly arranged in the box. Xiao Chun said joyfully, "This box is indeed strange. No wonder I could not find the spirit gathering pearls. So they were all hidden here." Xiao Chun counted the number of inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Although there were not many of them, Zhong Zhongli was a loose cultivator. For him to obtain so many inferior grade spirit gathering pearls as a loose cultivator, he must have killed many sect disciples and robbed many noble clans before he could obtain them. This lone wolf Zhongli must have killed many sect disciples and ransacked many noble clans before he could obtain them. A white light flashed. Xiao Chun did not stand on ceremony and placed all the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls in his spatial ring. In the end, his cultivation was still lacking. He urgently needed spirit gathering pearls. Just as Xiao Chun was about to close the brocade box, he suddenly discovered that there was a hidden compartment beneath the brocade box. He did not even place 200 spirit gathering pearls in the hidden compartment. Could it be that the things inside are even more precious? When Xiao Chun opened the hidden compartment, there was a beast skin map inside. The aura of the map was extremely ancient and vast. There were all sorts of maps and red dots on it. The red dots were of different shades. When one looked at the darker red dots, one would feel a ferocious and dangerous aura, causing one's heart to tremble. What kind of map is this? Xiao Chun's expression turned grave as he looked at the map. The mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and flying beasts on the map actually materialized and leaped out of the map. The map quickly spread out before Xiao Chun's eyes. Clouds churned vast and boundless. Ancient rivers, mountains, and palaces appeared one by one. At the same time, the beast skin map lit up. A horrifying savage aura soared into the sky, causing hundreds of beasts in the forest to flee. They panicked and caused a huge commotion. Xiao Chun's face sank. He quickly covered the brocade box again. Only then did the vast and ancient savage aura disappear without a trace. When Xiao Chun saw the commotion in his surroundings, he frowned. Then he looked at the clouds in the sky, which had been stirred up by the savage aura. "I have to leave quickly. That aura earlier clearly has tens of thousands of years of history. This map must have a great origin. Who knows, some major character might have sensed that aura earlier." Fortunately, this strange brocade box could seal this aura. Otherwise, even if he placed it in his spatial ring, Xiao Chun would not be at ease concealing that overwhelming aura. Xiao Chun summoned out 3 azure dragon images. As the dragons roared, he moved up and down, disappearing into the forest, going as far as he could. Not long after Xiao Chun left, a black figure appeared above the forest. His aged face revealed a grave expression as he looked at the clouds in the sky. "Old Qiu, you sense the savage aura as well, right?" Soon, another white-haired old man flew over and spoke to Old Qiu indifferently. Old Qiu said regretfully, "It is definitely a spirit diagram from the savage battlefield. Based on that aura, it is definitely the real deal. However, it is currently concealed by a treasure that can hide spiritual energy." Old Qiu sighed in pity. Then, he ignored the white-haired old man and flew far away. The white-haired old man closed his eyes and spread out his vast mental energy into the surroundings like the tide. From 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers it reached 10 kilometers. However, he still could not sense the treasure that released the savage aura earlier. He could not help but shake his head and say, "The demonic barrier in the savage battlefield is weakening soon. If I can find this item, it will be of great help to my sect's disciples when they enter the savage battlefield. I'll go search again and try my luck." The white-haired old man's figure flashed, and he turned into a beam of light. His figure seemed to merge with the world and he moved incredibly fast. In the following days, Xiao Chun did not open the brocade box again. Instead, he took out the mission list and started to complete the 2,000-point missions. Although the remaining missions were still difficult, they were not as difficult as Lone Wolf's. Now that he had dealt with the most difficult part, the rest was much easier. Xiao Chun could even take a break and use the spirit gathering pearls to raise his cultivation. Time went by slowly. As the end of the month approached, Xiao Chun completed 10 2,000-point missions. The intense battles with the many loose cultivators had not only strengthened Xiao Chun's combat experience, but he had also accumulated a lot of war spoils. Now Xiao Chun had a total of 7 million superior grade spirit stones. He had some extra money. He also had 300 or 400 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. However, Xiao Chun still did not obtain any medial grade spirit gathering pearls. If a loose cultivator obtained such a precious item, they would definitely consume it immediately and not hide it. With 23,000 contribution points, I should be able to rank first. If I fail, I can only think of other ways to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. With the aid of the large number of spirit gathering pearls, Xiao Chun's cultivation had already reached peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. All he had to do now was wait for the medial grade spirit gathering pearls to break through the bottleneck. 5 days later, Xiao Chun returned to the Haotian province and headed for Haotian city. The moment Xiao Chun walked out of the ancient transportation formation outside the city gates, he felt a few flickering gazes on him. His expression turned grave. He knew that something was about to happen. Indeed, when the city gates came into view, Yu Jiqiang led the leaders of the inner sect's 5 factions down from a flying beast and blocked Xiao Chen's path. Yu Jiqiang blocked Xiao Chen's path, withdrawing the killing qi in his eyes. He smiled gently and said, "Junior brother Xiao, it has been a long time. How have you been?" Lan Feichen was very cocky. As he looked at Xiao Chun, he teased, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, after not seeing you for half a month, your cultivation has grown rather fast. You have already reached peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Unfortunately, you are only peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch." As Lan Feichen spoke, he unleashed his strong aura, showing that he was a peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. His aura spread out, and a strong wind blew in the surroundings, pressing down on Xiao Chun. One was a peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch, and the other was a peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. On the surface, it looked like there was an entire cultivation realm between them. However, Xiao Chun had refined his quintessence twice before. He had refined it once before he consumed the quintessence gathering pill. During his fight with Lone Wolf, he knew that there was not much of a difference in their cultivations. The Lan Feichen before Xiao Chun had just advanced to peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. He was still weaker than Lone Wolf. How could he inspire any fear in Xiao Chun? Ignoring Lan Feichen, Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at Yu Jiqiang. He said calmly, "There is no need to beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it directly." Seeing that Xiao Chun ignored his actions like a clown, Lan Feichen could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He immediately wanted to make a move. Yu Jiqiang stopped Lan Feichen and smiled gently. Junior brother Xiao is right. If you have something to say, just say it directly. In that case, I will say it directly. Hand over all the proof of your mission. Otherwise, you can forget about entering the city today. Chapter 677. Xiao Chun retorted indifferently. Do you think I will agree? Yu Jiqiang smiled coldly and said, I knew you would say that. However, no matter what you say today, the outcome is already decided. Right after Yu Jiqiang spoke, the five unleashed their auras and pressed down on Xiao Chun. Each of them was a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. The five auras were like five solid mountains. They carried great momentum and kicked up a strong wind as they pressed down on Xiao Chun. A strong wind blew, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Chun's eyes were closed, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. It looked like a strong wind would blow him away at any moment. Several Haoyan sect disciples on the city walls felt the strong auras and leaped out to investigate. When they saw this scene, they were all greatly startled. The leaders of the five factions that dominated the inner sect actually made a move at the same time to deal with a new disciple of the Sky Dome realm. This was too exaggerated. Any one of Yu Jiqiang's group of five would be at the peak of the inner sect. They were somewhat famous in the 18 southern provinces. The five of them attacking together was something they had never seen before. What's wrong with this white-robed bladesman? Unexpectedly, he offended all five of them in one go. Haha, after being in the Haoyan sect for so many years, do you still not understand? There is no such thing as offending or not offending. It is just that these five people feel that Xiao Chun is a great threat to them and are purposely looking for trouble. That's not right. Xiao Chun is only an inferior grade martial monarch. He is far weaker than them. Why do they feel threatened by him? Who knows what is going on? In any case, this Xiao Chun is going to suffer today. As the disciples discussed, they looked at Xiao Chun with sympathy. If Yu Jiqiang's group of five attacked together, the outcome would be clear. The stout Sita Gang, who was hidden in the crowd, also had a cold glint in his eyes. There was also a person beside him who looked at Xiao Chun with hatred. Gui Wu asked sinisterly, Sita Gang, are you here to join in the excitement as well? Sita Gang chuckled and said, That is natural. Today Xiao Chun definitely has no chance. How can I not take advantage of this opportunity to trample on him? Gui Wu, you have the same idea, right? Gui Wu smiled sinisterly and said, With the five peak inner sect disciples making a move, how could there be a miracle? If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for being in the limelight and not understanding how to conduct himself. No matter what the outside world said, Xiao Chun wore a white robe, looking calm and natural. He looked at the powerful auras of the five people in front of him, not moving an inch. Yu Jiqiang and the others were inwardly shocked. They could not understand how Xiao Chun, who was a major realm lower than them, could remain so calm and composed when facing five auras. Senior brothers, let's go all out and suppress him with our auras. Lan Feichen felt even more depressed in his heart. He roared, wanting to work together to completely suppress Xiao Chun's aura. Don't hold back. Suppress him with all your might. Yu Jiqiang felt somewhat frustrated as well. The five of them had attacked together before so many people, yet they could not suppress Xiao Chun with their auras. No matter what, this could not be justified. Boom! The quintessence in the five's bodies surged, and they no longer held back. They unleashed their auras to their limits, and a faint light appeared on their bodies. The surging and boundless auras surged like a raging river, gushing endlessly. They wanted to wash away Xiao Chun, pressing forward without turning back. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. This group of people is really naive. Now that I have the aura of an ancient sovereign in my bloodline, I will not fear the auras of a peak martial sage. How could the auras of five insignificant medial-grade martial monarchs put any pressure on me? Their thinking is simply laughable. Back off! Xiao Chun roared in his heart and took a step forward. As he did so, he unleashed the aura of an ancient sovereign. Bang! 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 Five intense collisions rang out in the void. Each sound was like a sudden clap of thunder. The sound was deafening, and the void within a radius of 1,000 meters was trembling. Yu Jiqiang and the others all vomited a mouthful of blood. With one step, Xiaochun forced them back 100 meters. Their expressions were filled with horror. This scene stunned everyone. 5 bona fide peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs actually lost to Xiaochun in a competition of auras. They lost to Xiaochun, a cultivator of the Sky Dome realm, to Xiaochun, a peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, they lost so decisively and in such a sorry state. How can there be such a strong aura? I actually feel the aura of an ancient sovereign. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. While you are down, I will take your life. Xiaochun did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. Before the 5 landed on the ground, a resonant dragon roar came from his body, and an azure dragon image appeared. Rise! Standing on the blue dragon, Xiaochun moved very quickly. In an instant, he arrived before the weakest of the 5, Lan Feichen, and threw a punch. Lan Feichen was greatly startled. He placed his right hand on the weapon at his waist, wanting to draw it to face his enemy. Xiaochun's left hand turned into a palm saber. Azure vital qi surged as it struck Lan Feichen's wrist. Ka-xie! Lan Feichen's wrist bone shattered. The force in his hand immediately dissipated. The weapon that Lan Feichen had just drawn fell back into its scabbard. Lan Feichen endured the intense pain and watched the fist approach his ear. He clenched his left fist and punched out before he could store up much quintessence. When the 2 fists met, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Under Xiaochun's 500 tons of force, Lan Feichen's left hand was not enough. His entire left hand was crippled on the spot. This time Lan Feichen could no longer endure it and cried out in pain. Xiaochun did not even bother to look at him. He raised his hand high and sent him flying with a slap. Lan Feichen vomited a mouthful of broken teeth and blood as he fell to the ground. Lan Feichen's right wrist shattered, and the bones in his left hand shattered. Despite having all his quintessence, he could no longer get up. 1 palm saber, 1 fist wind, and 1 slap. Xiaochun crippled Lan Feichen in 3 moves. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly, so fast that it was hard to believe. Yu Jiqiang and the other 3 were knocked back by Xiaochun's aura. They had just landed. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Attack together. We cannot hold back at all. Horror flashed in Yu Jiqiang's eyes. He quickly drew a sword and charged at Xiaochun at lightning speed. 100 flowers soar. Scarlet light sword. Clear cloud rui saber. The other 3 drew their weapons as well. Infused with strong quintessence, they executed their best moves. In an instant there was a bright light, and killing intent filled the air, encasing Xiaochun. Xiaochun smiled gently, and 2 dragon roars came from his body again. 2 blue dragons appeared around him, and the blue dragon swung its tail in an arc. A strong wind blew, and the dragons roared ferociously. Xiaochun found an opening and easily passed through the encirclement of the 4. The blue dragon below him circled around and carried him up. After him. Seeing Xiaochun escape, Yu Jiqiang shouted coldly and leaped forward while holding his sword. 4 beams of rainbow light flew at Xiaochun. After rising to a certain height, Xiaochun stopped. He did not fear the encirclement of the 4. However, there were more angles for him to dodge in the air, making it easier to deal with them. Xiaochun was not in a rush to take out the lunar shadow saber. Seeing Yu Jiqiang fly up first, Xiaochun opened his left hand into a claw and clenched his right hand into a fist. As Xiaochun's vital qi surged, he executed Berserk Dragon at the same time. A dragon roared ferociously on his right fist, and a dragon claw appeared on his left claw. The head and tail connected, forming a complete blue dragon. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiaochun attacked the approaching Yu Jiqiang without any hesitation. A blue dragon formed purely from vital qi. The blue dragon flickered with light, and its eyes glared ferociously. As it bared its fangs and claws, it exuded a boundlessly arrogant aura. How arrogant! You actually dare to use only vital qi to fight. Do you think my cultivation is just for show? Yu Jiqiang smiled coldly, and a green light spread out from his sword. Vast quintessence gathered in it, forming a 10-meter-long green sword light. The sword light contained a heavy aura of earth. It gave the sharp sword qi a stable and solid quality, making it even more solid. It was clear that Yu Jiqiang's attainments in the state of earth were deep. Kasie. The sword light flashed, and Yu Jiqiang chopped the blue dragon flying at him in half. However, the dragon head did not dissipate as he expected. Instead, it continued roaring at him. Yu Jiqiang's expression changed slightly, and he had no choice but to send another sword strike to chop it in half. With this delay, Xiao Qian rode the blue dragon and took advantage of the opportunity to arrive 2 meters before Yu Jiqiang. Then he punched him 81 times. The fist lights contained boundless vital qi. Explosions rang out incessantly. Space trembled as fist images flickered. Xiao Qian stood on a blue dragon, and 2 other blue dragons floated around him. Not only did his speed increase, but he was also very nimble. Every so often, he would send out several dozen punches. Xiao Qian moved gently, and he arrived behind Yu Jiqiang without leaving a trace. Then he sent out several dozen more punches. Although Yu Jiqiang had the advantage of veritable essence energy, he could not touch Xiao Qian at all. He was forced into a fluster by Xiao Qian. He could only passively defend, unable to counterattack. When the other 3 saw the situation, they quickly rushed over to help. However, Xiao Qian only smiled faintly, not greedy at all. He left behind an afterimage and quickly fled far away. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Before the others could catch their breaths in search for Xiao Qian, they saw another strong wind blow. 3 blue dragons reared their heads and roared ferociously, giving off a startling aura. When the dragon's roar stopped and the strong wind stopped, the others discovered that Xiao Qian had clashed with Feng Wuheng, who was on the rightmost side. Feng Wuheng's cultivation was slightly weaker than Yu Jiqiang's. When faced with Xiao Qian's overwhelming fist images, he found himself at a disadvantage. He could only struggle to deal with them. While Feng Wuheng was flustered, he quickly revealed an opening. Xiao Qian smiled faintly, not greedy at all. This was because the other 3 had already reacted. The blue dragon under Xiao Qian's feet dipped down before rising up and flying away easily, not giving the other 4 a chance to surround him. Another strong wind blew as Xiao Qian charged at by Zihao, who was on the leftmost side. Similarly, fist images filled the sky, coming and going without a trace. Xiao Qian used his advantage in speed to send out countless shocking fist lights. Bang! 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 The sky trembled and white clouds scattered. Loud rumbles sounded like rolling thunder, not stopping for a moment. The onlookers could only see Xiao Qian flying up and down within the 3 azure dragons. He punched out, filling the sky with fist images. Each punch carried a force of 75 kilograms, enough to shatter a mountain. Chapter 678. Yu Jiqiang's group of 4 had high cultivations, but they were too slow. They could not catch Xiao Qian or surround him. Instead, Xiao Qian grasped the rhythm of the battle. Such an unimaginable scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Their mouths were agape, and they seemed to be in complete disbelief. Move closer. Shoulder to shoulder. Yu Jiqiang consumed his quintessence and tried several times to surround them, but to no avail. The muscles on his face twitched, and he could not help but say these words. The 4 quickly moved closer to each other, shoulder to shoulder, forming a small circle. They did not give Xiao Qian any opportunity to attack. This move was indeed effective. No matter who Xiao Qian attacked, the other 3 could quickly charge over, preventing him from making use of his advantage in speed. Haha! Yu Jiqiang, didn't you want my proof of completion? Why are you like a turtle hiding in its shell? How pitiful! When Xiao Qian saw this scene, he laughed loudly and mocked them without any hesitation. The 4 were enraged. They could not help but charge forward, wanting to clash with Xiao Qian again. However, it is useless to hide together. Burning the heavens. Before the 4 could charge out, Xiao Qian burned his vital qi. Azure smoke came from the Tianmen acupoint on his head and soared into the sky. Large patches of white clouds quickly burned with azure flames. From a distance it looked like the sky was really burning. There seemed to be a huge dragon-shaped creature swimming in the azure clouds. As Xiao Qian shouted, a dragon claw clenched into a fist and descended. The 4 worked together to defend, each sending out a move to clash head-on with this burning the heavens fist. Their qi and blood surged, and their internal organs trembled. With another shout, Xiao Qian burned all the vital qi in his body. After his firmament body-tempering art reached peak 6th layer, he could already face a medial-grade martial monarch alone. After consuming the half-drop of dragon marrow and monarch bloodgrass, he could be said to have undergone a rebirth. His blood vessels and bones all looked brand new. When he was about to burn his boats and burn all of his strength, the power that erupted was enough to overturn a mountain and shake the heavens and earth. Roar! Following Xiao Chen's shout, the dragon shadow hidden in the surging green clouds also roared furiously, echoing Xiao Chen's shout. The wind and clouds surged. The burning blue sky seemed like it was about to sink. The entire space began to tremble endlessly. Burning Heaven Claw. A huge, solid-looking dragon claw covered in dragon scales tore through the clouds and quickly pressed down on the 4 people gathered together. The dragon claw was like a small mountain. The instant it broke through the clouds, a huge shadow enveloped the 4 of them. Bang! The 4 of them did their best to resist, but they were still slightly lacking. The suppressed chi and blood in their bodies could no longer endure it, and they vomited a large mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. Fortunately, the dragon claw only appeared for an instant before disappearing without a trace. Otherwise, it would have killed the 4 of them with a single claw. After executing this move, Xiao Chen's boundless vital chi was completely drained. He did not have any left. In fact, he had even overdrawn on it. However, Xiao Chen still had not used his quintessence. He still had not used the saber technique that he was so proud of. He had not drawn the lunar shadow saber from the very start. With a flip of his left hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm from the universe ring. Then he grasped it tightly. The blue dragon danced in the air. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind. He gave off an indescribable sense of solemnity and elegance, intoxicating others. It was hard to imagine that a bladesman could have such an otherworldly aura. His heart of innocence seemed to be untainted by the mundane world. When Xiao Chen drew his saber, a dazzling purple light flickered with boundless electricity. Under the restraint of the perfect saber intent, it quickly merged into one, not leaking out at all. The azure dragon image attacked at full power, chasing after Yu Jiqiang's group of 4 with all its might. After 2 leaps, it caught up to them even though it had started later. Sea of Lightning Saber Light. Xiao Chen quickly swung his saber 7 times. Each saber strike perfectly infused the immortal state of thunder into it. Then it split into 21 saber images that looked both real and fake. The saber technique was like a surging sea, boundlessly vast. It was also like thousands of light images, making it hard to distinguish between real and fake. The hearts of the 4 sank. They could tell that this saber technique was extraordinary. However, they could not tell what was extraordinary. Unfortunately, the saber images had already arrived. There was no time to think. They could only use their own means to block this strange saber technique first. Dang! 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 When the saber and sword clashed, there was a metallic sound. The 4 were all injured, but their vital points were not injured. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Bang! However, they had not expected that this was just the beginning. The 21 saber images that scattered suddenly formed a vast sea of lightning. The sea of lightning arrived. Its horrifying force knocked the 4 back, aggravating their internal injuries. What was even more horrifying was that Xiao Chen had disappeared. Furthermore, there was a venomous gaze staring at them from an unknown place, making the 4 tremble in fear. A strand of saber light suddenly appeared, like a rainbow piercing through the sky. It disappeared in a flash without a trace. When the 4 of them came back to their senses, it was already too late. When the 4 recovered their wits, they discovered that wounds had appeared on their left shoulders. Then their 4 left arms fell off. For miserable screams resounded. Yu Jiqiang and the rest could not be bothered with the pain as they quickly grabbed their arms. Then they ran back into the city in a sorry state. They hated that they could not grow another leg. If they could recover their arms in time, they could still reattach them. However, if they were too late, it would be hard to say what would happen. Just as everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill at Xiao Chen's strength, a figure suddenly leaped out of the crowd. That person drew upon the power of heaven and earth, forming the silhouette of an ancient giant in the void, holding a heavy cyan ruler. This ancient giant carried the vast might of the ancient giant as it charged at Xiao Chen, who had just finished his battle. Xiao Chen, you brat! Eat this ruler of Grandpa Situ's. Situ Gang revealed a sinister smile. Xiao Chun had exhausted all his vital qi and executed a killing move. This was a good opportunity for Situ Gang to launch a sneak attack. That ancient giant was 300 meters tall in the sky. It stood in the clouds, pointing to the sky and standing on the ground. Like Situ Gang, it also held a heavy azure ruler. A boundless might spread out, and the sky turned gloomy. A storm was brewing, and the atmosphere turned heavy. The heavy and ancient aura solidified the air. Clearly, Situ Gang had stored up power for a long time for this attack. He truly wanted to injure Xiao Chun, so he did not hold back at all. The opportunity that Situ Gang sought was also extremely vicious. It happened to be an opening after Xiao Chun executed the Sea of Lightning Saber Light. Situ Gang wanted to deal a fatal blow. Xiao Chun's expression turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. From the moment Xiao Chun stepped into the Haotian sect, Situ Gang had sought trouble for him. Then he took advantage of Xiao Chun's battles to launch sneak attacks. Situ Gang was clearly a boorish person, but his thoughts were so sinister and despicable. Did he really think that Xiao Chun did not dare to do anything to him? That he could not do anything to him? If you want to play big, then I will play big with you. Xiao Chun sank his heart and circulated his quintessence in his body. He circulated the energy of the dragon subduing Slash, and the aura of the blue dragon emerging from the sea quickly accumulated. Suddenly, a mysterious phenomenon appeared behind Xiao Chun. A boundless, surging sea appeared in the sky. A vast aura spread out and clashed intensely with the ancient giant's desolate qi in the air. In that instant, winds blew, clouds churned, and waves roared. Lightning crackled in the sky, and the sky changed color. Situ Gang merged with the giant image, and the heavy ruler in his hand shone with a brilliant light. Situ Gang grew to 300 meters tall, revealing a ferocious expression as he hacked at Xiao Chun. This one ruler seemed to split the sky in half. The air in front of Situ Gang turned turbulent, forming berserk tornadoes in the air. If there was a mountain blocking Situ Gang's path at this moment, it would probably be split in half by this heavy ruler without a doubt. The destructive power of Battle Realm geniuses truly lived up to their reputations, inspiring fear in others. However, Xiao Chun had a heaven-ranked martial technique, so he did not fear it at all. He stored up a boundless aura as he looked at the approaching Situ Gang and shouted, "Boom! Boom! Boom!" 999 pillars of water soared into the sky from the vast sea behind Xiao Chun. Each pillar of water contained boundless quintessence, causing space to tremble and the world to tremble. Amid this startling aura, a dragon roar rang out, piercing through the sky for 5,000 kilometers around. It descended to the deep abyss and tore apart the boundless sea. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea and infused itself into the saber, bursting out a 3-kilometer-long saber light. Scram! Xiao Chun shouted coldly and chopped at Situ Gang, who was above. The 3-kilometer-long saber light had a blue dragon circling it, and auspicious clouds appeared, adding boundless might to it. Kasie! Under the attack of this saber light, the heavy ruler in Situ Gang's hand shattered, turning into thousands of specks of light and disappearing. Bang! The saber light struck Situ Gang's body, knocking him back and causing him to vomit blood. The giant image around him also vanished. The unparalleled aura pressed down on the air, vanishing without a trace. Situ Gang flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the city wall behind him. Half his body hung there, his survival unknown. When the inner sect disciples saw the ferocious Situ Gang get knocked back by Xiao Chun's saber strike, they were speechless, unable to recover their wits for a long time. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and checked the quintessence in his body. Then he frowned slightly. He had been too rash. In order to teach Situ Gang a lesson, Xiao Chun had brought out the complete heaven-ranked martial technique's full might. Now, he did not have much quintessence left. If another enemy appeared, he would have to use his final trump card. The eyes of Gue Wu, who was hidden in the crowd, flickered as he struggled internally. Originally, Gue Wu had been prepared to beat Xiao Chun up. However, when he saw Xiao Chun display his might, the shock and disappointment in his heart far surpassed what others could imagine. Gue Wu wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Xiao Chun. However, he feared that Xiao Chun still had a trump card that he had not used. If that happened, he would end up like Situ Gang. However, Guiwu was not willing to leave just like that. If he missed this opportunity, he would not have another chance to defeat Xiao Chan in the future. I'll go all out. He exhausted all his vital qi and used powerful moves consecutively. Right now, he definitely does not have much quintessence left. When his aura is at its peak, I will trample on him. That will definitely cast an indelible shadow on him, making it hard for his cultivation to improve in the future. Guiwu showed a resolute expression as he made up his mind. Without any hesitation, he turned into a beam of dim light and shot towards Xiao Chan. Chapter 679. Xiao Chen's gaze sank. He had not expected someone to be so bold. Even after seeing his strength, he still dared to challenge him. This fellow is really seeking death. I can only reveal the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Rage filled Xiao Chen's heart. A light flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, a blazing morning sun suddenly flew down from the city walls. Xiao Chen glanced at it and smiled to himself. He knew that he would not have to expose that trump card. A rainbow bridge of 7 colors appeared above the city walls. A pretty figure turned into the morning sun on the rainbow bridge and descended gracefully. This person helped Xiao Chan receive Guiwu's strike. The light exploded and boundless clouds scattered. Shock flashed in Guiwu's eyes. He wanted to dissipate the other party's energy. However, the power of the morning sun seemed boundless, surging over endlessly. Bang! Finally, Guiwu's protective quintessence shattered. The morning sun struck him, and he was tossed high into the air like a sandbag. Then he looked coldly at the person who attacked. Guiwu spun around in the air, preparing to flee into the city. However, another azure-colored staff appeared out of nowhere and struck his abdomen. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of bitter water. The wooden stick spun in a circle and struck him heavily, directly smashing him to the ground. Even his internal organs were shattered. When Guiwu saw the person holding the staff, he exclaimed in shock. "It's you!" The person holding the staff was the Sky Dome Realm's Gong Yangyu, whom Guiwu had humiliated in the past. Gong Yangyu and Yu Chenxi had originally come to watch the show. When they discovered that Xiao Chan was in trouble, they did not hesitate to help. Gong Yangyu looked coldly at Guiwu and ignored him. Then he followed Yu Chenxi and arrived before Xiao Chan. "Are you all right?" Yu Chenxi asked out of concern as he landed beside Xiao Chan after sending Guiwu flying. Xiao Chan shook his head and glanced at the jade pendant at Yu Chenxi's waist. He said, "I'm fine. I just exhausted too much energy. I will be fine after some rest. By the way, congratulations on advancing to Inner Sect Disciple." At this moment Gong Yongyu landed as well. He smiled gently and said, "Yu Chenxi and I advanced at the same time this month. We are the best in the outer sect and did not embarrass the Sky Dome realm." Yu Chenxi could tell that Xiao Chan was rather weak. He smiled gently and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's enter the city first before we chat." Situgang's friends from the battle realms were originally prepared to charge over and beat Xiao Chan up. However, when they saw Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu beside Xiao Chan, they were stunned. However, when they saw Yu Chenxi and saw Gong Yu, they knew that they had no chance. The three of them headed to the mission hall, chatting along the way. They talked about their experiences and were very agreeable. Chun worked hard. As he said he, you as he. You was not. As he said he, Chen you Chen he. In the first place, Yu Chenxi's talent was not inferior to anyone else's. However, she lacked experience. After a while she stood out. In this month's outer sect exam, she took the top spot and entered the inner sect. As for Gong Yongyu, after being humiliated by Guiwu, he became even stricter with himself. After putting in a lot of hard work, he followed closely behind Yu Chenxi and entered the inner sect. The two of them had made great improvements. However, compared to Xiao Chan, they paled in comparison. However, the three of them were all cultivators of the Sky Dome realm. They did not have much desire to compete with each other. The strength that Xiao Chan displayed made the two feel happy. "We've arrived. The mission hall is in front. I'll go and see if I can get the first rank this time." Xiao Chan strode into the mission hall with some anticipation. Back then, Xiao Chan had completed 10 odd missions and even received a 3,000 contribution point mission. This had caused a huge commotion. Several people were betting on whether Xiao Chun could return alive or not. This fellow really returned. I wonder if he completed the mission or not. He should have completed most of it. If he also completed the 3,000-point mission, he might have a chance to get the first rank. Wouldn't that mean that he would push Yunfeiyu down? That is a big matter. You must be joking. I don't believe that he completed the 3,000-point mission. He will definitely fail. The discussions in the mission hall rang out. Xiao Chun ignored them. He walked directly to the black-robed administrator and performed a cupped fist salute. Senior, has Yunfeiyu returned yet? The black-robed administrator had noticed Xiao Chun long ago. A gratified look flashed in his eyes as he said, Yunfeiyu returned a little early this month due to some matters. His contribution points are. Xiao Chun waved his hand and smiled. Senior, there's no need to say anymore. I'm still looking forward to it. Go and see for yourself. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Chun arrived before the contribution ranking. He looked up and immediately saw the person ranked first. Unsurprisingly, it was still Yunfeiyu. Xiao Chun looked to the left and saw Yunfeiyu's contribution points. 21,000 contribution points. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. He revealed a smile on his face. He had completed 10 2,000-point missions and one 3,000-point mission. Xiao Chun's total contribution points would be 23,000, 2,000 more than Yunfeiyu's. If nothing unexpected happened, he would rank first on the contribution ranking this month. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun calmed down. He felt that this was too easy. Yunfeiyu occupied the first rank for a long time. If Xiao Chun could receive a 3,000-point mission, Yunfeiyu would definitely receive one as well. Furthermore, Yunfeiyu would receive more than Xiao Chun. Logically speaking, Xiao Chun should not be able to surpass the black-robed administrator in terms of contribution points this month. To Xiao Chun, this was just a goal. He did not have high hopes for success this time. Based on his original expectations, he would probably spend 2 to 3 months doing so. There must be a reason for this. However, it does not matter. As long as I can obtain medial-grade spirit gathering pearls, it will be fine. Xiao Chun shook his head and stopped thinking. Then, he returned to the black-robed administrator and handed over the mission list and proof of completion. The black-robed administrator brought the proof of completion with the group of elders in the mission hall. After they verified that there were no mistakes, they started to arrange for Xiao Chun's rewards. This process took a lot of time. After Xiao Chun waited for a while, he received the rewards from the black-robed administrator. There was a total of 1,500,000 superior-grade spirit stones and contribution points. Haha! Congratulations! This time, something unexpected happened to Yunfeiyu. With your contribution points, you will definitely rank first. The black-robed administrator smiled gently, a gratified expression in his eyes. He had not misjudged Xiao Chun. The other disciples in the hall had already perked up their ears. When they heard this, they were all shocked. Yunfeiyu, who occupied the first rank of the contribution ranking for many years, was actually pushed down by Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun carefully put away the spirit stones and asked out of curiosity, "What happened to Yunfeiyu?" The black-robed administrator replied, "He accepted a total of 9 missions worth 3,000 contribution points. In the end, he only completed 8 and gave up on the last one. One of the punishments for giving up on a mission was to deduct 3,000 contribution points. Otherwise, he would still be the first rank." Indeed, it was as Xiao Chun expected. He continued to ask, why did he give up on a mission for no reason? Given his experience, he should not have made the mistake of not having enough time. The punishment for giving up on a mission was very severe in the sect. Normally, no one would give up on a mission for no reason. Either they did not accept the mission because they were not confident, or they would definitely complete it after accepting it. I'm not sure. I only know that a true inheritor summoned him. They probably promised him benefits that were large enough to make him give up on the sect mission. Interesting. I really want to know what benefits those true inheritors promised to make him willing to accept the punishment for giving up on a mission. However, Xiao Chun was not a gossipy person. Although he was curious, he could not be bothered to investigate this matter. After thanking the black-robed administrator again, Xiao Chun invited Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu to his courtyard as guests. When Yu Qinzi and Gong Yongyu saw Xiao Qin's courtyard, they sighed. Their eyes filled with envy. "Senior brother Xiao, how many spirit stones does this courtyard cost per month?" Gong Yongyu asked as he looked around the courtyard. When he saw the cultivation room with its own spirit vein, he could not help but ask. After getting the answer, Gong Yongyu and Yu Qinzi could not help smiling bitterly. They said, 200,000 spirit stones per month. It looks like we can only wait. Xiao Chun thought for a while before taking out 1 million superior grade spirit stones, each from his universe ring. Then he handed them to the two and said, "I'm lending you 1 million spirit stones for now. You can return them to me in the future." Xiao Chun took out 2 million superior grade spirit stones in one go. Gong Yongyu and Yu Qinzi were somewhat shocked. They did not dare to accept it. It was not that they were pretentious. It was just that this sum was too large. After being in the Kunlun realm for so long, they were very clear on the value of superior grade spirit stones. If they had to collect 1 million superior grade spirit stones by themselves, they would need at least 3 months. However, given Xiao Qin's character, how could he ask them to return the money? This gift was simply too heavy. "Senior brother Xiao, you should keep these spirit stones for yourself. This is too much. We cannot accept it." The two rejected at the same time. They did not want Xiao Chun to delay his cultivation for them. Xiao Chun said softly, "Just take it. After some time, you will feel that this 1 million superior grade spirit stones is not worth much." Right now, the Tianwu domain looks calm without any waves. However, I guess that there are already undercurrents. The geniuses from the lower realms are all resting and accumulating strength, preparing to challenge the experts who have been famous for a long time. There are also many young geniuses of the Tianwu domain. They are all preparing to shine at some point, becoming famous in one fell swoop. When advancing from half-sage to martial sage, there is a relatively large threshold. This gives the latecomers time to catch up. If I am not wrong, in 1 year at most, the entire Tianwu domain's younger generation will be rewritten. Time waits for no man. We need to make full use of every second. If we are late, a large group of people will surpass us. If we want to rise to the top, we cannot lack the necessary resources. After hearing Xiao Qin's words, Gong Yongyu and Yu Qinzi were somewhat astonished at Xiao Qin's lofty sentiments. While the others were still focused on the various struggles of the Haotian sect, Xiao Chun had already set his sights on the entire Tianwu domain. Not to mention Xiao Qin's cultivation, just the breadth of his horizon surpassed that of many people in the Supreme Sky sect. Gue Wu and the others were simply not on the same level as him. After some persuasion, the two no longer refused and accepted the spirit stones that Xiao Chun handed over. Chapter 680. When Xiao Chun saw this, he smiled faintly and started to make tea for the two of them. In the pavilion in the courtyard, the three of them looked at the beautiful scenery of the lake in front of them, sipping tea and chatting. They were relaxed and contented. Only after sunset did they bid each other farewell. The vast Kunlun realm was rife with people trying to deceive each other, fighting each other for resources. Hidden dangers lurked everywhere. Someone could make a move at any time. Xiao Chun truly did not hope that these two good friends of his from the Sky Dome realm would fall on the arduous path of cultivation. If he could help, he would do so. There were still about 10 more days before he could collect his monthly stipend. Xiao Chun took advantage of this opportunity to solidify his cultivation as a peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun spent the day comprehending the Sea of Lightning Saber Light. The might of the Sea of Lightning Saber Light was comparable to a heaven-ranked martial technique. When he changed it from a sword move to a saber move, there were still many imperfections. After a few actual battles, Xiao Chun had already discovered some of them. As time passed, Xiao Chun improved on the many flaws of the Sea of Lightning Saber Light. Furthermore, he added many of his own things into it. Xiao Chun's state of thunder contained the state of immortality, which was different from others. If he could perfectly integrate it, the might of his saber technique would be even stronger. Immortal, what was immortal? Not 1,000 years, not 10,000 years, but eternal immortality. Xiao Chun thought about the will of thunder in the Thunder King Valley, which had been circulating for 1,000 years without diminishing in might. Even a martial sage would not dare to display its sharpness. One could easily imagine how powerful the power of immortality was. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chan muttered to himself, "The Sea of Lightning saber light is divided into 3 parts. The first part is saber images, which mainly reflect the word light. When the saber lights fill the sky, the enemy will find it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. I'm more or less done with this part. The second part is the Sea of Lightning formed from the will. I still need some time to merge the will of immortality into it. The last move is unpredictable. As the essence of this move, the seniors have already perfected it to the point where it can't be any more perfected. I don't need to think of any other way. Actually, this move could already be said to be perfect. It was definitely not inferior to the original version. It was just that Xiao Chan was nitpicking, using his own characteristics to make it even stronger. 10 days later, after executing the Sea of Lightning saber light thousands of times in the courtyard, Xiao Chan finally comprehended something. Xiao Chan leaped into the courtyard. The instant the saber light lit up, he swung his saber 7 times. Each saber strike split into 7 strands of saber light. It formed 49 saber lights, which were hard to distinguish between real and fake. It was twice as many as before. In an instant, the saber lights in the courtyard flickered incessantly. Every strand of electric saber light was as dazzling and resplendent as the resplendent sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. However, in just an instant, the saber light vanished without a trace. This made everyone doubt the authenticity of that resplendent saber light. In the next moment, a sea of lightning suddenly formed in the air. The Sea of Lightning wasn't vast, but it emanated an eternal and indestructible aura that made it even more difficult to break through. Shio! The Sea of Lightning vanished, and a strand of saber light leaped out. Aside from its startlingly fast speed, it also had an unfathomable trajectory. The greatest difference between this saber strike and the previous one was that it continued the immortal aura of the Sea of Lightning. It vaguely felt like that strand of saber light had existed for hundreds or even thousands of years, giving off a vast and ancient aura. This saber light gained the air of a great master, sublimating this martial technique. Boundless saber images, immortal Sea of Lightning, mysterious saber light. Xiao Chan completed the 3 steps in one go, feeling boundless joy in his heart. A smile involuntarily appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He sheathed his saber and muttered, "I finally succeeded. In the future, this saber strike will be called Ghostly Image Chop, the immortal ghostly image chop that belongs to me, Xiao Chan." Perfecting the Sea of Lightning saber light into the ghostly image chop was sufficient to raise Xiao Chen's strength by 20%. Now, this move finally had some of the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. The senior in the Sage Lamp once said that the might of this move would continuously increase as one's strength increased until it reached its peak. When executed, the sky would be filled with thousands of 3-kilometer-long sword lights. The sea of fire they formed could burn half the sky. The might of one sword strike could tear through the sky. Xiao Chen was fascinated by this. After spending so many days on this move, he had not wasted any of it. After another 5 days, Xiao Chen's peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch cultivation had reached a bottleneck after enjoying a spirit vein's origin alone. He could no longer advance any further. 99 drops of purple quintessence liquid floated above Xiao Chen's dantian. They glowed with a heavy light. Xiao Chen's cultivation was vast and dense. Xiao Chan tried a few times, but he could clearly feel a formless barrier blocking him. Amidst the softness of the barrier, there was an extremely strong tenacity. It would be extremely difficult to break it. After checking a few times, Xiao Chan frowned slightly and said, "The 10 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls from the top contribution are probably not enough." Given this, Xiao Chan needed to gather enough medial-grade spirit gathering pearls to break through the bottleneck. Forget it. I should go and collect my stipend first. At most, I will take on a few more 3,000-point missions. It will just take some time. Since he could collect his stipend today, Xiao Chan washed up and tidied up his clothes before leaving. Along the way, Xiao Chan ran into several intersect disciples. When they saw Xiao Chan, they immediately moved far away. Fear and fear appeared in their eyes. Half a month ago, Xiao Chan fought with the leaders of the 5 factions of the intersect and defeated all 5 of them by himself. Then he forcefully defeated Sita Gang, who sneak attacked him. Xiao Chen's fame in the intersect was unparalleled, catching up to the mysterious Yun Feiyu. Back then, Xiao Chun had been very decisive and merciless. He had broken the arms of 5 people without any hesitation. Recently, there was news that Xiao Chun had pushed Yun Feiyu off the contribution ranking, pushing him into the eye of the storm. Many people were guessing when Xiao Chun and Yun Feiyu would have a match. Like Xiao Chun, the intersex Yun Feiyu always acted alone. However, no one dared to seek trouble for him. This was because Yu Jiqiang and the other 4 had suffered at his hands as well. Normally, the 2 of them did not like to flaunt their personalities. However, they were both proud and unwilling to admit defeat. As the saying went, one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. A fight between the 2 of them was necessary and inevitable. There could only be one top disciple in the inner sect. When Xiao Chun saw the evasive gazes around him, he was already used to it. He did not bother with the whispers of these people. When Xiao Chun entered the vast hall where he collected his stipend, he saw many people moving around. Inner sect disciples waiting to collect their stipend were everywhere. When Xiao Chun saw a corner, he casually walked over. As he walked, he brushed past a blue-robed swordsman. After passing each other by a few body lengths, the 2 stopped and sensed something extraordinary about each other. Then they turned around at the same time. Xiao Chun looked at this person. The blue-robed swordsman was of medium build and very skinny. He had a stern face, thin lips, and sharp eyebrows that looked like they were carved. He looked very neat and tidy. In his black eyes there was a powerful sword intent that was hidden like a waterfall. With just a glance, the terrifying sword intent would burst forth. This person's cultivation had reached early-stage superior grade martial monarch, putting a faint pressure on Xiao Chun. Subconsciously, Xiao Chun compared this person to the true inheritor Chan Xiao, whom he had met before. He discovered that this person was not much weaker than Chan Xiao. He was extremely strong. Who in the inner sect could have such a cultivation to put such pressure on Xiao Chun? The answer was obvious. Aside from Yun Feiyu, it could not be anyone else. As Xiao Chun sized up Yun Feiyu, the other party sized him up as well. In the end, Yun Feiyu revealed a disdainful smile and said, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. Not bad. I finally meet you today." Xiao. Right after Yun Feiyu spoke, the sword intent in his eyes became like 2 sharp blades shooting at Xiao Chun. The sword intent buzzed in the air, giving off a resonant, pleasing sound. Xiao Chun's gaze sank, and the saber intent in his eyes clashed without fear. His perfect 60% comprehended saber intent also turned into an incredibly sharp blade as he looked at Yun Feiyu. Dang! 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 2 melodious clangs resounded in the air. It was like real weapons clashing intensely in the air. As the 2 clashed, a strong wind blew in the hall, causing their clothes to flutter continuously. The strong sword intent and saber intent in the wind spread out. The weapons of the disciples waiting to receive their stipend in the hall all trembled at the same time. A few disciples did not manage to hold on to their swords or sabers in time. Their weapons flew out of their scabbards and flew around the hall. Such a scene immediately attracted everyone's attention to Yun Feiyu and Xiao Chun. The 2 of them really clashed. I knew it. They would definitely fight. Xiao Chun is really strong. Even when facing Yun Feiyu's 70% comprehended sword intent, he did not give way at all. Excitement immediately appeared on everyone's faces. When they saw that Xiao Chun did not immediately fall into a disadvantage, they were even more astonished. However, even so, they were filled with anticipation for the match between the 2. If Xiao Chun lost right from the start, there would be no fun at all. A strange light flashed in Yun Feiyu's eyes. It was not convenient for him to get serious in the hall, so he withdrew his sword intent. The corners of his lips curled up as he said indifferently, "A perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. No wonder you have the confidence to compete with me. However, this is not enough. You're on your own. Don't do something that you will regret for the rest of your life." After Yun Feiyu spoke, he did not wait for Xiao Chun to reply. He turned around and headed for the hall. From the start to the end, Yun Feiyu did not truly care about Xiao Chun. After probing Xiao Chun, he felt that it was beneath him to speak too much. As Xiao Chun watched Yun Feiyu leave, his expression turned grave. Yun Feiyu was indeed as the rumors said. His heart was higher than the sky, and he considered everyone beneath him. Looking into the distance, Xiao Chun discovered 4 people waiting for Yun Feiyu outside the hall. These 4 people had stern expressions, looking aloof and aloof. No one dared to get within 100 meters of them. When they saw them from afar, they all bowed respectfully and greeted them. Based on their medallions, they were all true inheritors. Seeing Yun Feiyu arrive, the 4 lowered their statuses and politely chatted with him for a while before heading off into the distance. Yun Feiyu truly lives up to his name. Even the true inheritors, senior brother Hua, are so polite to him. When the disciples in the hall saw this scene, they all revealed envious expressions. When they looked at Xiao Chun, they all felt that although Xiao Chun was currently in the limelight, he was still far from comparable to Yun Feiyu. Chapter 681. As for Xiao Chun, he was thinking about something else. Yun Feiyu had suddenly rushed back to the sect last month because he was summoned by the true inheritors. Xiao Chun did not know if this matter was related to Yun Feiyu's decision to give up a 3,000 contribution point mission and give up the first rank. There had to be a huge benefit hidden in this. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was alone. No matter how curious he was, he could not interfere with the matters of the true inheritors. High in the sky outside the hall, the other 4 true inheritors of the Haotian sect watched Yun Feiyu's group leave. Their expressions turned grave. Of these 4, Xiao Chun recognized 2, Chan Xiao and Wang Cheng. Chan Xiao had some friendship with Xiao Chun. Wang Cheng looked at a black-clad youth on his right and said, "Senior brother Hu, it looks like Hua Tianhu and the others really went to find Yun Feiyu. We are in danger now." The black-clad man with the family name Hu sighed softly. With Yun Feiyu's strength, he fully deserves to be the strongest in the inner sect. He will become a true inheritor in at most 1 year. With his help, the balance between us and Hua Tianhu will be broken. Why don't we find one of the inner disciples as well? The only delicate woman among the 4 said softly. The black-clad man smiled bitterly and said, "Easier said than done. We are going to kill a peak rank 8 spirit beast. No matter how much trash we send, they will only be sending themselves to death. They might even cause more trouble." The others thought about it and agreed. Just the aura of a peak rank 8 spirit beast could scare some people. When the time came, they would be flustered and would have to split their attention to take care of it. It was better not to send anyone. Just at this moment, Chan Xiao thought of someone. He said, "I know someone who might be able to help us. Although his cultivation is low, he has a strong physical body. Furthermore, he consumed the monarch bloodgrass and will not fear the aura of a peak rank 8 spirit beast." Who? Chen Zhao's words piqued the interest of the other 3. They could not help but look at Chen Xiao. They spent most of their time exploring and cultivating. They did not know much about the inner sect disciples. Spirit gathering pearls. Spirit gathering pearls. There are still too few. Xiao Chun muttered after he received his stipend. The first rank of the contribution ranking would receive 1 million superior grade spirit stones, 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, and 10 medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Superior grade spirit stones and inferior grade spirit gathering pearls would not be of much help to Xiao Chan now that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Compared to inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, medial grade spirit gathering pearls were much more precious. Not only did they require more spirit stones, but they also exhausted a martial sage's origin energy. Regular martial sages no longer had the strength to refine medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Only superior grade martial sages or peak martial sages could refine medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Superior grade martial sages and peak martial sages were considered the mainstays of a rank 9 sect. Any sect would not have too many of them. Zhao's sect disciples usually, the Chen's martial inheritor peak Zhao Xiao would Chan sect, they was among the great martial sect of the sect mountain. Chen Yun Xiao family Chen. Yun. He Yun Chen. Normally, his main task was to guard the sect, maintain the stability of the Haotian province, and prevent strong spirit beasts, loose cultivators, and demonic calamities from invading. Spending time every month to refine 100 medial grade spirit gathering pearls was already very good. Not to mention the thousands of inner sect disciples, there would not even be enough for the 9 true inheritors. One could easily imagine how precious medial grade spirit gathering pearls were in the sect. If one wanted to purchase them outside the sect, they would have to pay a sky-high price. "I'll fight for the first rank again." 20 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls will be enough for me to make a breakthrough. A resolute look flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. Even if Yun Feiyu threatened him, he would not care. He, Xiao Qian, had never feared competition. When Xiao Qian returned to his courtyard, he was surprised to see 4 figures chatting at the door. All of them had unfathomable auras. Their cultivations were incredibly strong. Even though they withdrew their auras, they could not be underestimated. Xiao Qian could tell that they were extraordinary. A strange light flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes as he walked over to the 4. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Xiao Qian greets senior brothers." This was the etiquette of the sect. When one met a true inheritor, one had to show respect. According to the rules, one had to not only perform a cupped fist salute but also bow to show respect. Xiao Qian felt proud in his heart. Although the 4 were stronger than him, they had not reached the point where he had to bow. When Wang Cheng saw Xiao Qian's appearance, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Junior brother Qian, you kept us in suspense. So, you were talking about him." 2 months ago, Wang Cheng had met Xiao Qian once. At that time, Xiao Qian had been an early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, his quintessence had been extremely unstable, not dense at all. The only thing that Wang Cheng remembered was the strength of Xiao Qian's physical body. Xiao Qian had been able to clash head-on with the Battle Realm Situ Gang. However, that was all. Xiao Qian's improvement in cultivation was not very impressive. The spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm was abundant, and he had the spirit gathering pearls to break through the bottleneck of martial monarch. Logically speaking, a regular genius would be able to advance to medial-grade martial monarch in 2 months. However, Xiao Qian was only an inferior-grade martial monarch. It could only be said that Xiao Qian's talent in cultivation was not high. Hence, Wang Cheng did not think much of Xiao Qian. He shook his head slightly and did not say anything more. The only azure-clad girl among the 4 also frowned slightly. She said, "Junior brother Qian, even if this person consumed the monarch bloodgrass and half a drop of dragon marrow, his cultivation is still too weak. He probably cannot break the defense of a peak rank 8 spirit beast." However, the black-clad youth leading the group stared at Xiao Qian in silence. A spiritual light flickered in his pitch-black eyes as if he had discovered something but did not dare to be too sure. Xiao Qian felt somewhat confused when he heard this. What peak rank 8 spirit beast? What low cultivation? What none of this had anything to do with him. Since the other party did not say anything, Xiao Qian did not ask. He only waited calmly for them to continue. Suddenly, the black-clad youth, who had been silent for a long time, said, "Xiao Qian, if I am not wrong, you refined your quintessence twice when you were an inferior-grade martial monarch, right?" The moment the black-clad youth said this, the other 3 were startled. They sized up Xiao Qian once more. Their gazes filled with disbelief. If Xiao Qian refined his quintessence once before consuming the quintessence-gathering pill, he would experience a heart-wrenching pain that could kill him. Since ancient times, there had been many people who had dared to refine their quintessence twice. However, those who could endure it were few and far between. Furthermore, their accomplishments were resplendent, becoming heroes throughout the ages. Since the other party could tell, Xiao Qian had no reason to deny it. He nodded gently in acknowledgement. "Indeed." The black-clad youth smiled faintly and said, "In that case, your cultivation should be equal to that of a peak medial-grade martial monarch. Adding in your physical body, you should be able to hold your own against a superior-grade martial monarch." Wang Cheng revealed some doubt in his eyes. He still did not believe it. He asked, "Junior brother Xiao, do you mind if I test you?" The black-clad youth entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, "Junior brother Xiao, if you can receive one move from Wang Cheng, we will give you a great opportunity." Xiao Qian already had his cultivation and physical body. However, no matter how much strength he could bring out was the key. Qian Xiao, who was among the 4, also winked at Xiao Qian, indicating that he should make good use of this opportunity. Regardless of whether this was an opportunity or not, Xiao Qian was prepared to deal with the next palm strike seriously. Xiao Qian had heard of the fame of the true inheritors for a long time. He had long wanted to fight them. "Junior brother Xiao, I will only use 30% of my strength for this palm strike. As long as you do not get knocked back, consider it as you receiving it. Wang Chang said seriously as he looked at Xiao Chan. Wang Chang was a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. He had consumed the quintessence gathering pill 3 times before. Furthermore, they were all expensive superior-grade quintessence gathering pills. After refining his quintessence 3 times, it had reached an extremely sharp level. The thickness of his quintessence was even more terrifying. Even if Wang Chang used only 30% of his strength, the quintessence he brought out would be equal to that of a medial-grade martial monarch. However, Wang Cheng's requirements were not high. As long as he did not get knocked back, it would be fine. That was to say, being knocked back a few steps was still acceptable. Xiao Chun felt some anticipation in his heart. He nodded with a grave expression and said, "Senior brother Wang, make your move." Coming. Wang Chang did not seem to go through any process of storing up energy or condensing qi. He casually waved his hand, and his aura erupted. His palm released a jade-like glow. Wang Chang moved like an arrow as he tore through the air in front of him. 2 strong winds blew, causing Xiao Chen's face to hurt. His clothes also flapped noisily. Wang Chang moved as fast as lightning. In half a breath he arrived before Xiao Chen. His jade-like right palm smashed towards Xiao Chen's chest. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly made a decision. He gave up on purely defending and took a step forward, merging his quintessence and vital qi. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Chen sent out a similar palm strike. The black-clad youth and the other 2 were surprised. They had not expected Xiao Chen to be so bold. Instead of defending Wang Chang, he chose to attack. Boom! When the 2 palms clashed, a loud sound rang out. A 100-meter-wide pit appeared under the 2's feet. The other 3 quickly dodged to the side. A horrifying force burst out from Wang Cheng's palm, forming a visible primal chaos shock wave that knocked Xiao Chen back. However, the matter was not over yet. The true inheritor, Wang Chang, was also sent flying like an arrow. The shock wave knocked him back 100 meters before he landed heavily on the ground. Wang Cheng's qi and blood surged as he circulated his quintessence with all his might. The quintessence in his meridian surged like a river, surging endlessly. It suppressed the quintessence and vital qi that rushed into his body. Xiao Chun was in a somewhat sorry state. He flew back 100 meters. When he landed, he could not suppress the quintessence in his body, so he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Chen's physical body was very tough. Wang Chang did not use any techniques in this palm strike, nor did he try to kill Xiao Chun. Hence, it could only be considered a minor injury. Chan Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Hu, how do we count this?" Both of them were sent flying. The black-clad youth appeared very heroic. He laughed loudly and said, "How do we count this? You can ask Wang Cheng. Look at how embarrassed he is to say that he won." Wang Cheng immediately felt embarrassed. An inferior-grade martial monarch had sent a bona fide true inheritor flying. Although Wang Cheng had only used 30% of his strength, he had already embarrassed himself greatly. Wang Cheng smiled bitterly and said, "Stop teasing me. This is really embarrassing. However, we have indeed picked up a treasure." The green-clad girl also had a smile in her bright eyes. She looked at Xiao Chun with satisfaction. The black-clad youth strode over to Xiao Chun and handed him a jade bottle. He said, "There are 10 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls in here. I will give you 1 night to advance to medial-grade martial monarch. We will come and look for you tomorrow." Chapter 682. Xiao Chun could not figure out what was going on. When he saw that the 4 were about to leave, he quickly pulled Chan Xiao back and asked, "Senior brother Chan, what's going on?" Chan Xiao turned his head and said, "That is our senior brother Hu Hai, one of the 3 true inheritors with the authority to conscript you. Now that you have been conscripted, you have no right to refuse." Chan Xiao changed the topic and smiled. "Don't worry. If things go smoothly, this will be a fortuitous encounter for you. It will be beneficial to you." Conscription? This was not the first time Xiao Chun had heard of this term. Previously, the black-robed administrator had said that Yun Feiyu had been conscripted and returned quickly. A conscription could not be refused. This also explained why Yun Feiyu gave up on the 3,000 contribution point mission and rushed back. Of the 9 true inheritors, only 3 had the authority to conscript them. Xiao Chun slowly figured out the situation in his mind. Aside from the top-ranked true inheritors Shui Lingling, who worked in the Bushin Palace, there were two factions. These two factions probably used their conscription powers for the same matter. The other faction conscripted Yun Feiyu, breaking the balance between the two factions. For the sake of resisting the other faction, Chen Zhao's faction conscripted Xiao Chun. However, there was too little information for the two factions to pay so much attention to this matter. Xiao Chun could not figure it out. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. He said softly, "Could it really be for a peak rank 8 spirit beast? Otherwise, Yun Feiyu would have returned last month. He would have completed it already." A rank 8 spirit beast was equivalent to a late-stage superior grade martial monarch. If it was a king among spirit beasts, it would be even stronger. Even a peak martial monarch would not be a match for it. Only a half-sage would dare to say that they could defeat it easily. Even if Chen Xiao and the other three worked together, they would barely be able to do so. However, there was no point in thinking so much. Even if there was danger and Xiao Chun was conscripted, he had no right to refuse. Unless he forcibly withdrew from the Haotian sect, that was impossible. Danger often came hand in hand with opportunity. As Chen Xiao said, this might be a great fortuitous encounter for Xiao Chun. Holding the jade bottle in his right hand, Xiao Chun's eyes revealed a determined look. Since the opportunity was right in front of him, he could not afford to be timid. After returning to the cultivation room, Xiao Chun made preparations to advance to medial grade martial monarch. His foundation was firm, and his quintessence was vast and pure. As long as one had enough medial grade spirit gathering pearls and could endure the pain, breaking through the bottleneck would not be difficult. When the sun rose, Xiao Chun successfully broke through his bottleneck and advanced to medial grade martial monarch. This increase in cultivation allowed the quintessence in his body to soar. It had more than doubled, unlike the minor realms where it only increased by 20%. As the purple thunder divine incantation circulated, the spiritual energy in the spirit veins origin poured in endlessly. The feeling of being unable to advance no matter how he tried to absorb the energy disappeared without a trace. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and a bright light shone in them. His eyes revealed a frightening gaze. His black pupils became even deeper, making them unfathomable. Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and saw that Chen Xiao and the others were already waiting outside the courtyard. He did not delay any longer, making some preparations before leaving. When the black-clad youth saw Xiao Chun's aura, he nodded to himself and smiled. "You actually managed to break through in one night. This means that your foundation is very firm. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy." The black-clothed youth Hu Hai took out a black token from his sleeve and said sternly, "Let's cut to the chase. I will not beat around the bush. I am now officially recruiting you. According to the rules, you cannot refuse. However, I do not force others. If you are afraid, you can reject me. Take the spirit gathering pearls I gave you yesterday as a sign of good karma." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not hesitate to receive the black conscription medallion. He said, "Why would I reject you? This is exactly what this Xiao was looking for." The black-clad youth laughed loudly and said, "I just knew that you would not reject me. How can someone who can endure the pain of refining their quintessence twice be cowardly?" Under the Xiao Chun's gaze, Chen Xiao stepped forward and said, "Xiao Chun, now that you are a member of our team, there is no need to hide some things from you. The true inheritors have always been split into two factions. The two factions are like fire and water, constantly fighting each other. Actually, this is something the elders do on purpose. Even though we have become true inheritors, we do not dare to slack off and have to constantly compete with each other. This time we will be competing again. The results of the competition are very important. Whoever gains the initiative will be able to follow first senior sister to the savage battlefield." The savage battlefield was the place where the ancient emperors fought. It was vast and boundless. It was originally a mysterious forbidden land with countless treasures buried in it. After the emperor's war, the martial emperors of the various races poured their blood on it, turning it into a land of fortuitous encounters. There were all sorts of natural treasures, spirit herbs and spirit trees that were rarely seen in the outside world. The monarch bloodgrass that Xiao Chun consumed could not even rank at the very top. Aside from this, There were several martial emperors' graves and true dragon caves. There were even several immortal sect remnants from the immortal epoch. The savage battlefield itself was a forbidden land. Furthermore, there were countless forbidden lands within the forbidden land. Even the current martial emperors could not explore them all. There were still many unknown forbidden lands waiting for the peak geniuses to explore. This was one of the few public lands of fortuitous encounters in the Kunlun realm. The importance of a fortuitous encounter to a cultivator went without saying. A genius without a fortuitous encounter and a genius with a fortuitous encounter would instantly be far behind. There was a demonic barrier around the savage battlefield that would weaken once every 3 years. For the sake of tempering their disciples, the various sects would send their elites into the savage battlefield to seek their own fortuitous encounters. The peak young experts of the Tianwu domain would not be willing to miss out on this opportunity. Otherwise, they would be left far behind if others gained a fortuitous encounter. This is indeed a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chun thought to himself. However, he still had some doubts. He said, I can go as well. Hu Hai nodded and smiled. As long as you are not afraid of taking risks, naturally you can. You are already part of our team now. Of course, this is all on the premise that we can defeat Hua Tianhe in the competition. Otherwise, it will all be for naught. The goal of the competition was set by the top true inheritor of the Haotian sect, Shui Lingling. The 2 teams would be the first to kill a peak rank 8 spirit beast. Whoever could follow her into the savage battlefield would obtain the qualifications to follow her into the savage battlefield. Xiao Chun understood the ins and outs of the matter. He asked, Are we going now? Hu Hai sized up Xiao Chun and smiled. There is no rush. You are still lacking something. You have an early superior grade inner vest secret treasure, but that is not enough for defense. Hu Hai removed his identity medallion and said to the green-clad girl, Junsi, bring him to buy 2 better shields. We will wait for you outside the city. Defensive secret treasures were rarely seen and extremely valuable. Xiao Chun could not help but feel moved by this black-clad youth's generosity. First, this black-clad youth gave Xiao Chun 10 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls. Now, without even blinking, he bought 2 defensive shields for himself. The group split up for now. The green-clad girl Junsi led Xiao Chun to the inner city. The others headed out of the city, heading to meet up when the time came. Junior brother Xiao Chun, I heard from Qian Xiao that you came from a lower realm. Which realm are you from? Junsi chatted with Xiao Chun in the air. Xiao Chun answered honestly, the Sky Dome realm. Junsi's eyes lit up. She said, the Thunder King Sangmu's Sky Dome realm? Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, there was still someone who remembered the name of the Thunder King. Ever since he came to the Kunlun realm, everyone revealed an expression of disdain when they heard the name Sky Dome realm. Very few people were as pleasantly surprised as Junsi. Junsi smiled gently and said, Our Jun clan received great grace from the Thunder King in the past. Even now, there is a statue of the Thunder King in our clan's headquarters. Little junior brother Xiao Chun, I will take care of you in the future. Tell me about the Thunder King's time in the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chun felt embarrassed in his heart. The other party looked to be about the same age as him. Such a tone made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Xiao Chun still told her about the Thunder King's time in the Sky Dome realm before he became famous. There were too many legends about the Thunder King. Xiao Chun only told a small part of them before the two arrived at the inner city. Junsi said regretfully, Tell me about it next time. I'll bring you to the auction house first. Time was tight, but Junsi was very serious about choosing. Every time she chose a shield, she would personally check it several times. After searching for a long time, she still could not find a shield that satisfied her. Junsi shook her head and said, Originally, I was planning to find 2 superior grade shields for you. However, defensive secret treasures are too rare. Without an official auction, it would be hard to find one. These are 2 peak medial grade shields. Give them a try. They might be able to save your life at a crucial moment. The 2 shields were as tall as Xiao Chun. They were extremely heavy and hard. Xiao Chun did not know what they were made of. Xiao Chun held 1 shield in each hand. Then, he placed the 2 shields together and infused his quintessence into them. They immediately formed a sealed barrier, encasing Xiao Chun inside. After feeling the thickness of the barrier, Xiao Chun felt very satisfied. He said, "These two then. I feel very good." Junsi was still not satisfied. She said, "That is all we can do. Let's go. They have been waiting for a long time already." Outside the city gates, Hu Hai and the other two had been waiting for a long time already. After Xiao Chun and Xiao Chun arrived, they immediately set off. Hu Hai waved his sleeves and a small exquisite black steel warship appeared. The warship slowly enlarged, turning into a lone boat. After the four boarded the warship, four jets shot out from the back of the steel warship. They burst forth with a strong thrust and soared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chun sized up the steel warship and felt amazed. The style of the warship was simple, but it gave off a strong sense of security. Felt cool to the touch. Seeing Xiao Chun's curiosity, Xiao Chun smiled and said, "This is the treasure that senior brother who is proud of. It is a fragment of a magic treasure that he obtained from an immortal sect remnant. After the refiners of the Tianwu domain's fiery sect modified it, it is now equivalent to a high-rank superior grade secret treasure." When Hu Hai, who was at the bow of the warship, heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "It is nothing. That magic treasure is already very badly damaged. After modifying it to its current state, it has lost many of its functions." "Xiao Chun, let me tell you about the target of this trip. Our target is the peak rank 8 spirit beast, the Golden Savage Ox. This fellow is a bona fide tyrant of the Savage Beast Forest. It is very difficult to deal with." Xiao Chun had heard of the Savage Beast Forest before. It was an extremely vast forest, even larger than the Haotian province. It bordered the nearby provinces. In the northernmost part of the Savage Beast Forest, after passing through a few cities, one would arrive at the Fiend Domain, which bordered the Tianwu Domain. That was the territory of the Fiend race, and the borders were rather chaotic. Chapter 683. The Savage Beast Forest was once famous for its savage beasts. Savage beasts were creatures unique to the ancient era. They were known for their strength and defense. Even a regular Emperor Wu would not be able to deal with a strong savage beast. They were as tall as small mountains. As they ran, they could shake heaven and earth. Their roars could shatter the clouds, and the sound waves could shatter one's internal organs. However, even now, savage beasts were nowhere to be seen. In the long river of history, savage beasts had already vanished. Only some spirit beasts still had the bloodline of savage beasts. They were much stronger than regular spirit beasts, comparable to king spirit beasts of the same rank. The number of spirit beasts with the bloodline of savage beasts in the Savage Beast Forest was more than anywhere else. Even today, people still habitually referred to it as the Savage Beast Forest. The Golden Savage Ox that Hu Hai and the others wanted to kill was such a spirit beast with the bloodline of a savage beast. In the past month they had gone in 5 times but returned in failure. This was because the defense of this Golden Savage Ox was simply too strong. When it went berserk, its strength was even more frightening. Just a light strike from it could injure one's tendons and bones. Hu Hai continued, "Xiao Chun, we called you here mainly to help us pin down this Golden Savage Ox, so that we can attack it more easily. This is because your physical body is stronger than all of ours combined. Your endurance far surpasses ours as well." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. No wonder Hu Hai gave him 10 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls and spent so much money to buy a shield for him. It turned out that there was such a dangerous mission for him. This thing is not easy to carry, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Junsi said, "Xiao Chun, don't overthink this. We will help you and not put too much pressure on you." Hu Hai nodded and said, "Do your best." Half a month ago, Yun Feiyu joined Hua Tianhe's group. They will definitely advance faster than us. It was clear that Hu Hai and the others were under a lot of pressure. They had high hopes for Xiao Chun. For hours later, the Savage Beast Forest appeared before their eyes. Many cultivators of various cultivations could be seen at the entrance of the forest. There was a simple bazaar outside the forest. A large number of merchants went there to facilitate transactions for the adventuring cultivators. Let's go down. There are many bird-type spirit beasts in the Savage Beast Forest. It is not easy to fly. Hu Hai gently shook his sleeve, and the steel warship quickly shrank, entering his sleeve. It was a miraculous sight. The 5 of them executed their respective movement techniques and landed firmly on the ground. When the people in the market saw the medallions on the 5 of them, they all had respectful expressions. In this area, the reputation of the Hautian sect was extremely useful. It was enough to deter those who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Senior brother, we're going to kill a golden savage bull again. Don't return empty-handed this time. Just as Xiao Chen's group was about to enter the forest, the footsteps of a group of uninvited guests came from behind. Xiao Chen turned around and saw that it was the other 4 true disciples of the Hautian sect. Yun Feiyu was among them. The person who spoke was dressed in a blue and white robe. His eyes shone with a reserved light, and as he spoke, a lofty aura emanated from him. His arrogance was not a deliberate act, but a natural result of his daily accumulation and the contrast of his strength. Rage flashed in Hu Hai's eyes. Clearly, he had a grudge with this person for a long time. He said coldly, "Hua Tianhe, just take care of yourself. The spirit flame monkey you want to kill is not that easy to deal with." Hua Tianhe smiled faintly and said, "There is no need for you to worry. We already chopped off the left arm of this spirit flame monkey. This time we will collect its head." The moment Hua Tianhe said that, the expressions of Chen Xiao and the others changed slightly. They had already expected that Hua Tianhe's progress would be faster than theirs. However, they had not expected it to be this much faster. Now that these 5 were ready to go, they were probably going to kill the spirit flame monkey. The victor is not decided yet. It is hard to say. Hua Tianhe, wait until you chop off the monkey head and hand it to first senior sister. Then come and mock me. Hu Hai did not want to say anything more. He looked coldly at Hua Tianhe before leading the 4 away. Hua Tianhe kept his gaze on Xiao Chen's back. After a long time he said, "That brat is a little strange. Junior brother Yen, follow them from afar. If anything happens, you know what to do." The person addressed as junior brother Yen frowned and said, "Senior brother Hua, you overestimate that person. He is just a mediocre-grade martial monarch. Any one of us can easily crush him." Hua Tianhe shook his head and said, "This fellow is also a body cultivator. I do not want anything unexpected to happen to him. The savage battlefield is too important to us. However, if I go, what will happen to the spirit flame monkey?" Hua Tianhe said, "Don't worry. After losing its left arm, the spirit flame monkey will no longer be able to be the monkey king. Now it is alone. In terms of combat prowess, it is no longer a match for us. Instead, its speed is a headache." Towering trees could be found everywhere. As they walked through the savage beast forest, they felt insignificant for some reason. Chen Xiao handed Xiao Chen a bottle of medicinal powder and said, "Rub it on your clothes. It can prevent you from being discovered by some low-ranked spirit beasts. We are in a rush." As the group advanced, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Clearly, Hua Tianhe's words made them anxious. When Hu Hai saw the situation, he smiled and said, "Don't overthink things. The greatest characteristic of the spirit flame monkey is its speed. Now that it has lost an arm and is focused on fleeing, it will be even more of a headache. It will not be much faster than us. If we can succeed in one go and kill the golden savage ox, we will definitely be able to overtake them." Hu Hai's words filled the group with fighting spirit once more. The group moved even faster, advancing quickly through the small paths in the forest. Roar! A berserk beast roared. 500 meters in front, a 10-meter-tall spirit beast with 4 strong limbs and a ferocious aura covered in black scales appeared before the group. Chen Xiao frowned and said, "It is a peak rank 7 spirit beast. The medicinal powder is useless against it. We have to get rid of it." "Let me do it." Hu Hai stopped Chen Xiao, who was about to make a move. Then, he took out a huge axe from his spatial ring and walked over to the scaled tiger with a sullen expression. When the scaled tiger saw Hu Hai holding the huge axe, it opened its mouth and roared again. The roar formed a berserk wind, kicking up all the dust and fallen leaves on the ground. As the dust and pebbles flew, the scaled tiger moved its limbs. So. Sonic booms resounded in the air. The wind brought dust and fallen leaves, and the armored tiger's figure was hidden in it. Hu Hai narrowed his eyes and did not move. It was like he did not know danger was approaching. He did not even release his aura to intimidate the scaled tiger. Suddenly, the scaled tiger pierced through the dust like lightning and appeared above Hu Hai's head. It opened its jaws wide, preparing to bite down. From the back, it looked like as long as the scaled tiger closed its jaws, Hu Hai's head would explode in an instant. The scene would be extremely bloody. However, the other three did not show any signs of worry. They were extremely confident in Hu Hai's strength. Xiao Chen did not believe that Hu Hai would die just like that either, so he watched carefully. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Hu Hai's body tilted back slightly and fell to the ground. This was a very simple action, but it effectively dodged the scaled tiger's attack. Kase! The scaled tiger opened and closed its jaws, but it only bit down on air. It was enraged, so it turned around in the air, wanting to turn around and launch another attack. However, just at this moment, Hu Hai, who was about to touch the ground, bounced back up with a xiao sound. Hu Hai's aura burst forth, and his quintessence surged, kicking up a boundless strong wind. He held the huge axe with both hands and roared as he swung it upwards. Pooh! Blood splattered. By the time Hu Hai stood up again, the scaled tiger's body had been chopped in half at the waist. The horrifying quintessence attached to the axe scattered, turning the remaining two halves of the scale into a mangled mess of flesh and blood flying in the air. Hu Hai did not care about the black beast's blood landing on his clothes. He put away the huge axe and said, "Let's go." Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. Hu Hai's horrifying burst earlier made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Chen simulated it in his mind. If he had to face it head-on, he would not be able to endure it. A true inheritor who could issue the conscription order could not be underestimated. Along the way, Hu Hai dealt with all the strong spirit beasts that blocked the way. This greatly increased the group's speed. 5 days later, the group stopped in front of a gourd-shaped valley. The surroundings for 5 kilometers around the valley were extremely quiet. There were no signs of any spirit beasts. Hu Hai did not say anything. He led the 4 to the high ground on both sides of the valley. When Xiao Chun looked down, he finally saw the true body of their target. In the middle of the valley, which had an area of thousands of hectares, lay a huge creature. Its body was like a small hill, and it was 20 meters tall. A sharp horn protruded from its head, and its body was covered in golden fur. An ancient aura emanated from its body. At this moment, this golden savage ox lay comfortably on the ground. That was to say, if it stood up, its size would double. Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. This big fellow could crush a martial monarch with just its size. No wonder Hu Hai and the others returned empty-handed. Before Xiao Chun could recover his wits, Hu Hai said sullenly, "Xiao Chun, jump down and hold it back." When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. He wondered if Hu Hai had said something wrong. Jumping down to disturb the golden savage ox? Was there something wrong? When Xiao Chun turned his head, he saw the other 3 looking at him with the same expression. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He was certain that the other party was not joking. He no longer hesitated and gently leaped towards the golden savage ox. "Senior brother, can Xiao Chun do it?" Junsi asked worriedly as she watched Xiao Chun descend from the sky. A bright gleam appeared in Hu Hai's eyes. He said, "It will depend on his luck. If he wants to make an exception and follow us to the savage battlefield, he will have to bring out a corresponding strength. Otherwise, he will not get any benefits." He returned empty-handed 5 times. However, he finally figured out the golden savage ox's weakness. As long as he can last 2 rounds, he will attract the golden savage ox's attention. With your assistance, I am confident of killing this golden savage ox with 1 strike. The 4 focused their gazes on Xiao Chun, placing high hopes on him. He was someone who could knock the capital flying as an inferior-grade martial monarch. They could not let him down. As the distance between them decreased, Xiao Chun slowly calmed down. This was the most dangerous time since he came to the Kunlun realm. Chapter 684. If Xiao Chun was careless, he might die on the spot. His life's ideals and pride would all turn to dust. All his hard work over the past few years would be for naught. "I absolutely cannot fall here." Xiao Chun revealed a resolute expression. He circulated all the quintessence in his body, and his mind reached a highly ethereal state. The sleeping golden savage ox's vigilance did not weaken at all. When Xiao Chun landed 200 meters above it, it immediately sensed him. The golden savage ox's perked up ears twitched slightly, and it opened its eyes. When it saw the hazy figure in its vision, all its sleepiness vanished. Who? Who? The golden savage ox spat out a mouthful of turbid chi, which turned into a berserk turbulence. Its 4 thick legs protruded and it stood up. The golden savage ox, which was already like a hill, grew another 20 meters, looking even more horrifying. A boundless pressure surged towards Xiao Chun in the air. The ancient savage chi combined with the ferocious aura of a peak rank 8 spirit beast pressed down on Xiao Chun like a small mountain. Xiao Chun did not panic. He activated the energy of the monarch bloodgrass in his bloodline. A trace of the ancient sovereign's aura surged out and clashed with the surging aura. Bang! In the invisible void there was a loud muffled sound. The power of the 2 auras suddenly exploded, and in the spacious valley, there was a strong gust of wind. The 4 people on the cliff stared at Xiao Chun, waiting for Xiao Chun's next performance. If he could not even last one exchange, then all their efforts would have been in vain. Seeing that Xiao Chun had disturbed its sleep and even dared to clash with its aura, the golden savage ox became thoroughly enraged. Pushed off the ground and its huge body shot up. The golden savage ox's huge body looked like a small mountain suddenly flying up. It looked very strange. Furthermore, the speed of this small mountain was astonishingly fast, surpassing everyone's expectations. Xiao Chun's expression sank. He knew that he could not dodge this golden savage ox's attack. He needed to thoroughly enrage this golden savage ox before he could create an opportunity for Hu Hai and the others. Berserk Dragon Fist. The vital chi in his body surged as Xiao Chun roared furiously. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the blood in his body surged as a green dragon head formed. He did not dodge the charging golden savage ox. Instead, he punched the golden savage ox's head. Bang! The dragon's head roared. Xiao Chun's punch felt like it had struck a mountain made of cold iron. It was heavy and solid, unshakable. Blood leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chun's lips. The golden savage ox instantly sent him flying. A huge force surged into his body. His entire arm felt numb and he lost all feeling. Xiao Chun's internal organs, heart, liver, gallbladder, kidneys and spleen, were constantly being battered by a torrential force, causing him great pain. Such a horrifying strike aroused Xiao Chun's bloodlust. Xiao Chun somersaulted in the air and looked at the golden savage ox flying at him again. Xiao Chun's body sank down as he swung his numb right hand. Then, he executed the berserk dragon claw and charged at the golden savage ox without dodging. Chi! Chi! The azure-colored dragon claw left 5 wounds on the golden savage ox's face. Blood immediately flowed out. Good. When the 4 people on the cliff saw that not only was Xiao Chun fine, but he even managed to injure the golden savage ox, they all cheered in their hearts. Hu Hai said sullenly, "Prepare to make a move. This time, we will do our best to subdue this old ox." The golden savage ox was enraged. It turned around and retracted its 10-meter-long front hoof, flicking it at Xiao Chun. If the golden savage ox struck him, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Xiao Chun did not dare to receive it head-on. The acupoints on the soles of Xiao Chun's feet opened up. In that instant, his figure flashed and brushed past the ox hoof. As the ox hoof flicked through the void, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out rapidly in all directions. Bang! When the ripples spread out, there was no way to dodge. Xiao Chun quickly took out 2 shields and infused his quintessence into them, forming a sealed space. Hu Chi! When the ripples struck the shields, Xiao Chun flew back like a cannonball. He crashed into the cliff of the valley and sank deep into it. Just the ripples were already so mighty. If Xiao Chun really got hit by the ox hoof, the consequences would be dire. Attack! At this moment, the golden savage ox was completely distracted by Xiao Chun. This was a good opportunity to attack. Hu Hai shouted and leaped out first. The axe gave off a cold light. Hu Hai had a ferocious look in his eyes, and his berserk aura was like that of a raging wild beast. The other 3 did not give way either. They all grasped their weapons and circulated their quintessence, chopping at the golden savage ox without holding anything back. The 4 strong auras caused the air in the valley to surge continuously. As the quintessence flowed, it formed strong winds that kicked up a boundless cloud of dust. The golden savage ox focused all its attention on Xiao Chun, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Qian, using its horns to ram him into the cliff. It did not expect there to be an ambush. Ding! 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 The weapon struck the middle of the golden savage bull's spine, producing metallic clangs that rang out incessantly. However, aside from Hu Hai's axe, which left a horrifying wound on the golden savage ox's body, the other three only left shallow wounds that were practically negligible. Hu Hai's expression changed when he saw the blood flowing out of the golden savage ox's wounds. He said, "Oh no! This is not the golden savage ox's fatal weakness. Let's leave quickly." However, it was too late to leave now. The golden savage ox roared miserably in pain, making everyone's hearts tremble. Pa! The golden savage ox swung its long tail ferociously. It carried more than 1,000,000 kilograms of force, causing the air to tremble. Chen Xiao could not dodge in time and was sent flying. Chen Xiao vomited a mouthful of blood. A deep whip mark appeared on the inner vest on his chest. The force from the whip immediately broke a few of his ribs. The golden savage ox turned around in the air and thrust its horn forward. This strike, which could smash apart a mountain, looked like it was about to strike Hu Hai. Hu Hai's expression turned grave. At the moment of life and death, he held his axe horizontally in front of his chest. His quintessence surged and formed a tough 2-centimeter thick barrier. Kasie! The ox horn easily tore through the barrier and struck the axe. Sparks flew everywhere, and the force knocked the axe out of Hu Hai's hand. Then the axe flew into the air. Hu Hai's error in judgment and instantaneous counterattack threw the situation into chaos. The four were exposed to the attack range of the raging golden savage ox, and they were in grave danger. If they failed to kill the golden savage ox, they might even lose their lives. On a towering tree in the distance, the cultivator with the family name Yan revealed a smile when he saw this scene. He said, "It looks like there is no need for me to make a move. They will fail again this time." Xiao. Just at this moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly changed. An azure light shone in the valley, covering the entire mountain range. The cultivator with the family name Yan's expression changed slightly. He turned his head to look and saw that the white-robed bladesman that he did not think much of had squeezed out of the cliff and punched at the golden savage ox from a distance, burning the heavens. An ancient blue dragon galloped in the boundless azure clouds. It roared ferociously, carrying the might of heaven as it punched furiously. A huge dragon claw clenched and tore through the clouds, descending from the sky and smashing into the golden savage ox's back. An earth-shaking sound reverberated in the vast valley for a long time. The golden savage ox's hill-sized figure landed on the ground with a loud bang. Xiao Qian smashed down the 50,000-kilogram golden savage ox with one punch, causing the ground to tremble and the sky to shake. The cultivator with the family name Yin gaped slightly. He had not expected that the white-robed bladesman, whom he did not think much of, would be able to turn the tide with one punch from a distance. The golden savage ox's huge body weighed more than 50 kilograms. When Xiao Qian punched it, it fell from the sky. After the golden savage ox fell to the ground, it tumbled a few times. The entire valley shook continuously, and rocks fell from the cliffs. The golden savage ox's four limbs bounced off the ground, and its seemingly cumbersome body nimbly stood up. When the golden savage ox saw Xiao Qian standing on the cliff, its eyes spewed fire. It was enraged. As an overlord of a region, an insignificant human had actually knocked it into the air. It had never suffered such a setback before. Thump! The golden savage ox stomped on the ground with its front limbs, and more than 1,000,000 kilograms of force exploded out. Countless cracks appeared on the ground out of thin air. The cracks slowly grew larger and soon turned into deep ravines. The golden savage ox's swollen golden eyes locked firmly on Xiao Qian. It roared ferociously and lifted its front legs high into the air. Then it stomped on the ground with its hind legs. Xiao! The golden savage ox's huge body shot through the air like an arrow leaving a bow. It was unbelievably fast. The friction between the golden savage ox's huge body and the air gave off thunderous sonic booms that soared into the clouds. The clouds in the sky parted and the sun shone down. Under the illumination of the intense light, the golden savage ox's golden fur gave off a resplendent light. It looked like an ancient savage beast, its aura shaking the sky and the ground. Xiao Qian showed a slightly startled expression, But he did not panic. Dragon roars resounded in his body. The trace of an ancient sovereign's aura clashed with the golden savage ox's aura, preventing the golden savage ox's aura from affecting the circulation of his quintessence. A blue dragon appeared under the golden savage ox's feet. In the time it took for a spark to fly, it carried Xiao Chun up into the sky. Boom! The moment the golden savage ox retreated, a loud rumble came from the cliff where Xiao Chun had been standing. When the golden savage ox rammed into it, the entire cliff crumbled. Rocks tumbled down like a gushing river. Xiao Chun felt startled. If he had retreated any later, no matter how strong his physical body was, he would have been smashed into bits. After its first attack failed, the golden savage ox soared into the sky again from the pile of mud. Its 4 hooves gave off golden flames as it ran through the air. Every step of the hoof, which was surrounded by golden flames, seemed to shatter the void as it trembled non-stop. Its speed also doubled in an instant. Flames of rage burned in the golden savage ox's golden eyes. For the sake of killing Xiao Chun, this golden savage ox was truly enraged. Another 2 dragon roars resounded. 2 more blue dragons appeared around Xiao Chun, and he moved like the wind. Xiao Chun moved in a strange arc, dodging the golden savage ox's attack. Then, he arrived at the golden savage ox's side and punched it again. Xiao Chun did not put much force into the punch, so it did not hurt or itch the golden savage ox. However, when the golden savage ox saw the slippery Xiao Chun toying with it, the rage in its heart burned even stronger. Chapter 685. Seeing that Xiao Chun had completely pinned down the golden savage ox, Hu Hai and the other 3 heaved a sigh of relief. Hu Hai waved his hand and the huge axe returned to his grasp. Then, he circulated his vast quintessence and quickly adjusted the surging energy in his body. Wang Cheng, whose ribs had been broken, endured the pain and forcibly circulated his quintessence to reconnect his broken ribs. This way he would not lose his combat prowess for a while. "Are you all right, Wang Cheng?" Hu Hai asked Wang Cheng after the 4 gathered together. Wang Cheng nodded gently and said, "Fortunately, I have a superior grade inner vest. Otherwise, the force of that tail would have been enough to split me in half." Chan Xiao and Jun Si, who had not been attacked by the golden savage ox, celebrated in their hearts. Jun Si looked at Xiao Chun and said, "This Xiao Chun cannot be underestimated. That punch at the crucial moment saved us from this hunt." The earlier scene happened in one breath. The golden savage ox had knocked 2 people into the air. If not for Xiao Chun's punch, the outcome would have been terrible. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. Chan Xiao nodded and said, "When the golden savage ox goes berserk, it is really horrifying. With Xiao Chun here, our chances of victory are much higher." Wang Cheng pointed out the crux of the problem. It is not that optimistic. Xiao Chun must have burned all his vital qi in that earlier punch. He will not be able to do it a second time. We only have one chance left. If we cannot find it, we can only return in failure. Hu Hai said sullenly, "This time I made an error in judgment. Aside from its spine, the only fatal point left is its neck." Actually, Hu Hai could not be blamed for this. There was pitifully little information about a high-rank spirit beast like the golden savage ox. Everything had to be figured out by oneself. It was not possible to find the fatal point without any mistakes. Otherwise, the golden savage ox would not have lived for so long and become the tyrant of this place. Chun Xiao said, "It's fine. We have not even used our heaven-ranked martial techniques. We still have a good chance." The 4 quickly summarized the earlier battle. Then they remained silent as they stared at the sky at Xiao Chun, who was being chased by the golden savage ox. The situation was thrilling and intense. The golden savage bull's fur glistened under the sunlight, and its aura was violent and terrifying. This was especially so for the 4 hooves that were surrounded by the golden flames. The might of the hooves was even more astonishing. As they shot out, the sky rumbled and ripples shot out in all directions. More importantly, although the golden savage ox was shockingly large, it was not slow at all. Xiao Chun was in danger of dying at any moment. But the more they watched, the more shocked they became. In such a dangerous situation, Xiao Chun could always turn danger into safety. Riding on the blue dragon, Xiao Chun would occasionally explode forth with astonishing power, dodging certain death situations time and time again. The two blue dragons around Xiao Chun danced, and auspicious clouds appeared, carrying Xiao Chun in circles. Occasionally, Xiao Chun would attack the golden savage ox, luring it back. Make your move then. Execute a heaven-ranked martial technique, and create an opportunity for me to kill him. Hu Hai grasped his huge axe tightly, and his expression turned grave. Then he led the three over again. This was their only chance today, they had to succeed. Xiao Chun looked around and saw 4 people flying over. He knew that the golden savage ox would go berserk again, so he raised his guard. Plum Blossom Sword Exhibition. Junsi held a sword in her hand and executed her inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique first. As the sword light danced, it formed countless 7-petaled plum blossoms. In the mundane world, plum blossoms were fresh and elegant, beautiful and fragrant. When the petals spread out, they were pleasing to the eye. However, these plum blossoms were made of pure sword chi. They also contained the indestructible state of metal, turning them into sharp weapons for killing. As the petals danced in the air, sword chi filled the air, slicing all the tiny dust particles in the air into nothingness. Junsi gently shook the hand that held the sword, and the petals gathered together, forming a huge plum blossom that chopped at the golden savage ox. Chan Xiao was on the left side of the golden savage ox. His heaven-ranked martial technique was not as elegant as Junsi's. However, its aura was startling. 7 strands of sword chi filled with starlight floated above Chan Xiao's head. The 7 strands of sword chi connected from head to tail, forming a resplendent ring of swords. This move was called 7 stars surrounding the moon. Unfortunately, Chan Xiao had not completely comprehended it, so he had not been able to bring out the moon. Otherwise, its might would have increased significantly. On the other side, Wang Cheng also executed his heaven-ranked martial technique. Countless strands of sword chi shot out from the ground of the valley and gathered on Wang Cheng's body. Heaven and Earth Sword Heart. Wang Cheng stretched his hand to the sky, and a thick sword light flew over from the east. The sword of heaven and the sword of earth merged into one. Wang Cheng pointed his sword forward, and 2 thick dragons of sword chi appeared on the sword. The 3 of them executed their heaven and earth martial techniques at the same time. In that instant, the sky changed color. Dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the blazing sunlight. The golden savage ox chasing Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. It wanted to react, but the heaven-ranked martial technique had already been executed. It was not that easy to dodge. Bang! 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 The plum blossom sword chi was the first to arrive and embedded itself deeply into the golden savage ox's back. Then the flower petals scattered and turned into countless strands of sword chi, rampaging through the golden savage ox's body. Junsi's expression turned cold. She arrived with her sword and quickly stabbed it into the golden savage ox's wound, causing it to cry out in pain. Before the golden savage ox could react, Chun Zhao's 7 stars surrounding the moon and Wang Cheng's heaven and earth sword heart arrived at the same time, tearing open horrifying wounds on the golden savage ox's side. Blood swords flew out, and the 3 swords stabbed deep into the golden savage ox's wound. The 3 of them held their swords with both hands and poured their quintessence into the swords without holding back. No matter how the golden savage ox struggled, they held it in place in midair. The 3 of them paled. A strong force came from their swords, and they felt like the golden savage ox could fling them away at any moment. Hu Hai, who was in the air, knew that the 3 of them could not hold out for long. He stared at the spot where the golden savage ox's head and body connected. After he made sure of it, he quickly executed his inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. The image of a huge azure axe materialized on the blade of the axe. When the axe chopped down, it chopped the air in half like it was a mountain. The 2 winds split in the middle, forming 2 20-meter-tall tornadoes in the valley. Then they spread out to both sides. Rumble! The tornadoes crashed into the cliffs, erupting with a startling destructive force. Rocks flew everywhere, and the cliffs crumbled. Countless rocks floated on both sides of the tornadoes, spiraling upwards. Xiao Chun retreated to the side. He knew that there was nothing left for him to do. With such a mighty strike, as long as it struck a fatal spot, the golden savage ox would die for sure. Before the axe arrived, the azure light image tore through the golden savage ox's tough skin. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Hu Hai's face lit up in joy. He knew that he had found the right person this time. He immediately increased the output of his quintessence, preparing to chop off this ox's head in one go. Shio! However, just at this moment, something strange happened. A sharp sword light quickly flew over from the valley entrance. The sword chi was like a pillar, giving off a dazzling light. The sword intent was like the wind, and its killing chi was startling. The sword moved as fast as lightning, piercing towards Hu Hai's chest. As long as Hu Hai continued attacking the golden savage ox, he would not be able to dodge this sword strike. Even if he managed to chop off the ox's head, he would still die. The expressions of Junsi and the other two completely changed. If Hu Hai did not chop down with his axe, he would end up killing the golden savage ox. After the golden savage ox struggled free and suffered severe injuries, its counterattack would be extremely horrifying. The three of them had exhausted a large amount of quintessence, so they would have to bear the brunt of the golden savage ox's overwhelming rage. However, if Hu Hai chopped down, he would die for sure. The person who attacked was no weaker than the three of them. There would be no chance of survival. The good situation was completely ruined by the sudden appearance of this sword, and danger was imminent. Either Hu Hai died and helped the three of them, or he blocked this sword strike and the three of them would die. Hu Hai felt conflicted in his heart. He showed extreme rage on his face. However, no matter how angry he was, the lightning-fast sword light already arrived before him. He had to make a decision. No matter what decision he made, Hu Hai would not be able to accept it. This made it hard for him to make a decision. The timing of the person who attacked was simply too vicious. When the sword light arrived, Hu Hai still did not know what to do. Xiao Chen's face sank. It looked like Hu Hai was not a heartless person. However, Hu Hai still did not make a decision. Not only would Hu Hai die, but he would also harm the others. The lips of the person who attacked curled up in a cocky smile. He had not expected this sword strike to be so effective. As long as Hu Hai did not make a decision, this sword strike would be able to finish off the people of their faction. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chan, who stood in the air on the blue dragon image, arrived beside Hu Hai. Xiao Chan circulated his quintessence and did something that no one expected. He sent out a palm strike and smashed it on Hu Hai's body. A surging energy surged out. Hu Hai's palm strike sent Hu Hai flying. Coincidentally, the sword light brushed past Hu Hai, saving his life. Junsi and the other two opened their mouths slightly, wanting to say something. However, they did not dare to. At this moment, the golden savage ox was struggling with all its might. If they were not careful, they would be flung into the air and face the rage of the golden savage ox. When Xiao Chan saw the wound on the golden savage ox's neck, his expression turned grave. He knew he had to make a move. Otherwise, if Junsi and the other two ran out of quintessence, only death awaited them. Xiao Chan stretched his left hand to the sky and summoned out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. Then he grasped the saber hilt tightly. His quintessence surged, and a vast sea appeared behind him. The blue sea surged vast and boundless. Then, 999 pillars of water soared into the sky. Xiao Chan drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. When the blue dragon leaped out of the sea, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the water flowed in reverse. When the blue dragon appeared, it infused itself into the saber, forming a 3-kilometer-long light that pointed to the sky and stood on the ground. However, this was not enough. He could not chop off the ox's head in one strike. Xiao Chan understood the difference in quintessence between him and Hu Hai. Xiao Chen's perfect 60% comprehended saber intent bound the 3-kilometer-long saber light, turning it into a 300-meter-long but denser and sharper dragon-shaped saber light. When the golden savage ox below felt the danger of death, it struggled even more intensely. Its back thrashed wildly, and Junsi vomited a mouthful of blood as she was flung back. When the balance was broken, Wang Cheng and Chan Xiao could not withstand the force. They both vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and were flung back by the ferocious force from their weapons. Chapter 686. The golden savage ox broke free of its shackles and regained its freedom. Kasie. Just as the golden savage ox was about to start a massacre, Xiao Chan materialized a 300-meter-long blue dragon and swung his saber. Instantly, blood splattered like a waterfall, dyeing Xiao Qin's white robes red. The huge ox's head flew into the air. Its eyes were wide open as it died with a grievance. The owner of that sword light had just turned around when he saw this inconceivable scene. His brain short-circuited. Just a moment ago, the situation was filled with danger. How did the golden savage ox die just like that? Hu Hai recovered his wits and roared ferociously. Then he swung his axe at the swordsman. The swordsman blocked in a fluster and was sent flying by Hu Hai, fleeing in a sorry state. Hu Hai hated this swordsman to the bone. He did not want to let him off. His figure flashed as he gave chase. Bang! The golden savage ox's corpse fell to the ground with a loud sound. The ground trembled violently for a while before it slowly calmed down. The terrain of the gourd-shaped valley was completely destroyed. The ground was riddled with holes, either ravines or deep holes. The surrounding cliffs had also collapsed beyond recognition. A wind blew from the mouth of the valley. The dilapidated valley was quiet. Junsi and the other two had just escaped from the tiger's mouth. When they saw the golden savage ox's corpse, then the blood-stained white-robed Xiao Chun, their eyes filled with incredulity. The insignificant inner sect disciple Xiao Chun had shocked them once again, turning the tide. Earlier, Xiao Chun had been using his physical body to fight. His stunning performance made them forget that Xiao Chun was a bladesman. The instant he drew his saber, they understood that compared to his physical body and movement techniques, Xiao Qin's saber techniques were the most powerful. At this moment they understood that although Xiao Qin's cultivation was low and his combat prowess was weaker than theirs, it was not that much weaker. Junior brother Xiao, we really have to thank you this time. Junsi stopped thinking and pulled out her weapon from the golden savage ox's body. Then she smiled at Xiao Chun. Chan Xiao laughed and said, "How could someone I recommend disappoint everyone? Let's take a break first. When senior brother Hu returns, we will split this golden savage ox. This fellow's entire body is a treasure." Only Wang Cheng remained silent. He glanced at Xiao Chan and had a vague feeling that Xiao Chun had not used his full strength when he had exchanged blows with him that day. Xiao Chun knew that once he revealed his true strength, it was inevitable that people would think of him as a rival. However, the situation was urgent at that time, so he couldn't care too much. He didn't regret it now. An hour later. Damn it, that guy still got away. A strong wind blew, and Hu Hai's figure appeared in front of everyone from the valley entrance. However, Hu Hai's face was full of smiles. He did not look dejected at all. He walked in front of Xiao Chun, patted Xiao Chen's shoulder heavily and said with a smile, "Don't say anything. This time you saved my life. You saved our lives. You even helped us obtain the right to enter the savage battlefield. You will get 30% of the harvest this time, and you will have priority in choosing. Does anyone have any objections?" Junsi smiled and said, "No objections." Chen Xiao did not care. He said, "It's fine. It is what it should be." He made a move at the two crucial moments. "I have no objections either." When Wang Cheng saw the situation, he shook his head to indicate that he had no objections. The golden savage ox contained the bloodline of an ancient savage beast. Furthermore, it was a peak rank 8 spirit beast. Its entire body was a treasure. Naturally, the most valuable part was its spirit core. Its effects went without saying. It could directly raise a cultivator's cultivation. Furthermore, it did not have any side effects, even better than a rank 9 medicinal pill. Next was the pair of golden horns on its head. Those golden horns were even harder than frost iron. They could be polished into a high-rank spirit weapon or ground into powder to refine a peak-grade medicinal pill. The golden hooves on the golden savage ox's forelimbs were rather valuable as well. They contained a special flame, an essential material for forging secret treasures. The marrow hidden in the golden savage ox's spine contained a dense savage beast bloodline. It would be of great help to a body-tempering cultivator. There was also the 10-meter-long golden savage ox's tail. With some refinement, it could be forged into a golden oxtail whip. Cultivators who used whips could sell it for a sky-high price. Aside from these, the golden savage ox's hide, bones, tendons, beef, and blood were valuable as well. However, they could not compare to the other items. For hours later, Hu Hai, who had completely dismembered the golden savage ox, picked up a piece of the golden savage ox's horn as proof of handing it to his first senior sister, Shui Lingling. Then he pointed to the most valuable materials and said to Xiao Chan, "Junior brother Xiao, you choose first. You can choose two. The golden savage ox's horn, the golden savage ox's spirit core, the golden savage ox's tail, and the savage beast's blood were all invaluable." They tempted Xiao Chen greatly. However, Xiao Chen could only choose two. He had to make his choice carefully. First, he eliminated the most valuable savage ox's spirit core. Actually, right now, Xiao Chen's cultivation was rather low. What he lacked the most were natural treasures. However, the human heart was hard to fathom. Although Hu Hai said that he would get 30% and would have the right to choose first, if Xiao Chen did not only take two treasures, he would also take the most precious too. It would be hard to avoid people feeling dissatisfied. They would think that a mediocre-grade martial monarch like him was too greedy. After eliminating the savage ox's spirit core, Xiao Chan chose the savage beast's blood and the golden savage ox's horn. The former could strengthen his physical body further, and the latter could be used in the life bestowal spell, giving him another trump card. To others, these were not very useful treasures, so they would not hold any grudges. Seeing Xiao Chan make his choice, Hu Hai praised him in his heart. Even when faced with such temptation, Xiao Chan could still choose. It was rare to see someone of Xiao Chen's character among the youths. As for the remaining three, each of you can choose one. I do not need them, Hu Hai said with a gentle smile. Indeed, Hu Hai did not need them. He was already a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. It would be difficult for him to rely on external items to increase his cultivation. As a true inheritor with the authority to recruit others, Hu Hai did not lack spirit stones. Since he could not use them, he could not be bothered to choose. Hu Hai only had one goal: to enter the savage battlefield and see if he could run into any fortuitous encounters that could help him advance to half-sage. The three of them decided on the savage ox's hoof, Wang Cheng's spirit core, and Chan Zhao's golden savage ox's tail. They all took what they needed. As for the remaining miscellaneous items, the other four did not care for them. Xiao Chan smiled gently and placed them all in his universe ring. The golden savage ox could be used as rations. As for the other items, they could sell them for a large sum of spirit stones. It would be a waste not to take them. After dividing up the treasures, Hu Hai no longer hesitated. He laughed boldly and said, "Let's go. That Hua Tianhe will not expect us to kill the golden savage ox in 5 days. I want to see his expression when he sees it." So. In a corner of the savage beast forest, a 10-meter-tall but exceptionally nimble white monkey moved about among the towering trees. As the monkey leaped about, only afterimages could be seen in the air. Soon it was left with only one arm. Occasionally it would gently pull on the tree trunk and curl up into a ball, moving 500 or 600 meters in the air. The white monkey was called Spirit Fire Monkey. It lived in groups and had a fixed range of activity in the savage beast forest. Unlike ordinary monkeys, these monkeys had violent blood flowing in their veins. They liked to eat meat and brains. This was especially so for the brains of human cultivators. Furthermore, they were very intelligent and knew all sorts of tactics that only humans could use. Spirit fire monkeys would often learn these tactics and use them on human cultivators. They were one of the spirit beasts that human cultivators did not want to run into. Based on the monkey's height, it was a spirit fire monkey king, a tyrant of the savage beast forest. However, it had lost its position and was chased out of the tribe by the new monkey king. However, today this spirit fire monkey king, which normally trembled in fear, was being chased by others into fleeing in a sorry state. Half of the true inheritors of the Hautian sex surrounded this monkey a few times and finally chopped off its arm. They used the rules of the spirit fire monkey tribe to force it out of the tribe and kill it. In several different directions around the white monkey, there were 4 young men with sullen expressions. It shuttled swiftly through the forest. It seemed like it would be a little difficult to stop this white monkey that only had one arm left. This monkey was too crafty. It knew how powerful Hua Tianhe and the others were, and did not want to fight them. The moment it saw any one of the 4, it immediately fled. Pusi. Hua Tianhe, who was in hot pursuit, suddenly sent out a dense sword qi. The sharp sword qi was more than 60 meters long and chopped down a row of towering trees in a certain direction in front of the white monkey. Boom! 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 The sound of trees falling came from the forest. However, the white monkey looked around and chose to flee in the direction of the falling trees. Its long and thin legs gently pushed off the tree trunk and turned into a white shadow moving forward. The trees fell behind the white shadow. By the time all the trees fell, the white monkey could no longer be seen. Shio! 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 In the forest, a few figures emerged from different directions and gathered together. If the white monkey had not chosen the direction of the falling trees, it would have been forced back and completely surrounded. Damn it! We let this monkey escape again. After another failed encirclement, a true inheritor could not help cursing in a low voice. Another person added, "This monkey is too crafty. It keeps leading us in circles. We nearly got lured into the territory of spirit beasts a few times." Hua Tianhe frowned heavily, but he did not feel too dejected. He said, "It knows how powerful it is and does not dare to enter the core region of the savage beast forest. There are rank 9 spirit beasts, rank 10 spirit beasts, and even existences that surpass rank 10 spirit beasts. As long as it does not enter the core region, it is only a matter of time before we surround it and kill it. We are much safer than Hu Hai and the others." Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, footsteps came from the forest. Everyone's expressions turned grave as they quickly assumed combat stances. Hua Tianhe looked over and smiled. "There is no need to be nervous. It is junior brother Yan. That group of people will probably return in defeat. They will not be able to recover for at least half a month." 10 minutes later, Yin Tao appeared before the group in a sorry state with a few wounds on his body. A bad premonition rose in Hua Tianhe's heart. He asked, "Based on the axe wounds on your body, did Hu Hai do it?" Yin Tao did not dare to meet Hua Tianhe's eyes. He nodded and whispered, "They killed the golden savage ox and are preparing to return to Haotian City." "How can that be? It has only been 5 days. The 3 people behind Hua Tianhe exclaimed in shock, their expressions changing. Chapter 687. Hua Tianhe's expression changed as he said, "What exactly happened? Tell me everything in detail." After hearing Yin Tao's account, Hua Tianhe punched a tree beside him. His expression turned cold as he said, "I just knew that this brat would spoil our plans. He is really bold." "Senior brother Hua, what should we do now? Are we still going to chase after the flame spirit?" someone asked. Hua Tianhe smiled coldly and said, "Is there a need? Block them and kill that brat. I'll take responsibility for anything. I have to go to the savage battlefield no matter what." Hua Tianhe stretched out his hand, and a snake-shaped puppet flew out of his universe ring. The snake-shaped puppet slowly grew larger, eventually becoming a 100-meter-long ferocious snake as thick as a water bucket. A large door opened at the snake's belly. After the group entered, the door retracted. The black snake-shaped puppet dug its head into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Soon its entire body sank into the soil. It was late at night, and a sinister wind blew. Occasionally one could hear terrifying roars in the dark forest. Xiao Chun lay on a tree trunk and took out an exquisite carving knife. Then he slowly carved a golden ox horn, carving out a golden savage ox. The hardness of the golden ox horn far surpassed Xiao Chun's expectations. He had to circulate his quintessence at full power every time he carved. Furthermore, he had to be completely focused. After carving for 3 nights, he finally managed to complete it. As Xiao Chun looked at the exquisite golden savage ox, he smiled faintly, revealing a satisfied expression. Xiao Chun clearly recognized the person who made a move that day. It was someone from Hua Tianhe's faction. The soul-stirring battle between the 2 factions made him feel a strong sense of urgency. Xiao Chun was afraid of becoming a sacrifice in the battle between the 2 factions. If they fought, the other party would definitely target him first. This was a very simple principle. If it were Xiao Chun, he would do the same. Everyone would choose the weaker person first, dealing with the problem first. At that time, Hu Hai and the others might not be able to protect Xiao Chun. He had to control his own fate. The more trump cards he had, the safer he would feel. This golden savage bull would be his new trump card. Xiao Chun cut his fingertip with the carving knife and dripped a drop of his soul blood that contained his divine sense origin into the knife. As the blood slowly seeped into the statue, the mental energy in Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness drained continuously. After 2/3 of the mental energy drained, The golden savage ox statue gave off a faint light before stopping. Feeling slightly dizzy, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and patted his forehead. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the sculpture in his palm. He muttered to himself, "Trying to materialize a spirit beast at the level of the golden savage bull is too taxing on my mental energy. If I really use it, the consumption will be even greater." The golden savage ox was a peak rank 8 spirit beast. It was as strong as a late-stage superior grade martial monarch. It far surpassed Xiao Chen's strength and would not last long. "Junior brother Xiao, it's my turn to keep watch. You can go now." Under the tree, Junsi emerged from the campsite and spoke softly to Xiao Chun. After putting away the golden savage ox statue, Xiao Chun got up and jumped down. After saying goodbye to Junsi, he returned to his tent. As Junsi watched Xiao Chun leave, she muttered, "The longer I interact with this little junior brother, the more unfathomable he is." When the sun rose high in the sky, it was a peaceful night. Everyone emerged from their tents in high spirits and washed up. Hu Hai said, "Let's travel at full speed today. I'll lead the way. Let's try to leave Savage Forest before sunset, lest anything unexpected happens." The group was in high spirits, all of them responding with high morale. They hated that they could not rush to Haotian City immediately and deliver the golden savage ox horn to their first senior sister, Shui Lingling. Since this was the last stretch of the journey, Hu Hai did not intend to hold back. He directly spread out his aura, and when the spirit beasts sensed it, they ran far away. If they ran into a spirit beast that did not know what to do, they could easily kill it if they worked together. As true inheritors of the Haotian sect of the 9 ranks of the great families, Hu Hai and the others lived up to their reputation. Aside from those overlord-class spirit beasts, no spirit beast could stop them for long. Boom! Just as the group was less than 2 kilometers away from the exit, the flat ground exploded without any warning. A black-skinned snake emerged and looked at the group coldly. Hu Hai's expression changed. He said sullenly, "Retreat. This is Hua Tianhe's puppet snake." When Xiao Chun heard this, he took a few more steps back without batting an eyelid. The thing that he worried about the most still happened. Kasie. A door under the snake's belly opened. Hua Tianhe jumped down expressionlessly with 4 people radiating a strong killing qi. "Hua Tianhe, what are you trying to do?" Hu Hai shouted angrily as he drew his huge axe when he saw that the group's aura was not right. Hua Tianhe smiled sinisterly and sent a voice projection to the people behind him. "Don't waste your breath on him. Find that brat first and kill him. Then snatch the golden ox horn." The group looked around, preparing to attack the moment they saw Xiao Chun. However, when they looked around, they could not help but be astonished. They could not find Xiao Chun at all. Xiao Chun stood on the trunk of a towering tree and looked down from above. When he saw how the few of them were looking around, he guessed what they were planning. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and formed hand seals. Then he tossed the golden ox sculpture towards Hua Tianhe and the others. Hua Tianhe's expression changed slightly. He felt it was strange. Why did I not find that white-robed brat? Originally there was nothing to lose. However, because of Xiao Chen's appearance, Hu Hai immediately surpassed them. Hua Tianhe's group's hatred for Xiao Chun was easy to imagine. The benefits that were in their hands flew away just like that. Originally, the true inheritors had been prepared to attack with all their might and kill Xiao Chun. However, when they arrived, they could not find Xiao Chun. Hua Tianhe's killing qi had nowhere to vent, so he felt extremely depressed. He shouted angrily, "Hu Hai, hand over that white-robed brat and the golden ox horn. Otherwise, don't blame me for." Before Hu Hai could finish speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared under their feet. When Hua Tianhe and the others looked up, their expressions changed drastically, horror filling their eyes. Up in the sky, a golden bull grew larger and larger as it descended towards them. Rumble! The 40-meter-tall golden savage ox was as large as a small hill as it descended from the sky. By the time the group looked up, the golden savage ox had already completely formed. Due to the gravitational pull, the golden savage ox fell in the blink of an eye. The golden savage ox's huge body crushed the towering trees in the surroundings. The 5 people on the ground bore the brunt of the impact. They all vomited a mouthful of blood as the golden savage ox's abdomen pressed them into the ground. Even breathing became extremely difficult for them. Several of their ribs were even broken. Buried in the ground, the five used all their quintessence to push against the golden savage ox's trunk. However, it was useless. Instead, it made them feel even more uncomfortable. Hu Hai and the others were startled. They could not understand why another golden savage ox would descend from the sky. They all retreated far away. All of them looked at the golden savage ox cautiously. After dealing with the golden savage ox for so long, they knew very well how powerful it was. Let's go around it. Don't get involved with this fellow. Hu Hai immediately made a decision. The appearance of this golden savage ox was too illogical. Even the word strange could not describe it. The other three nodded. They felt that there was no need to take the risk. They all executed their movement techniques and quickly left this place. Xiao Chun, who was on the tree branch, watched as Hu Hai and the other two left. He muttered to himself for a while before forming a hand seal. The golden savage ox pressing down on Hua Tianhe's five turned into a beam of golden light and returned to Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped the golden statue once more. Then he looked at the five buried deep in the ground, deep in thought. Hua Tianhe's five coughed intensely a few times. Then they endured the pain and crawled out of the ground. Their pale faces were filled with confusion. They did not know what happened. Yun Feiyu wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked around. Then he said, "What happened earlier? Why did I feel like a mountain fell from the sky?" Hua Tianhe checked his internal injuries and found that more than a dozen of his ribs were broken. His internal organs were also damaged to varying degrees. When Hua Tianhe thought about what happened earlier, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart palpitated. If not for their dense quintessence, the huge object pressing down would have crushed them into meat paste. Let's go. Let's leave this place quickly. There is something strange about this place, Hua Tianhe said to the other four after he got up with much difficulty. Bang! Just at this moment, another shadow appeared above them. Without any warning, a golden savage ox fell from the sky and pressed the four into the ground again. The five grunted and fainted from the pain. They did not know what had happened. Xiao Chun jumped down from the tree. If it was possible, he would like to take this opportunity to kill all of them and settle this grudge. However, the true inheritors of the sect all had the sect's life-saving measures in their bodies. The risk was simply too great. The loss would easily outweigh the gain. Xiao Chun looked around and noticed the 300-meter-tall puppet snake beside him. A look of interest flashed in his eyes. Quickly walking over, Xiao Chun entered the puppet snake. Then, he sent his spiritual sense into the puppet snake's formation. His strong mental energy quickly removed the spiritual mark that Hua Tianhe left behind. Then, he left his spiritual mark on the puppet snake. After controlling it for a while, the puppet snake shrank several times before returning to Xiao Chen's universe ring. I'll collect some interest first. When I officially become a true inheritor, I will come and seek trouble for you. With a wave of his hand, the golden savage ox turned back into a beam of golden light and landed in Xiao Chen's hand. As he held the golden wooden sculpture in his right hand, Xiao Chen's body suddenly shook. He nearly fell to the ground. I have exhausted too much mental energy. I have to leave quickly, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he looked in the direction that Hu Hai and the others left in and quickly gave chase. Hu Hai and the others were afraid that the golden savage ox would go berserk again. So they ran frantically towards the entrance of the forest. Wait a moment. Did you see junior brother Xiao Chen? Junsi suddenly asked. The three of them turned around and could not help but show strange expressions. They had thought that Xiao Chen had followed them. Now they discovered that Xiao Chen had not followed them at all. Senior sister June, I'm here. Xiao Chen's voice came from behind. After a few breaths, Xiao Chen appeared before them with a pale complexion. Chapter 688. Wang Cheng asked suspiciously, Junior brother Xiao, where did you go earlier? Hu Hai thought about it. He thought about how Hua Tianhe and the others had looked around earlier and guessed why Xiao Chen had avoided them. Hu Hai smiled gently and said, There is no need to ask about this. I know where junior brother Xiao went. Let's go. This place is rather strange today. Let's leave first. At the same time, Hu Hai sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. Junior brother Xiao, don't worry. When we return, I will explain this matter to first senior sister. No matter what, Hua Tianhe will not dare to go against her wishes. Xiao Chun nodded slightly to express his gratitude. However, he knew that this grudge would be difficult to resolve. One had to grasp their fate in their own hands. Making themselves stronger was the foundation of everything. After the group exited the forest, intense sunlight shone down. As they breathed in the fresh air and looked at the blazing sun, they all smiled gently. They knew that there would not be any more surprises in this mission. The qualifications to enter the savage battlefield belonged to them. Ha ha ha! This is great. We finally defeated Hua Tianhe and the others once. Hu Hai laughed loudly and took the lead to walk forward. However, just at this moment, the sunny sky suddenly turned gloomy. Dark clouds gathered in the surroundings, churning. The cultivators at the entrance and the bustling market not far away all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. The bustling world suddenly turned quiet. Xiao Chun looked up and saw the churning dark clouds growing darker. The sky for 5,000 kilometers around seemed to have turned into a pitch-black lake. At this moment, even a fool could tell that something was wrong. Boom! 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 The flustered roars of countless spirit beasts resounded in the forest. The entire ground seemed to move. Footsteps came from the forest as several spirit beasts ran out of the forest. Damn it! It's a demonic calamity! The surrounding cultivators suddenly reacted, and a look of horror flashed across their faces. Then they ran away madly, and the whole scene was in chaos. The market, which was still bustling with people just a moment ago, was completely emptied in just a moment. Not a single person could be seen. However, the expressions of Junsi and the others did not change much. They were not unfamiliar with this demonic tribulation. They only felt suspicious. Strange, this is not the time for the demonic god blood sacrifice. Why is there a demonic tribulation? Hu Hai said calmly, this should not be a true demonic calamity. It is just an ordinary spatial storm. Let's go. We will not return to Haotian City for now. We will go to Spirit Water City in front. Wang Cheng said somewhat disapprovingly, there is a branch of the Haotian sect in Spirit Water City. There is also a martial sage guarding there. There is no need for us. Handing the proof to first senior sister first is more important. However, Hu Hai was very insistent. He summoned out the steel warship and said, you cannot say that. As true inheritors of the sect, how can we sit back and do nothing? Regardless of whether it's a demonic calamity or not, just the appearance of the spirit beasts is enough to make people panic. There's also the possibility of demonic beasts and demonic humans appearing. They're both big problems. If Spirit Water City falls, there will be at least 1 million casualties. Boom boom boom. As they spoke, the sky turned increasingly frightening. Bolts of black lightning struck down, making the sky look like it was the end of the world. Countless spirit beasts of all sorts could be seen rushing out from the savage beast forest behind them. The group did not say anything more and quickly boarded the steel warship. The steel warship had just taken off when a dense horde of flying spirit beasts flew out from the savage beast forest. The overwhelming number of flying spirit beasts flew over like a rain of arrows. In an instant, they engulfed the steel warship. Boom! 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 A blue barrier appeared on the surface of the warship. Under the attacks of the countless spirit beasts, the warship crashed everywhere in the air. The group on the warship swayed left and right, feeling dizzy. Hu Hai stomped heavily on the deck, and a huge force spread out. The flying spirit beasts near the warship immediately died. Junior Sister June, help me fill up the ship with spirit stones. We need to rush out, Hu Hai said with a grave expression. June Si understood the urgency of the situation. She quickly entered the warship's hold and quickly filled up the ship with a large pile of superior-grade spirit stones. Hu Hai laughed loudly and gently patted the railing. Kasie, Kasu. Some springs in the warship opened, and huge, sharp, double-edged swords appeared on the sides, front, and back of the warship. At this moment, the black steel warship turned into a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. Hu Hai doubled his speed, reaching Mach 8 as he charged forward. Pusii! Pusii! The warship moved as fast as lightning. The impact it gave off directly tore the flying spirit beasts in front in half. As the warship moved forward, it left behind a red light made of blood. The steel warship finally charged out at an extremely fast speed, leaving the flying spirit beasts far behind. The dark sky reappeared in the group's vision. The danger was resolved for now. Xiaochun looked down. The ground was filled with people fleeing for their lives. It was a dense mass of people, looking extremely flustered. There were also many warships with the Haotian sect's insignia parked around, receiving these ordinary citizens. However, there were too few warships and too many people. Clearly, there were not enough people. The crowd was filled with panic. Xiaochun looked behind him into the distance. He extended his spiritual sense to the limit and discovered that several villages and small towns were in a sorry state. There were many villages and towns that were in shambles, and there were many corpses lying on the ground. Xiaochun was flabbergasted. As he looked at the black clouds in the sky, he asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" The others exchanged glances. Chen Xiao sighed and said, "This is a spatial storm from the demonic world. Regardless of whether there will be a demonic calamity or not, there will be demonic qi leaking out. These spirit beasts are panicking and only want to leave." Junior brother Xiaochun, do you know how demonic beasts are formed? They are formed after being infected by demonic qi. Aside from rank 8 spirit beasts, regular spirit beasts would find it hard to resist the infection of demonic qi. Xiaochun nodded and asked, "What is a demonic calamity? From what you all said, it sounds very horrifying." Chen Zhao's expression turned grave as he said, "A demonic calamity is a sword hanging over the heads of the entire Kunlun realm. The 18 demonic realms perform a blood sacrifice for the demonic god. They invade the Kunlun realm every 500 years. Every time, they will harvest the blood of at least 100 million cultivators." Xiaochun's expression changed slightly. He noticed that Chen Xiao was talking about cultivators and not ordinary citizens. The Kunlun realm was very vast. The population of the various races exceeded 100 billion. Just the Tianwu domain alone was several times the size of the Tianwu continent. The number of people was easy to imagine. However, the number of cultivators was relatively small. If the Kunlun realm wanted to kill 100 million cultivators, at least 10 times that number of ordinary citizens would die. This was not a numbers game. Xiaochun simulated that scene in his mind. His mind was filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. It was hard to imagine that the incredibly strong Kunlun realm, where martial emperors formed, would encounter such a calamity. This is a death calamity for both sides. If we do not kill the Kunlun realm's cultivators, we will have to kill the demonic world's cultivators. Otherwise, the demonic god will rage and replace all 18 demon monarchs. Chen Xiao continued, "Aside from the demonic god blood sacrifice, some demon race experts will occasionally come to the Kunlun realm to plunder for the sake of cultivating evil cultivation techniques." When Hu Hai heard this, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiaochun, don't listen to his scary words. We are still far from the demonic calamity every 500 years. The Haotian province also has our Haotian emperor. No demon race experts will be blind enough to come and make trouble for us. This time it is just a spatial storm. That is, the spatial crystal walls of the Kunlun realm and the demonic world clashing. This happens occasionally. At most, some demonic beasts of the demonic world will be dragged down." Xiaochun gained a rough understanding of the situation and felt more confident. He said softly, "It is just that these ordinary citizens are suffering for no reason." Hu Hai's expression turned grave as well. He sighed and said, "This is unavoidable. However, the Haotian sect's branch in Spirit Water City should have already sent experts to block the spirit beasts. Let's quickly go to Spirit Water City. These spirit beasts demonized and the demonic beasts that will appear later are the most horrifying. Once Spirit Water City falls, the millions of people fleeing nearby will find it hard to escape death." 1 hour later, a majestic city appeared before the group's eyes. They could see long lines of people waiting to enter the city through the city gates. A large number of magic energy cannons were lined up on the city walls, looking very intimidating. Hu Hai swept his gaze across the city walls and fixed his gaze on the city gates in front. Many Haotian sect disciples stood on the city walls with their identity medallions hanging at their waists. At this moment, the soldiers who normally maintained law and order could no longer deal with the situation. The Haotian sect's branch in the city was in charge of all the defenses. Hu Hai gently waved his sleeves and withdrew the steel warship into them. Then, the 5 of them gently floated down and landed on the city walls. Who is the person in charge of this place? I am the true inheritor of the Haotian sect, Hu Hai. Hu Hai took out his identity medallion and spoke to the 100 Haotian sect disciples in front of him. His tone contained a faint might. A gray-robed old man with a deep cultivation revealed an expression of joy. He stepped forward and said, "This old man is by Ao, the branch master of this place." Spirit Water City was not one of the 9 main cities of the Haotian prefecture. Hence, the branch master could not mobilize experts from the Haotian prefecture's headquarters in an instant. Naturally, the old man rejoiced, feeling more confident. Xiao Chun thought to himself, Hu Hai's position in the sect is really high. This old man before me is a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. However, he is still so respectful to Hu Hai. Where is the elder guarding the city? Hu Hai asked with a slight frown. For a big city like Spirit Water City, the Haotian sect would normally arrange for a martial sage cultivator to be the elder guarding the city. Hu Hai felt somewhat angry that he did not see the elder guarding the city during this calamity. Bai Ao quickly explained. The elder guarding the city sensed the demonic calamity the instant it appeared. He is now at the front lines, blocking the beast horde coming out of the savage beast forest by himself. Hu Hai's expression relaxed slightly. He said, "Gather all the disciples who are martial kings and above. Perhaps we can use a large sum of money to recruit the cultivators who came to the city to escape." Hu Hai was very experienced in defending a city. With a few words he managed to stabilize the situation. This calmed some of the flustered disciples who had never seen the world before. When Xiao Chun saw this, he felt admiration for Hu Hai. He would not be able to do these things well. Even if the others were capable, they would not have the sense of responsibility. Chapter 689. Take Wang Cheng for example. Initially, he had even suggested not caring about these people's lives and asking them to hand in the proof of completion first. Chun Xiao stood beside Xiao Chun. When he saw that Xiao Chun's expression was not good, he consoled him with a smile. Junior brother Xiao Chun, don't worry too much. Although the damage caused by this spatial storm is great, it will not last for long. The crack will close automatically. With our cultivations, we will not be in any danger. Xiao Chen's unsightly expression was not because of this. Instead, it was because he had used too much mental energy to control the golden savage ox twice in a row. However, Xiao Chen only smiled faintly at Chan Zhao's consolation. He could not say anything more. Under Hu Hai's command, the sect disciples and the passing cultivators all gathered at the top of the city wall. With a rough count, there were at least 5,000 martial kings. However, there were fewer martial monarchs. When Hu Hai singled them out, there were only 200 of them. Junsi walked over and asked, "Senior brother, are these enough?" Hu Hai frowned slightly and said softly, "Under normal circumstances, it should be enough to last until the main force from the headquarters arrives. However, if there are too many rank 8 demonic beasts, it will be problematic." When the many disciples at the top of the city wall saw 4 true inheritors, they became more optimistic. They did not show much danger on their faces. True inheritors were not only dignified in status, but also represented that they each possessed a heaven-ranked martial technique. In a large-scale battle, they could bring out the might of the heaven-ranked martial technique to its limits. With 4 true inheritors here, they could deal with hundreds of martial monarchs. This made everyone feel more at ease. Hu Hai's face sank. He looked at the sky and said, "The spatial crack is about to open. Everyone be careful." When Xiao Chen heard this, he looked up and saw hundreds of black lightning, flashing in the center of the black clouds for millions of kilometers. A whirlpool-shaped spatial crack slowly appeared. In an instant, an endless amount of black demonic chi gushed out from the vortex in all directions. When the crack completely widened, the black demonic chi within the vortex spread out in all directions. When the spatial crack opened completely, thousands upon thousands of black hailstones shot out like cannonballs. When Xiao Chun looked up, he discovered that these hailstones looked very small from afar. They were all huge demonic beasts with scarlet eyes and black scales covering their bodies. They looked very ruthless. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic world's demonic beasts landed on the ground like cannonballs, blasting out deep pits. The people and cultivators who could not make it to the city gates in time died. They were immediately massacred. Magical beasts were different from demonic beasts and spirit beasts. They were ferocious beasts native to the demon realm. They had different sizes, but their bodies were covered with shiny black scales. They seemed to be extraordinarily hard, and their sharp claws glowed with a piercing cold light. With a casual swipe, they tore the surrounding populace that was fleeing in panic into two, and it was an extremely cruel sight. The city gates were closed, and the fate of these ordinary citizens who could not enter the city in time could not be changed. One by one, their lives disappeared before Xiao Qin's eyes. Fortunately, they only had to face attacks from one direction. The other gates were not attacked. When Hu Hai saw the demonic beasts raining down from the sky, he heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Fortunately, they are just ordinary soldiers. Elder Bai, prepare to fire the ancient demonic energy cannons." Bai Ao nodded lightly and instructed the cannoneers hidden on top of the city wall to get ready. A moment later, the hidden magic energy cannons in the city walls burst out with a sinister light. Thousands of light beams interweaved to form a curtain of death, blasting the magic beasts that fell down into pieces. Boom! 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 Blood rained down from the sky. After a few rounds of massacres, the number of magic beasts that fell to the ground had decreased by more than 50%. However, their numbers were still horrifying. There were at least 100,000 magic beasts. As they ran and roared, they were like a huge army surging towards the city walls. The ancient demonic energy cannons needed to be loaded with spirit stones. There was always a gap between the cannons and the cannons. They were not omnipotent. Defending the city walls still depended on the 5,000 martial kings that had gathered at the last minute. When the cultivators saw the black mass of demonic beasts, they had never seen such a formation before. Their hearts trembled slightly, and their right hands, which held their weapons, trembled uncontrollably. When Xiao Chen saw this, he frowned slightly. However, he could not say anything about it. It had only been 4 hours since the appearance of the black clouds. The Haotian sect had too little time to prepare. Such a performance was already very good. If it were another rank 8 or rank 7 sect, all the cultivators would have abandoned the city long ago. They would not care about the lives of the ordinary citizens. A demonic beast with a face like that of an orangutan walked upright. Its back was covered in spikes, and its body was covered in black scales. Suddenly, it nimbly leaped over the city walls and appeared before the crowd. There was an explosion and blood and flesh splattered. Hu Hai expressionlessly punched and exploded the demonic beast's head. He said coldly, "Prepare for battle. Without my orders, no one is allowed to retreat. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy." After this orangutan demonic beast ascended the city walls, demonic beasts continuously surged over, launching themselves at anyone they saw. Xiao Chen guarded a spot alone. His figure flashed as he executed the dragon claw fist. As his vital qi surged, he punched all the demonic beasts that pounced at him, exploding them. After a while, Xiao Chen discovered that the demonic beasts were indeed as Hu Hai said. They were just a bunch of random soldiers. Aside from their advantage in numbers, there was nothing too scary about them. Xiao Chen started to conserve his vital qi, using only 400,000 kilograms of force to face the enemy. The others also discovered this. They felt that the demonic beasts were not as horrifying as they imagined. Their expressions slowly turned excited. As the demonic beasts circulated their quintessence, they killed the demonic beasts flying over like they were chopping vegetables. When Hu Hai saw this, he quickly reminded these people to conserve their quintessence. However, the cultivators on the city walls were so focused on killing that they forgot themselves. Killing qi filled their eyes. Some of them were not Haotian sect disciples in the first place, so they did not listen to Hu Hai's words at all. Black clouds churned, and there was no light for 500 kilometers around. The sky seemed to press down. In the dark sky, demonic beasts rained down endlessly like hail. As the ancient demonic energy cannons fired, a scarlet light spread out. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air. When one looked around, there was a red haze everywhere. The ground was riddled with holes and ravines. The corpses of demonic beasts and humans were strewn all over the place. The entire place looked like hell. It was hard to imagine that 6 hours ago, This place was still the Kunlun realm with overwhelming spiritual energy, bright sunlight and fresh air. The many disciples on the city walls, who had been killing the demonic beasts effortlessly, slowly turned red. As they brandished their weapons, their movements became somewhat stiff. There were too many. There were too many spirit beasts climbing up from below. Furthermore, they came in an endless stream, not stopping for even a moment. After killing one batch, another batch would come. Even though it was an easy movement, after repeating it 1,000 times, one's arm would naturally feel sore. The more serious problem was that their quintessence could not keep up. In the intense battle, they could not find time to recover their quintessence. "Senior brother Hu, we can't hold on much longer," someone finally said to Hu Hai, unable to resist. Hu Hai had expected this. He shook his head slightly and said, "Jun Si, Wang Chang, Chan Xiao and Xiao Chun, follow me and charge down." The 5 were very strong. Their quintessence was vast, and their strength was still present. With a wave of attacks, they eliminated all the demonic beasts on the city walls. Before new demonic beasts could charge up, they leaped down from the city walls and executed a heaven-ranked martial technique each. Sword unfurling plum blossom. 7 stars surrounding the moon. Heaven and earth sword heart. Heaven-breaking axe chop. Blue dragon goes to sea. 5 tyrannical heaven-ranked martial techniques swept through the city like a strong wind. As the energy surged, miserable cries resounded. The 5's heaven-ranked martial techniques tore large swathes of demonic beasts into shreds. The area 3 kilometers in front of the city gates became empty. The people on the city walls obtained this precious time to rest and recuperate. Hu Hai held his huge axe with one hand and smiled. "Hold on for another 2 hours. The experts of our sect should be here by then. Let's kill a few more pieces of trash and charge with me." Behind them was the majestic spirit water city. The vast horde of demonic beasts in front had already regained their morale. They surged over like a flood, not knowing what fear was. The 5 each took a direction. They grasped their weapons tightly and did not dodge. Instead, they charged forward. As Xiao Chun looked at the vast army of demonic beasts, he did not feel any fear in his heart. Instead, he felt his blood boil, filled with lofty aspirations. There was no sun in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky. Xiao Chun and the others each guarded a direction. They brandished their weapons and executed exquisite martial techniques, using their strength to fight against the horde of demonic beasts. An incredible scene appeared in the sky. Unexpectedly, the 5 youths managed to hold back the flood-like demonic beasts. Each of them swept away an army of 1,000 undefeatable. When the cultivators on the city walls, who had recovered most of their quintessence, saw this startling scene, their eyes were filled with shock. Incredible! They truly live up to being the true inheritors of the Haotian sect. They are the proud sons of heaven, dragons and phoenixes among men. Indeed, who would dare to stand before so many demonic beasts and use their own strength to prevent a single demonic beast from charging over? Everyone revealed an expression of respect as they praised the 5 youths. No matter where they went, the strong would always be respected and respected. In such a blood-boiling scene, who would not want to be the one charging at the front, enjoying the gazes of worship from others? Strange, who is that white-robed bladesman? He is not a true inheritor. Finally, someone noticed Xiao Chen's appearance. When he saw his appearance, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. Under such circumstances, there was actually someone who was not a true inheritor, yet he dared to charge down with them. That's true. Who is that person? Why is he charging down just like that? After a while, everyone noticed that white figure. Unexpectedly, there was someone who could work together with the 4 true inheritors to resist the charge of thousands of demonic beasts. Xiao Chun remained calm. As he faced the charge of the endless demonic beasts, he brought out everything he knew. He treated this army of demonic beasts as a great test, a test of all his martial techniques. Normally, he would not run into such a fortuitous encounter. The lightning tribulation saber technique, the 4-season saber technique, and several other flaws that he had not noticed before were exposed in such an intense situation, benefiting Xiao Chun significantly. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the crack in the black whirlpool. A huge demonic beast's upper body filled up the crack, trying to squeeze out with much difficulty. A strong aura came from the roar, spreading out from the horizon and causing the army of demonic beasts below to pause. Chapter 690. Hu Hai's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, "A high-ranked demonic beast? This is bad. A high-ranked demonic beast is as strong as a half-sage. Spirit Water City will not be able to hold on." Hu Hai was not the only one. The expressions of the people on the city walls, who saw that the situation had stabilized, changed as well. Xiao Chun raised his head and frowned slightly. That demonic beast had only revealed half of its body, but it already had such a horrifying aura. What would happen if it fully revealed itself? Just as everyone started to feel fear in their hearts and wanted to retreat, a red beam of light streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving a long trail of flames behind it. Boom! The red beam of light struck the high-ranked demonic beast's head at lightning speed, and its hill-sized upper body exploded. The high-ranked demonic beast that everyone felt despair getting blasted to death so easily. No one dared to believe it. However, Hu Hai's face lit up with joy. He smiled and said, "First senior sister is here. There is no need to be afraid now." Xiao Chun looked up and saw a beautiful purple-clad girl standing on the back of a green bird in the sky above Spirit Water City. The corner of the purple-clothed woman's mouth gently pulled into a spirited smile as she put away the large bow in her hand. "Shui Lingling, we are saved. First senior sister is here." When the Haotian sect disciples on the city walls saw the green bird flying in the sky, they immediately cheered. Shui Lingling was one of the 7 giants of the martial sky continent's human race's younger generation, the strongest expert of the younger generation in the 18 southern provinces, and the inner sect enforcer of the Bushin Palace. All sorts of glory gave this mysterious girl boundless prestige in the Haotian sect. She was worshipped by everyone. The moment she appeared, the morale of the disciples on the city walls soared. They all became excited and leaped off the city walls to launch a counterattack. Xiao Chun casually glanced at her before withdrawing his gaze. Then he focused on the demonic beasts in front of him. As he swung his saber, he calmly chopped the demonic beasts in front of him in half. With a glance, Xiao Chun discovered that Junsi seemed to be a little distracted not far away. Her attention was focused on the green bird in the sky, which had a threatening spiritual aura. 4 or 5 demonic beasts with flashing black scales broke through her sword curtain and attacked her vitals. If she was hit, even with her protective primordial spirit, she would inevitably be injured. Furthermore, these magical beasts contain demonic qi within their bodies. Once a wound was infected by the demonic qi, even if it wasn't a serious injury, it would still be difficult to recover. Xiao Chun sent out a chain of saber qi, clearing the demonic beasts in front of him temporarily. Then he stretched out his hand and sent out 4 strands of saber qi to help Junsi kill the 4 demonic beasts that found an opening. "Junior brother Xiao Chun, many thanks." Junsi returned to her senses and thanked Xiao Chun softly. Smiling faintly, Xiao Chun didn't say anything else and continued to focus his attention on the magical beasts on his side. "Wow!" Suddenly, startled cries came from behind. The disciples who had rushed down to prepare for a counterattack all looked at the sky in astonishment. Xiao Chun took some time to look, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. In the gloomy, horrifying sky, a huge green spirit bird spread its wings and soared in the sky, carrying Shui Lingling with it. Then it flashed in the sky and directly entered the space crack. How bold! They actually dared to kill their way into the lair of these demonic beasts. No wonder all the cultivators present gaped, not daring to say a word. Half-sage, half-step martial sage. Is this the strength of a half-sage? A fervent look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself. After Shui Lingling flew into the spatial tear, the hail-like horde of demonic beasts no longer appeared. All the cultivators advanced together and started their counterattack, clearing the battlefield. The danger was temporarily resolved. Xiao Chun looked at the excited cultivators beside him and shook his head slightly. He stopped attacking and sheathed his lunar shadow saber. Then he slowly retreated from the crowd. After a few leaps, he landed on the top of the city wall. Then he closed his eyes and entered deep thought, digesting the comprehensions he gained from the earlier battle. The clamor of the outside world had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. He was completely immersed in the profound world of martial techniques, his mind at peace. Xiao Chen's white robes were stained with blood, and killing qi lingered in the surroundings. However, the closed-eyed Xiao Chen gave off a sense of peace and tranquility, aloof and elegant. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A saber hummed in the depths of his eyes. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the air. Xiao Chen's aura became even sharper. His delicate face radiated a sharpness. The tyranny unique to a bladesman unconsciously leaked out. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered loudly, kicking up a strong wind. The air even turned heavier. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and a strand of purple saber qi drew a 1-kilometer-long arc in the air, looking like a crescent moon. Even though the saber qi was lengthened by 100 times, its density and might did not decrease at all. It was still as sharp as it was at the start. If anyone else were here, they would be greatly astonished. At this moment, Xiao Chen's saber intent had advanced to 70% comprehended. Furthermore, it was a perfect 70% comprehended saber intent. He could control it as he pleased. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand slightly, and that strand of saber qi that looked like a demonic moon instantly vanished. That tyrannical aura that looked down on everyone returned to his body with a buzz. Xiao Chen returned to his ordinary self, not revealing any pride at all. He said indifferently, 70% comprehended saber intent is also a great perfection saber intent. Saber intent is stronger than sword intent in the first place. If Yun Feiyu were to compete in aura with me now, I would be able to defeat him in an instant. However, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that he had used the golden savage ox to knock out Hua Yunfei's group in the savage beast forest. He did not know if they could survive this chaos. It would be best if they all died. That way, he would not have to do anything and could save himself a lot of trouble. Junior brother Xiao, why are you back so early? There were already not many demonic beasts in front. Hu Hai and the others had expended a lot of quintessence, so they stopped. Wang Chang said indifferently, Junior brother Xiao, it might be due to insufficient quintessence. That is understandable. Xiao Chen saw some hostility in Wang Cheng's eyes. He knew that Wang Cheng was now treating him as a competitor. However, Hu Hai remained silent. When he looked at Xiao Chen again, he discovered that Xiao Chen seemed to have changed again. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not figure out what had changed. Hu Hai increasingly felt that Xiao Chen was unfathomable. However, Hu Hai had always been a broad-minded person. He was very confident in his own strength, so he did not feel that there was anything wrong. Hu Hai smiled casually and said, Xiao Chen, when first senior sister comes out, I'll introduce her to you. Our mission this time will be a success. The group chatted casually for a while, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly scattered. The sky turned increasingly pale. In the end, the sky became clear and bright. The whirlpool-shaped spatial crack slowly shrank and closed up. However, Shui Lingling still did not appear. The group could not help but worry. Xiu! Just as the spatial crack closed up completely, a green light flashed from it. A resonant bird cry resounded everywhere. The green bird carried Shui Lingling out safely. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim in shock. This green bird is really miraculous. Not only is its spiritual energy overwhelming, but it is also very fast. Unexpectedly, it can shrink in an instant. Junsi smiled and said, that is a rank 9 spirit bird that the sect master bestowed on first senior sister. It is called the Profound Sun Bird. I heard that it has the bloodline of an immortal beast. It has the extreme young profound sun true flame in its body. It is very incredible in combat. As Junsi spoke, a light flashed, and a purple-clad girl appeared on the city wall. A palm-sized green bird perched on her shoulder, looking very cute. Greetings, first senior sister. Hu Hai and the others greeted respectfully with cupped fist salutes, not daring to be slow. Shui Lingling was the top true inheritor of the Haotian province. She was like a resplendent pearl, giving off a dazzling light. Her skin was crystalline, and a faint fragrance lingered around her, intoxicating everyone. She stood tall and slender, like a purple lotus flower blooming. Her aura was extraordinary, and her beauty could not be profaned. Her expression was extremely calm, not showing any fluctuations at all. She calmly looked at the four below and asked in a pleasing voice, Junior brother, who have you killed the spirit beast? Hu Hai had been prepared for this long ago. He smiled casually and handed over the golden ox horn. Shui Lingling closed her eyes and her lily-white hand, which held the golden ox horn, gave off a faint light. After a while she opened her eyes and said, "That's right. The baleful energy, spiritual energy, and baleful aura are still there. They were not bought from the auction house. You will be coming with me to the savage battlefield." The four revealed faint smiles on their faces, feeling very excited in their hearts. Hu Hai received the golden ox horn and said, "Many thanks, first senior sister." Then Hu Hai pointed to Xiao Chan and said, "First senior sister, this is Xiao Chan. He is a peak inner sect disciple comparable to Yun Feiyu. This time he contributed the most to killing the golden savage ox. Can we bring him to the savage battlefield as well?" Wang Cheng seemed to be prepared. After Hu Hai finished speaking, he said without hesitation, "Senior brother Hu, there is no need. Junior brother Xiao is only a medial grade martial monarch. It would be too dangerous for him to go with us." Jun Si said in shock, "Senior brother Wang, why are you saying that? Didn't we already agree on this?" Chen Zhao's eyes flickered. He wanted to say something to help. However, when he thought about it, he remembered Xiao Chen's performance in this demonic calamity. So for some reason he kept his mouth shut. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the others, Wang Cheng continued, "The savage battlefield is filled with danger. Even we do not dare to say that we will be able to escape unscathed. I think junior brother Xiao should wait for 3 years. This is for his own good." Shui Lingling acted like she did not hear what Wang Cheng said. She looked at Xiao Chen interestedly and said, "So you are Xiao Chen? It looks like you really used the monarch bloodgrass and the half-drop of dragon marrow." Aside from Chan Xiao, the others were all shocked when they heard this. They had not expected that Shui Lingling, who was in the distant Bushin Palace, would remember Xiao Chan. Hu Hai asked in a probing manner, "First senior sister, do you know Xiao Chan?" Shui Lingling shook her head and replied, "I do not. However, he is now famous throughout the entire central province. First Nguyen Muyun and Wang Meng made a bet. In the end they both lost to him. On the proud son of heaven ranking, he remains in the top 1,000. Until now, no one has been able to shake his position. Because of his existence, several elders of the 9 ranks of the great families and noble clans have complained to me." Chapter 691. Now it was not just Hu Hai and the others. Even Chen Zhao's expression changed as they gazed at Xiao Chan bewildered. What kind of place was the central province? It was the center of the entire Tianwu domain. It was also where the Bushin Palace was located. Unexpectedly, the originally unremarkable Xiao Chan had already become famous in the central province. Who were Nguyen Muyun and Wang Meng? One was a legendary holy daughter, and the other was one of the 7 giants of young cultivators, comparable to Shui Lingling. These two actually lost to Xiao Chan in a bet. No matter how one thought about it, it was inconceivable. Xiao Chan felt somewhat astonished as well. He had not expected that a simple attempt at the proud son of heaven ranking would cause so much trouble. "First senior sister, what is going on with the monarch bloodgrass and that half-drop of dragon marrow? Can you tell me the details?" Not thinking about anything else, Xiao Chen directly asked the question that had been troubling him for a long time. Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, "Back then, Nguyen Muyun and Wang Meng made a bet to see whose disciple could make it higher on the proud son of heaven ranking. In the end, both of their disciples lost to you. Hence the bet ended up with you." Xiao Chan shook his head in disbelief. The monarch bloodgrass and the half-drop of dragon marrow were very precious. He was not sure about Nguyen Muyun, but Wang Meng had a bad reputation. How could he obediently hand over the half-drop of dragon marrow? Shui Lingling smiled faintly but did not want to explain. She said, "Wang Meng is an arrogant and warlike person. No matter what the reason is, you use the half-drop of dragon marrow. It will not be a good thing for you to run into him. It is still fine in the Haotian province. There will not be many opportunities to run into him. However, once you go to the savage battlefield, there will be a high chance of running into him. Furthermore, the savage battlefield is indeed very dangerous. You should think about it carefully before making a decision." Xiao Chan answered with certainty, "I have to go to the savage battlefield. No matter who or why, they will not be able to stop me." Junior brother Xiao Chun, you're not strong enough. We'll have to take care of you if you go there. If you run into Wang Meng, it'll only make things difficult for first senior sister. Why do you have to do this? When Hu Hai heard that, he could not take it anymore and said, Junior brother Wang, how can you say that? Wang Chang said disapprovingly, What did I say? I was speaking the truth. He is just a medial grade martial monarch. Which one of us is not a middle stage superior grade martial monarch? Junior brother Chun, tell me, am I right? Chan Xiao nodded lightly, expressing his approval. Junsi was anxious, but she was also a little confused. She didn't know why Wang Cheng's face changed so quickly. Chun Xiao didn't speak up for Xiao Chen either. Xiao Chun saw all of this and sneered in his heart. He didn't argue or say a word. He just waited calmly for Shui Lingling's answer. Shui Lingling's bright eyes were deep and boundless. With her intelligence, she had more or less guessed everything in front of her. I understand. Since you've already made up your mind, come with me when the time comes. The elders guarding the city are still dealing with the demonized spirit beasts. They need my help there, so I'll take my leave first. Without much thought, Shui Lingling agreed to Xiao Chen's request. The profound sun bird on her shoulder turned into a beam of dim light and quickly enlarged. Then it carried Shui Lingling into the distance. Xiao Chen said goodbye to Hu Hai and Jun Si. Then, without even looking at Wang Cheng, he leaped off the city wall and headed back to the Haotian sect. Confused, Jun Si asked, Senior brother Wang, didn't we agree to bring Xiao Chun to the savage battlefield after we complete the mission? Wang Cheng smiled coldly and said, Before we came, we did not know that he had a heaven-ranked martial technique. We would never have guessed that the attack he could burst out with was as strong as senior brother Hu's. All the more, we would not have known that his performance against the countless demonic beasts was no weaker than ours. The most important thing is that he is only 21 years old. The youngest of the four of us is already 25 years old. Jun Si finally understood. It turned out that Wang Cheng feared Xiao Chen's rapid growth, which frightened him. Hence, he wanted to suppress Xiao Chen. Short-sighted, Hu Hai said disdainfully. Hu Hai said with disdain. He shook his head and said, What kind of person is first senior sister? How can she not see through your thoughts? Doing this will only make others look down on you. A true genius is never afraid of competition. Wang Cheng still wanted to argue, but after Hu Hai finished speaking, he left alone. Jun Si also felt ashamed for Wang Cheng. She was not willing to say anything more, so she just walked away. 3 days later, Xiao Chen returned to the Haotian sect. He took a good bath and swept away all the fatigue from the past few days. Now he was completely recovered. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to put on all his clothes. He only wore a pair of shorts and took out a palm-sized porcelain bottle from the universe ring. This bottle contained the blood marrow of the golden savage ox's spine. The golden savage ox had the bloodline of an ancient savage beast. Savage beasts were famous for their pure physical strength. With just their vital qi, the ancient sages and martial emperors did not dare to fight against them. One could easily imagine how shocking their vital qi was. The savage beast blood in the golden savage ox was already diluted to a negligible level. However, its blood marrow was still very effective for cultivators who cultivated the physical body. It was worth cities and was not something that ordinary medicinal pills could compare to. A resolute look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He held the porcelain bottle tightly. The savage battlefield was dangerous. Even describing it as a narrow escape would be an understatement. Xiao Chen needed to strengthen himself further. Only by becoming stronger could he shut up people like Wang Cheng and obtain more benefits for himself. Xiao Chen poured the blood marrow into his palm and smeared it evenly on his upper body. His skin immediately felt a burning sensation. After Xiao Chen smeared all the blood marrow on his body, he felt like the blood in his body was burning. His entire body surged, filled with boundless vital qi. I can't take it anymore. I have to quickly digest the energy in the blood marrow. Otherwise, I will burn to death. A strong wind blew as Xiao Chen rushed into the Tao Academy. After he stood still, he immediately circulated his vital qi and executed a fist technique. This fist technique looked very ordinary. It was the same fist technique that Xiao Chen had practiced since he was young in the Xiao clan. There was nothing fancy about it. However, in Xiao Chen's hands it displayed a different kind of might. Fist winds roared, sounding like thunder, turning something ordinary into something miraculous. Every time Xiao Chen punched, space trembled. The savage beast blood smeared on his body seeped into his blood at an even faster rate. Thunderous sounds rang out continuously in the courtyard. A strong wind blew as Xiao Chen fought to his heart's content. All the blood in his body surged, and he could not help roaring in delight. As the golden savage ox's blood marrow seeped into Xiao Chen's body, a scarlet light appeared on his skin. It looked strangely beautiful under the sunlight. Rumble! As the blood in Xiao Chen's body flowed, surging energy erupted like a roaring river, surging endlessly. The wind from Xiao Chen's fist seemed to be able to vaguely hear the roar of waves and the sound of gushing rivers. It was as if there really was a river falling from the 9 heavens. Break! Suddenly thousands of rivers gathered in his dantian. Xiao Chen felt like something in his body had exploded. His physical body underwent a rebirth, undergoing a qualitative change. The acupoints on the soles of his feet burst open, opening 3 acupoints each. Xiao Chen quickly circulated his firmament body tempering art. Indeed, he broke through the peak of the late stage of the 6th layer, officially reaching the 7th layer. After Xiao Chen completely absorbed the savage beast's blood, his bare skin gained a better texture. His bulging muscles were filled with explosive energy. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly and punched the air 3 times. A horrifying force exploded in the air, giving off 3 intense howls. When they merged, they formed a tornado. Xiao Chen was filled with joy. He muttered, "Good. My pure strength has increased by 150 tons of force, reaching 1,800,000 tons of force. My total vital qi has also increased explosively. If I burn my vital qi and execute the burning the heavens, its might will be even more horrifying." However, after that, Xiao Chen felt somewhat melancholic. He clenched his right fist and pounded it against his left palm. He said, "Starting from the 7th layer, the firmament body tempering art will focus more on the recovery of the physical body. The spirit herbs required for this will all be astronomical." The 7th level was mainly to train the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It wasn't to make them stronger, but to give them a stronger recovery ability. For example, if one's internal organs were injured, they would need half an hour to recover. After reaching great perfection of the 7th layer, one would be able to recover in 10 minutes. The internal organs each corresponded to a natural treasure. Tempering the heart required the heart-nourishing flower. Tempering the liver and gallbladder required the purple sungrass, and the spleen and stomach required the red lotus fruit. Every spirit herb was rare and hard to find. Even in high-ranked auctions they would be hard to find. They could only be found in dangerous lands that were rarely visited by humans. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and said indifferently, "We will cross the bridge when we get there. For now, we should focus on preparing for the savage battlefield. Don't think too much about other things." Dong! 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 Just at this moment, a deep, ancient bell tolled on an extremely desolate peak in the mountains surrounding Haotian City. The sound of the bell came from far away. Everyone in Haotian City could hear it clearly. Compared to the sound of the bell, the words that came with it were even more shocking. The Haotian sect's Xiao Chen is despicable and shameless, forgetting righteousness at the sight of profit, plotting against his companions. You are a righteous sect's disciple in vain. Today the Full Moon Pavilion's Chou-Yi is here to challenge you. If you are not a tortoise hiding in its shell, then scram out here. Chou-Yi purposely infused his quintessence into the last 3 words, allowing them to linger for a long time. Everyone could feel the overwhelming hatred hidden in those words. It is a sect challenge. A disciple of the same sect rang the combat bell. Chou-Yi, a peak inner sect disciple of the Full Moon Pavilion. He is as famous as Yun Feiyu. He is somewhat famous in the 18 southern provinces. How did Xiao Chen offend him? Our Haotian sect's Xiao Chen is not weak either. He might not lose to this Chou-Yi. Right, in terms of martial techniques he should be pretty good. However, he spent too little time in the Kunlun realm. His accumulations are insufficient. Come, let's go to Giant Sword Peak to take a look. There will be a good show to watch. It has been a few years since someone rang the combat bell. The bell tolled melodiously, lingering in the sky above Haotian City. When all the disciples in the city heard Qiu Yi's mocking words, they stopped what they were doing and looked towards Giant Sword Peak. Then they all leaped up and flew towards Giant Sword Peak. Now Xiaochun was in the limelight in the inner sect. His deeds were widely spread. He came from the Sky Dome realm, which was ranked last. First he defeated Gui Wu. Then he defeated the battle realm Situ Gang. Even when the 5 old experts of the inner sect worked together, they still lost to him. Chapter 692. Xiaochun's opponents were not weaklings. Be it the 5 veteran experts Gui Wu or Situ Gang, they had all relied on their own strength. Right now, everyone in the Haotian sect knew Xiaochun. When they heard that an expert from the Full Moon Pavilion came to challenge them, their interest was immediately piqued. Inside the courtyard, Xiaochun put on his clothes and slowly repeated Qiu Yi's name in his mind. Only then did he remember who the other party was, why they had a conflict, and why the other party said that about him. It's fine if you are here to challenge me. Why is there a need to say so many pompous words? How boring. Xiaochun shook his head slightly, revealing some disdain on his face. He now understood why he did not remember this person. It would be strange if Xiaochun remembered such a pompous person who pretended to be righteous. Ripples spread out on the lake in front of him. 2 figures flew over quickly. They were Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu, who had heard the news. After a few breaths, the 2 landed before Xiaochun. Senior brother Xiaochun, you are in big trouble now, Yu Chenxi said somewhat mischievously as he smiled gently. He did not seem overly nervous. Xiaochun shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's not really a big deal." Gong Yongyu smiled and said, "Not really? Despicable and shameless, forgetting righteousness at the sight of profit, scheming against his companions. Every one of them is a big label." Xiaochun smiled helplessly and said, "The 2 of you don't really believe this nonsense, right?" Yu Chenxi burst out laughing and said seriously, "Stop joking. Xiaochun, how confident are you?" Gong Yongyu also said sullenly, "The Full Moon Pavilion is located in the 18 southern provinces. In terms of strength and accumulations, they are no weaker than our Haotian province. Since he came to challenge you with such a large force, he must have something to rely on. Otherwise, if he loses, he will lose all face." "I am completely confident," Xiaochun said calmly but confidently. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu exchanged glances and relaxed. They knew that Xiaochun would never brag. If he said he was 100% confident, then he was 100% confident. Who is Xiaochun? Just as the 3 of them were about to leave the city and head to the Giant Sword Peak, a blue-robed old man descended from the sky and hovered in the air as he spoke to the 3 of them. The old man's sleeves were embroidered with the symbol of an inner court elder of the Haotian sect. His cultivation was profound, only slightly lower than Shui Lingling's. Obviously, his status was not low. Xiaochun took a step forward and said, "I am." The old man in blue sized up Xiaochun and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He discovered that even with his cultivation, he was unable to completely see through Xiaochun. Withdrawing his gaze, the old man said, "When the war bell rings, the person who is called will have to accept the challenge. This is a common rule between the various sects of the Tianwu domain. I hope you will do your best and not tarnish the reputation of my Haotian sect." "Definitely." The 3 followed the old man and flew to the Giant Sword Peak. The Giant Sword Peak was no more than 3 kilometers tall. Compared to the mountain peaks surrounding Haotian City, it did not stand out. However, the peak arena and the war bell at the summit made it stand out from the masses. A major character had used boundless energy to create a vast platform at the top of the Giant Sword Peak. The structure at the summit was very simple. There was a wooden frame erected in the center, and on top of the 100-meter-tall frame was an ancient and majestic battle bell. Not far away was an arena made of cold mountain stone. On the simple platform, there was nothing else other than the fierce wind and the bleak atmosphere of the battle. "He's here. Xiaochun is here." When the various disciples who had arrived early saw the people flying over, their eyes lit up, and they were all startled. Qiu Yi stood below the arena and looked at Xiaochun in the air. He revealed a cold smile, a look of hatred in his eyes. Around Qiu Yi were the disciples of the various sects who had worked together to kill Lone Wolf. All of them had arrived, their gazes filled with hatred. This was especially so for the Thousand Mystery Sects Shuaping. Back then she had sneak attacked Xiao Chun. In the end, Shuaping's nose had caved in. Even after she recovered, she had not recovered to her original state. Now that her nose was slightly crooked, her originally beautiful face lost its beauty. Big Brother Chiu, whether we can take revenge this time or not will depend on you. The group of people behind Chiu said to him when they saw that a big fight was about to start. Chiu grasped his scabbard with his right hand and revealed a confident smile. He said, "Don't worry. I already broke through the bottleneck of medial grade martial monarch and advanced to superior grade martial monarch. That brat only bullied us because we did not have quintessence previously. This time, not only will I beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy, but I will also ruin his reputation. He will never be able to raise his head again." Xiu. The blue-clad old man led Xiao Chen and the other two to land firmly on the opposite side of the arena. Then, he floated below the arena to be the referee for this fight. Sabers and swords have no eyes. Full Moon Pavilion's Chou-yi, once you ring the combat bell, it is equivalent to ringing the life and death contract. Do you understand? Naturally I understand. Even if I kill this person, the Haotian sect will not pursue this matter. Chou-yi pushed off the ground and gracefully flew onto the arena. He crossed his arms over his chest, holding his sword. Then he gave Xiao Chun a sidelong glance and smiled. Indeed, even after so long, you are only a medial grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun did not argue with Chou-yi. He gently leaped up and landed on the arena. Xiao Chun, back then, I saw that your cultivation was low and invited you to kill Lone Wolf out of goodwill. However, you despicably conserved your strength. After you killed Lone Wolf, you immediately tore up the agreement, repaying kindness with enmity. You beat up the various sect disciples who exhausted their quintessence and taught them a lesson. Tell me, do you admit to this? Chou-yi's expression turned sullen as he shouted angrily at Xiao Chun. The group of people who came with Chou-yi also took the opportunity to echo Chou-yi's words. They cursed at Xiao Chun, saying all sorts of nasty things. When the Haotian sect disciples who came to watch the fight heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They could not believe that Xiao Chun was such a person, so they started discussing him in soft voices. This was the effect that Chou-yi wanted. First, he wanted to make Xiao Chun look like he was being unreasonable. Then, he would use his absolute strength to trample on Xiao Chun, erasing the hatred in Xiao Chun's heart. Xiao Chun, with so many people as witnesses, what else do you have to say? Chou-yi said coldly as he pointed at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's white robes fluttered in the wind. His expression remained calm as he replied, "Are you done yet?" Seeing Xiao Chun so calm, not panicking or feeling guilty at all, this was very different from what he expected. Chou-yi was astonished. He stammered, Are you done? In that case you can scram now." Xiao Chun's expression turned cold. The ancient sovereign's qi that he had refined to great perfection burst out. It was like a heavenly deity descending, shocking Chou-yi. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chun's body. Then he quickly burned half of it. Azure smoke rose from his Tianmen acupoint as he punched the sky. A dragon roar came from the burning azure clouds. A blue dragon clenched its claw into a fist and descended from the sky, carrying the might of heaven. Chou-yi had just struggled free from Xiao Chun's aura. Before he could draw his sword, the lightning-fast punch smashed him to the ground. After burning his vital qi, Xiao Chun's 1,800,000 kilograms of force reached a horrifying 1,000,000 kilograms of force. Chou-yi fell face-first to the ground, creating spider-like cracks in the arena. Xiao Chun's figure flashed and landed beside Chou-yi. Without giving Chou-yi a chance to get up, he kicked him. Like a sandbag, Chou-yi tumbled in the air a few times before falling towards the crowd. From the moment Xiao Chun spoke to the moment he punched and kicked Chou-yi, the entire process took only 2 blinks of an eye. Xiao Chun was as fast as the wind, decisive like thunder. The surrounding people were all stunned, especially the disciples from the various sects who had come with Chou-yi. Such an ending had completely exceeded their expectations. Just a moment ago, under Chou-yi's lead, they had been aggressively berating Xiao Chun. However, in merely one breath, Chou-yi was sent flying. The entire place fell deathly silent. No one said anything. No one had expected Xiao Chun to settle the startling battle that they had expected with one punch. Many people didn't even know what was going on. Everything had happened too quickly. Only some of the inner sect disciples with higher cultivations could tell what had happened. The force that exploded out from Xiao Chen's punch already surpassed that of a regular superior-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen's sudden attack on Aura and Qiu Yi's carelessness made everything logical. When experts exchanged moves, how could one be careless? One mistake could instantly turn the situation around. The cultivators that came with Qiu Yi rushed to treat his injuries, feeding him medicinal pills and infusing quintessence into his body. Xiao Chun, you are too vicious. To think that you attack so heavily. Not only are you despicable and shameless, but you are also vicious and merciless. The cultivators that came with Qiu Yi were originally prepared to help them vent their anger. Such an outcome was simply too much for them to bear, so they all started cursing Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, but he felt disdain in his heart. He could not be bothered to defend himself. Only the weak would be so unreasonable, using words to gain an advantage. If you are not satisfied, you can ring the combat bell at any time. Xiao Chun replied indifferently. Then he coldly eyed the behavior of this group of people. The various sect disciples who were cursing all shut up, not daring to say anything more. With Qiu Yi's experience, how could they dare to go up and humiliate themselves? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the thousand mystery sects Shuoping. As she looked at Xiao Chen, she wished that she could ring the combat bell and hack him into 1,000 pieces. However, when she thought about Qiu Yi's experience, she gritted her teeth in hatred. Her footsteps became as heavy as a mountain, unable to move at all. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and shook his head to himself. He felt that wasting time on this group of useless people who only knew how to talk was too boring. Since no one is ringing the bell, I will take my leave first. Xiao Chun nodded to the blue-robed elder and turned to leave. The savage battlefield would officially open at the end of the month. He did not have time to waste here. Ding! Ding! Just at this moment, the ancient combat bell suddenly rang twice. The sound reverberated throughout the summit, scattering the strong wind that had been blowing for many years. The sound echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing the sound of the combat bell at such a close distance made everyone's blood surge, filling them with a strong fighting spirit. You truly live up to being the king-grade true dragon of the Sky Dome realm. In merely 3 months you have already grown to such a level. A cold voice came from afar. The crowd on the summit quickly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw 2 figures in the air quickly flying over, accompanied by a chilly wind. The person who spoke casually fiddled with his pale right hand. Strands of ice-cold quintessence shot out and struck the ancient combat bell continuously. Chapter 693. The icy quintessence drifted out as the bell chimes rang. The temperature in the air plummeted, and frost quickly spread out on the ground. Several cultivators felt the cold qi penetrate their bones, as if it was about to enter their hearts. They were startled and quickly circulated their quintessence to block it. As the bell chimed, the cold qi surged out in waves. The Haotian sect inner sect disciples with lower cultivations paled. Horror filled their eyes as they retreated, not daring to get too close to the combat bell. What a horrifying state of ice! They are the people of the extreme Yin sect. The casual display of the newcomers allowed the crowd to guess their identity. Their eyes filled with doubt. The extreme Yin sect was very strong. There were 2 Emperor Wu in the sect. Among the 9 ranks of the great families, they were considered peak existences. In terms of overall strength, they were much stronger than the Haotian sect and the Full Moon Pavilion. The bell has rung. Xiao Chun, you cannot leave. Xiao Chun stopped and said with a grave expression, Wan Feng. The person who arrived was the extreme Yin sect's Wan Feng. However, what made Xiao Chen's expression turn grave was not him but the youth beside him. The young man was dressed plainly, and there was a faint smile on his face. However, his face looked like a block of ice that wouldn't melt in 1,000 years. His smile didn't have the slightest bit of sunshine, which made it even more strange. Xiao Chun could not figure out this youth's cultivation. It seemed to be much higher than Hu Hai's. The top true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect, one of the 7 giants by Wuxue. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. Finally, someone recognized that youth. Their eyes filled with astonishment. This was a person who was as famous as their first senior sister. Even the calm blue-robed administrator was moved. He said, "Bai Wuxue, are you here to ring the bell as well?" The corners of Bai Wuxue's lips curled up slightly. He said indifferently, "No, I do not think that I can defeat Shui Lingling. I am just here to see what kind of person can make my little junior brother work so hard." I remember now. The person who rang the bell is called Wan Feng. Like Bai Wuxue, he is the extreme old man's final disciple. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan even offended him. "I'm afraid this is not going to be easy. Our Haotian sect's reputation is going to suffer." That Wan Feng is already a peak early-stage superior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he has taken the extreme old man as his master. Aside from the true inheritors of our Haotian sect, no one should be able to defeat him. The people below whispered to each other as they looked at Xiao Chan. They could not help but feel a little worried for him. Earlier, when Xiao Chen faced off against Qiu Yi, no one had been so worried. After all, Xiao Chen's strength was clear for all to see. Xiao Chen's chances of victory were at least 50-50. However, now his opponent was Wan Feng, the extreme old man's final disciple. Everyone felt that Xiao Chen's chances of victory were not high. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu also revealed worried expressions. Back in the Sky Dome realm, the two of them had personally experienced Wan Feng's strength. "Xiu!" Wan Feng gently leaped up and landed on the arena. Then he looked at Xiao Chan and smiled. He said in a cold voice, "Xiao Chan, I have to thank you. Without the pressure you gave me, I would not have improved so quickly in such a short time." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said indifferently, "There is no need to thank me. I will help you again today." The battle of words quickly escalated to a clash of auras. Wan Feng's expression turned cold. He wanted to suppress Xiao Chan with his aura first. A cold wind howled behind Wan Feng. His aura was like a snowstorm as it surged towards Xiao Chan. Snowflakes seemed to fall in the air. For some reason, the temperature in the arena dropped by 100 degrees Celsius. A layer of hard ice formed on the ground, spreading up from Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chan gently raised his right foot and stomped down ferociously. "Kasie! Kasu!" The hard layer of ice on the arena suddenly shattered. They turned into ice shards that filled the sky and danced in the air. Under the direct sunlight, they flickered with an icy light. They looked like dazzling pearls. Xiao Chan activated the ancient sovereign's bloodline in his body. A vast, drawn-out, ancient aura burst forth and turned into a strong wind. That gust of wind seemed to have traveled through time, blowing over from the ancient times. The ice shards dancing in the air were injected by the strong wind. As it spun, it pierced through the air. This beautiful object had turned into a sharp killing weapon as it rained down on Wan Feng. Wan Feng was astonished. He had not expected Xiao Chan to be so incredible in a clash of auras, surpassing him. Seeing the ice shards flying at him, Wan Feng took a step back and threw a palm strike. Bang! 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 Shattering sounds filled the air, resounding endlessly. The force of this palm strike shattered all the ice shards into powder. Xiao Chen's sovereign's aura was also completely nullified. Xiao Chan had burned half of his vital qi to deal with Qiu Yi earlier, so he did not have any intention of continuing with the burning heaven fist. Standing on the blue dragon image, Xiao Chan leaped up and passed through the ice shards filling the air. Then he executed a tyrannical berserk dragon fist at Wan Feng. Wan Feng smiled coldly to himself. He did not panic. He tilted his body slightly and used his palm as a saber. Then he chopped down at the roaring blue dragon. A smooth crack appeared on the blue dragon image formed by quintessence, and it immediately crumbled. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Wan Feng made a strong counterattack. He circulated his ice quintessence and sent out 3 palm strikes, knocking Xiao Chan back and regaining the initiative. "Xiao Chan, it looks like your physical body is only a so-so. Draw your saber. Today I am already extraordinary. It is not something you can imagine," Wan Feng said proudly after he knocked back Xiao Chan. The blue dragon sank slightly and landed firmly on the ground with Xiao Chan. Wan Feng had burned half his vital qi, so its might had decreased. Furthermore, he did not want to show off too much in front of Bai Wuxue, so he held back. Xiao Chan flipped his left hand and summoned out the lunar shadow saber. He smiled faintly and said, "You are not the only one improving in this world. In that case, let me see how extraordinary you are." Wan Feng looked at Xiao Chun, who had taken out the lunar shadow saber. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Don't disappoint me, white-robed bladesman. Flower cage." Wan Feng spread out his fingers and gently patted at Xiao Chun. A flower image embedded into the ground appeared on the arena below Xiao Chun's feet. When Xiao Chun felt a strange energy flowing in the ground, his expression changed slightly, and he leaped up. Wan Feng smiled faintly and pulled with his right hand. The ice flower image on the ground suddenly emerged and turned into a huge ice flower. The layers of ice petals were 100 meters wide. They looked like a huge mouth biting at Xiao Chun in the air. It looked like this Wan Feng had learned a new martial technique in the extreme Yin sect. The last time Xiao Chun fought with him, he had not seen such a strange martial technique. The flower soared into the air. There was even a stalk attached to the ground. From a distance it looked like a real flower dancing in the wind. The surrounding cold chi slowly gathered, and the stalk grew longer. The flower chased after Xiao Chun, biting at him continuously. No matter how Xiao Chun dodged, he could not shake it off. Wan Feng smiled faintly and pushed off the ground. He turned into a white figure charging at Xiao Chun. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's palms were transparent like ice, flickering with a faint cold light. He sent out 3 palm strikes trying to block off Xiao Chun's path of advance. Every single palm wind formed an ice storm in the air. As the storm howled, it seemed as if it could shatter mountains. What a powerful ice quintessence! He truly lives up to his reputation as the extreme Yin old man's disciple. When the surrounding Supreme Sky sect disciples saw Wan Feng send out 3 palm strikes, they were flabbergasted. Wan Feng could condense his ice-attributed quintessence to such a level. Even the peak disciples of the extreme Yin sect would find it hard to do so. Only the disciples of the extreme Yin old man could do so. While others could not avoid the ice storm, Xiao Chun did not feel much of it. He was a bladesman. With the support of his saber intent, he had never been afraid of such a head-on clash. In the past, when Xiao Chun had a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, he did not fear such a quintessence storm. Now that his saber intent had reached great perfection, he did not care about it. Shoo! Electric light flickered. Xiao Chun only used his 60% comprehended saber intent to send out 3 saber strikes, sending out 3 strands of purple saber chi. The saber chi was like a saber cutting through the sky, splitting the 3 quintessence storms in half. The storms shattered and turned into countless snowflakes drifting away. Wan Feng's face filled with shock. He had not expected Xiao Chun's saber intent to improve so quickly. It was completely different from when he was in the Sky Dome realm. However, this was within Wan Feng's expectations. Seeing Xiao Chun break the 3 storms, Wan Feng's figure flashed backward. Then he spread open his palm and smashed down. Cold Yin palm. The drifting icy spiritual energy in the air condensed into a huge palm. Then it pressed towards Xiao Chun. The palm contained the extreme Yin sect's special state of ice. The surrounding Yin and Yang were out of balance, and the Yang attributed energy was continuously squeezed out. The Yang attributed energy formed clumps of Yang flames that shot into the surroundings like arrows. When the Yang flames landed on the ground, they blasted open deep pits. Some of the unlucky Haotian sect disciples were struck by the Yang flames and vomited mouthfuls of blood, startling the others. Xiao Chun's expression turned grave. This palm strike was Wan Feng's consummate technique. It looked like Wan Feng was determined to force him into the ice flowers chasing after him. However, this palm strike was still somewhat lacking. 4-season saber technique, cycle of seasons. All sorts of mysterious phenomena materialized around Xiao Chun: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. There was the flowing water of spring, the blazing sun of summer, the rustling autumn wind, and the merciless winter snow. The various scenes materialized the cycle of the 4 seasons, the cycle of life and death. Bang! The saber light clashed with the ice palm in the air, producing a surging shock wave that spread out in all directions. When the boundless power of seasons clashed, the cold Yin palm that Wan Feng placed his hopes on turned into ice shards and scattered. Seeing Xiao Chun's relaxed appearance, Wan Feng felt frustrated. He could not understand why, even though his cultivation had soared and he had learned a secret technique, he still could not do anything to Xiao Chun in the end. Furthermore, the gap between them seemed even wider than when they were in the Sky Dome realm. In the past, Xiao Chun had to pay full attention to Wan Feng. Now Xiao Chun did not care at all, appearing relaxed. The two fought intensely in the air. The result was somewhat surprising. Wan Feng, who had arrived with a surging momentum, used all his moves, sending out all sorts of strong martial techniques. However, he still could not do anything to Xiao Chun. The white-robed bladesman in the air stood on a blue dragon image. As it moved up and down, it broke Wan Feng's killing moves one by one. It seemed like he still had energy left over. Chapter 694. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Wan Feng, is this what you meant by extraordinary? You are only SOSO. I really do not see any improvement aside from your cultivation." Damn it. After being mocked by Xiao Chun, Wan Feng felt even more frustrated. He shouted and circulated all the quintessence in his body. The surrounding temperature plummeted, forming a terrifying cold current. Great icy palm. A cold wind blew, and all the cold currents suddenly converged together, forming a giant ice palm. The palm was densely covered in veined patterns. The icy palm appeared too quickly, as if it had suddenly grown out of thin air. It grabbed Xiao Chun tightly in an instant. Wan Feng's complexion paled somewhat. He laughed loudly and said, "Let's see how you are going to continue being arrogant. I will squish you to death." The sudden change in the situation stunned everyone. Gong Yongyu and Yu Chenxi could not resist the urge to fly up. Under Wan Feng's control, the huge icy palm grabbed Xiao Chun tightly. The cold chi contained a vast force, trying to squish Xiao Chun into a meat patty. Xiao Chun felt the force in the palm and did not mind it. He had already cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the 7th layer. Now, his physical body was as strong as an early ranked sage body. If it were another martial monarch of the same cultivation, they would have suffered internal injuries if Xiao Chun grabbed them like this. The immense pressure would have crushed their internal organs. However, Xiao Chun's physical body was already so horrifying. How could he still feel fear? His chi and blood surged, dispelling the cold. Then, he clenched his fists and opened the 12 acupoints on his arms. Break! A surging power burst out, and the ice palm shattered with a loud bang, turning into huge ice shards that scattered on the stage with loud banging sounds. Wan Feng vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His complexion was pale, devoid of blood. When Xiao Chun felt the icy flower chasing after him open its mouth to bite at him again, he could not be bothered to dodge. He turned around and stabbed the flower bud with his saber. Xiao Chun secretly unleashed his great perfection saber intent, and the ice flower bud immediately shattered, its roots breaking. Wan Feng, who was on the ground, looked at Xiao Chun, who stood in the air. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he appeared extremely dispirited. 2 months ago, Xiao Chun's strength had been about the same as his. If not for that heaven-ranked martial technique, it would have been hard to say who would have won. However, after 2 months, Xiao Chun's growth in the Kunlun realm had rapidly surpassed Xiao Chun, leaving him far behind. Seeing Xiao Chun emerge victorious, Gong Yongyu and Yu Chenxi relaxed, revealing faint smiles on their faces. At the side of the arena, Bai Wuxue, who had been watching the competition, did not show any change in his expression. He said indifferently, "Indeed, it is like that. No wonder Master wanted me to do it. If I don't kill this person, little junior brother will develop a demonic barrier in his heart." Great frozen palm print. The strongest disciple of the extreme Yin sect, Bai Wuxue, silently made his move. A huge icy palm descended from the sky, smashing towards Xiao Chun at lightning speed. This palm strike was very secretive. By the time Xiao Chun discovered it, it was already above his head. In the next moment it would land on his body. There was also some unusual inattributed chi in the icy palm. It was also a great frozen palm print, but it was several times stronger than Wan Feng's. Xiao Chun did not have time to think. He rolled on the ground. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and a deep pit appeared where Xiao Chun had been standing. The hard arena immediately shattered under this palm strike. A surging shock wave surged out, blasting Xiao Chun, who had not rolled far, into the sky. Hey! Bai Wuxue was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he did not manage to kill Xiao Chun with this palm strike. He managed to dodge it. In that case, I'll send out another palm strike. The moment this thought appeared in Bai Wushua's mind, another bright, icy palm appeared in the air, heading for the flying Xiao Chun. It was so fast that no one present could sense it. Even if they wanted to stop it, it would be too late. The huge icy palm that appeared in the air was like an ice mountain. Not only did it contain a boundless chill, but it also contained an unparalleled force. That was the horrifying force of a half-sage using quintessence. Xiao Chun's cultivation was much weaker than his. The situation was dire. Xiao Chun, who had just been knocked back by the shock wave, did not have time to think when he saw another icy palm flying at him. He gathered all his remaining vital qi and crossed his arms. A dragon roared and a tiger roared, materializing the stance of crouching tiger hidden dragon. He could only clash head-on with this move. Bang! Xiao Chun flew back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he flew back like a kite. Bai Wushua was somewhat stunned. The might of the great icy palm was equal to a heaven-ranked martial technique. Unexpectedly, he failed to kill Xiao Chun with it. Bai Wushua's quintessence surged, raising his strength from 50% to 70%. The cold qi in the air surged and formed an even larger icy palm, pressing towards Xiao Chun. The huge palm happened to appear above Xiao Chun's head, forming out of nowhere. It did not give Xiao Chun any chance to dodge, directly encasing him. Kasie. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to execute the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the huge icy palm pressing down like an ice mountain suddenly shattered, turning into ice shards flying everywhere. Xiao Chun looked up and saw a purple-clad girl holding a purple bough on the profound sun bird in the distance. She had a stern expression as she stood proudly. A faint light drifted around her. Shui Lingling's eyes turned cold as she drew back the bowstring and fired another arrow at Bai Wushua. Hu Qi! A fiery light streaked across the sky like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one could keep track of it even with their eyes wide open. A grave expression appeared on Bai Wushua's previously calm face. He quickly formed hand seals, and the surrounding cold wind howled, forming a whirlwind barrier of wind and snow in front of him. The fiery light formed by the arrow collided with it with a bang, producing a world-shaking sound. The entire summit of Giant Sword Peak shook violently. A boundless shock wave surged out, knocking away the surrounding disciples. A purple light flickered, and Shui Lingling landed on the arena. She said to Bai Wushua, "Bai Wushua, have you forgotten where this is? How dare you kill a disciple of our Haoqian sect in front of us?" The wind and snow scattered, and Bai Wushua smiled gently. "Naturally, I have not forgotten. This is Giant Sword Peak. As long as I ring the combat bell, I can challenge any disciple of your Haoqian sect." Someone turned their head and saw that the ancient combat bell had started swinging left and right at some point in time. However, strangely enough, it did not make any sound. "Hey, this bell seems to be broken." Unexpectedly, "It cannot make any sound," Bai Wushua said in an exaggerated manner, pretending to be extremely shocked. "However, no matter what, the combat bell has already rung. Shui Lingling, you had best step aside. Unless this person admits defeat or is killed by me, according to the rules, you cannot appear in the arena," Bai Wushua said unhurriedly. He had anticipated such a situation long ago. He stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked at Shui Lingling unhurriedly. Shui Lingling's expression changed. She had not expected Bai Wushua to be so difficult to deal with. He had blocked all the words she wanted to say. "Ha ha ha. I was just joking. I really disdain killing such a person. Xiao Chun, I will spare your life. My junior brother will come and take it personally." Bai Wushua was temperamental. He did not care about Xiao Chun at all. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and quickly left with Wan Feng. "Second senior brother, why did you let that brat off? That was such a good opportunity earlier," Wan Feng asked, feeling extremely confused. Bai Wushua said indifferently, "There were no more opportunities. That brat managed to dodge the two best opportunities. Now that Shui Lingling appeared, do you think she will just watch as I beat that brat to death?" Xiao Chun's expression turned sullen. As he watched Bai Wushua leave, he burned all the remaining vital qi in his body. Xiao Chun's blood surged and flowed like a surging river. The sovereign's aura hidden in the monarch bloodgrass spread out, and his aura soared. Azure smoke rose from the Tianmen acupoint on his head and rushed into the sky. After the firmament body tempering art advanced to the 7th layer. This was the first time Xiao Chan burned all his vital qi without holding anything back. Green smoke drifted in the air, and a green flame quickly spread out. The blue sky was instantly burned into a green color. Layers upon layers of flames surged out, and dragon roars surged out without end. Bai Wuxue, who was moving quickly, suddenly stopped in the air. His expression turned grave as he threw a palm strike at the sky without any warning. Bai Wuxue's palm was as transparent as ice, flickering with a cold light. His reaction speed was already very fast, but he was still too slow. He could not gather all his quintessence in a short time. He had only sent out his palm halfway when the azure dragon fist descended from the sky, carrying a surging dragon might. A loud rumble came from the sky, shaking the sky and earth. Space trembled and a horrifying might spread out. Even the many disciples in the distance felt fear in their hearts. Bai Wuxue felt his arm go numb and tremble uncontrollably. The force from that dragon fist was at least 1,500 tons of force. Caught off guard, Bai Wuxue could not block it with his full strength, even with his cultivation. The bones in his right arm ached faintly, and cracking sounds rang out. Unexpectedly, cracks appeared in his arm. Wan Feng, who was beside Bai Wuxue, was in an even worse state. The shock wave struck him and sent him flying back like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain in the distance. All the disciples on Giant Sword Peak looked at Xiao Chan like he was a madman. Unexpectedly, he dared to sneak attack Bai Wuxue. Who was Bai Wuxue? He was one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. He had become famous at a young age, occupying the top 10 of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. In this age of cultivation, he was one of the most dazzling human cultivators. His reputation was even higher than Shui Lingling's. No matter where he went, even the inner sect elders of the 9 ranks of the great families did not dare to offend him. They could only treat him with respect. This was because he might be the future Emperor Wu. Offending him was equivalent to offending an Emperor Wu. The consequences would be dire. No one was willing to become enemies with them. Hence, even when Bai Wuxue sneak attacked Xiao Chan, the blue-clad elder on Giant Sword Peak did not dare to say anything when he saw Bai Wuxue stop. He could only let the matter rest. Even someone as strong as Shui Lingling, the top true inheritor of the Haotian sect and one of the 7 giants, did not stop Bai Wuxue when she saw him leaving. However, Xiao Chan, an inner sect disciple and a bladesman who was only a medial-grade martial monarch, actually attacked Bai Wuxue. Furthermore, he was so ruthless. Bai Wuxue, no one is joking with you. Since you have given up on this battle, I will definitely visit the Extreme sect in the future, and ring the combat bell openly. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind as he looked at Bai Wuxue. He enunciated every word in a sonorous voice. Chapter 695. He didn't know anything about the 7 magnates, nor did he know anything about the future great emperor. He wasn't afraid of offending anyone. He only knew that as a martial artist, the most basic principle was that if someone attacked him with a sneak attack, he must return the favor. He could not suppress this anger in his heart because of fear and cowardice, making himself uncomfortable and sullen. He clearly wanted to kill you, wanted to casually slap you to death, so how could he end it with a joke? How could he say that he disdained to make a move and cover up everything? No matter how lowly he was, he still had his basic dignity. As a swordsman, he would rather break than bend. Bai Wuxue felt an intense pain in his right arm. He forcefully resisted the urge to kill Xiao Chan on the spot. He said in a cold voice, "Even Wang Meng does not dare to go to the Extreme sect to ring the combat bell against me. Brat, you are even more arrogant than him. Don't make me wait too long, or I'll take your head." Bai Wuxue glanced at Shui Lingling on the Giant Sword Peak, then looked at the inner city floating above the Haotian city. After all, this was still the territory of the Haotian sect. As a half-saint, no matter how powerful his background was, he could only hold it in for the time being after missing the opportunity to kill Zhang Xian. On the Giant Sword Peak, the hundreds of Haotian sect disciples all looked at Xiao Chan as if they were looking at an idiot, shaking their heads and whispering to each other. This fellow is simply too ignorant. Does he really think that he is invincible just because he defeated Wan Feng and Xiaoyi? Unexpectedly, he dares to challenge Bai Wuxue. That is one of the 7 giants of the younger generation. Even the true inheritors of our Haotian sect have to take a detour when they see him. The human race's Tianwu domain has a population of 10 billion people. For these 7 people to stand out from the countless geniuses and remain standing for so many years, how could they be mediocre? That's right. In the past few years, the golden age of martial artists has descended. Young geniuses have emerged one after another, and there is no lack of outstanding people. However, no matter how eager they are to become famous, they still don't dare to challenge the 7 giants. If not for first senior sister being here, he would have been smashed to death long ago. I really wonder where he got the courage to challenge Bai Wuxue. All sorts of discussions and mockery entered Xiao Chen's ears, but Xiao Chen didn't care. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He had just come to Kunlun, and his cultivation was low. When he was not strong enough, he would not pay attention to the noise and restlessness of the outside world. Even after he made some progress and became famous in the inner sanctum, facing all kinds of praises and admiration, his heart didn't change. He just smiled indifferently and continued to cultivate. From the Xiao clan's most city to the heavenly saber pavilion, from the great Qin nation to the ancient desolate land, to the boundless sea, and finally to the great Jin nation's dragon sealing city. Finally, he went from the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm. Along the way, Xiao Chen had experienced too many ups and downs. He had once been famous everywhere and had once fallen to rock bottom, unknown to anyone. In the past, in order to train his killing intent, he had tirelessly slaughtered in the deep-sea battlefield for a year. Fame, fortune, glory, and splendor in the human world, he had long been very, very indifferent to it. He only followed his own principles, and his heart was directed towards the great Tao. He desired nothing else. He lived for his own Tao and would never care about the opinions of others. Bai Wuxue bullied him, humiliated him, and even wanted to kill him. If he could endure this, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen, you are too rash. Bai Wuxue is not the kind of genius that relied on medicinal pills to advance. He is not as simple as you think, Xiao Lingling said softly with a slight frown. Shui Lingling said softly with a slight frown. Having a strong enemy like Bai Wuxue was too dangerous for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said, I understand. However, I did not say this casually. I will definitely go to the Extremine sect in at most 1 year or at least half a year. Shui Lingling looked straight into Xiao Chen's eyes, trying to see what he was thinking in his heart. Aside from calmness, there was only calmness in those pitch-black eyes. They were like a pool of autumn water, calm and unperturbed. He was neither servile nor overbearing, showing neither joy nor sorrow. However, in the depths of Shui Lingling's bright eyes, she could see the pride and confidence that Xiao Chen hid in the depths of his heart. Xiao Chen was like a true dragon in hibernation, watching the winds and clouds rise and fall. When the time came, he would break out of the sea and soar into the clouds, soaring into the sky. Many thanks for first senior sister's help. Xiao Chen will take his leave first. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute to Shui Lingling and thanked her sincerely. Then, before everyone's eyes, he stood on the blue dragon image and disappeared into the clouds. Shui Lingling muttered to herself for a long time. Then she revealed a grave expression on her pretty face. She muttered, I cannot see through him. Even though I can see his pride, I cannot see his heart. Perhaps he really can create a miracle. The Haotian sect produced Xiao Chen. I wonder what kind of people the other sects will produce. What kind of geniuses will there be in the other domains? It looks like chaotic times are really coming. Soon after, Shui Lingling seemed to think of something. She said, No, I have to speak to the sect master. A genius like Xiao Chen absolutely cannot die like this. Otherwise, it will be the greatest loss for our Haotian sect. The profound sunbird with overwhelming spiritual energy on Xiao Chen's shoulder revealed its true form with a pu-sai sound. Then it carried Shui Lingling to the sky above the inner city. There seemed to be nothing there. However, it seemed to be Shui Lingling's destination. Xiao Chen, you are really crazy. Unexpectedly, you want to challenge a half-sage in half a year. After Xiao Chen returned to his courtyard, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, could not help saying this. Xiao Chen sipped tea in the courtyard as he looked into the distance. As he looked at the clear lake in front, he said, "Is that impossible? I have the purple thunder divine incantation, which surpasses a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. I also have an unrivaled physical body of the younger generation. The only difference between me and Bai Wuxue is cultivation." Ao Jiao was flabbergasted. She said, "You make it sound really easy. It is just cultivation. What do you mean by just cultivation? No matter how strong your purple thunder divine incantation is or how talented you are, you will need at least 2 years to advance from medial grade martial monarch to half sage. Furthermore, Bai Wuxue will not stop and wait for you to catch up. If he breaks through the bottleneck of martial sage, you will not be able to surpass him in less than 5 years." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I understand. Hence, I have to go to the savage battlefield. I need to find natural treasures like the golden savage ox's spirit core." Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "You are oversimplifying the savage battlefield. There are many forbidden lands in there. Back then, even the Thunder King did not dare to enter. Furthermore, at that time, all the outstanding talents of the entire Tianwu domain will enter. Even some loose cultivators who do not abide by the rules will enter. With such a huge competition, even if you have valuable treasures, you might not be able to make it out. Don't place all your hopes on the savage battlefield." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Suddenly, he thought of something. He smiled and said, "Little Ao Jiao, you have learned to say things with a hidden meaning. Don't place all your hopes on the savage battlefield. Could it be that the Thunder King left some treasures in the Kunlun realm?" The Thunder King was an ancient martial emperor. Back then, he swept through the Kunlun realm's 100 races unhindered. Even several of the older generation Emperor Wu were not a match for him. If he left some treasures, if Xiao Chen could obtain them, it would be a great fortune. Catching up to Bai Wuxue would be easy. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "You are overthinking. Even if there are treasures, you cannot open them. That is something you can only use after you advance to martial emperor. Furthermore, you might not be able to open them. Once you open the Thunder King's treasures, you will have officially acknowledged your identity as the Thunder King's inheritor. I do not wish for you to accept such a heavy burden." Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He asked why. "Will there be some disaster if I become the Thunder King's inheritor?" Ao Jiao was not willing to say more. She said, "Don't ask. In any case, I do not wish for you to open his treasures. Go to the savage battlefield first. After that, I'll bring you to a place." Ao Jiao clenched her fist and smiled. "Don't worry. After all, you are my trashy master. I will not stand by and watch that fellow Bai Wuxue bully you." Hearing the concern in Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He no longer cared about the Thunder King's treasures. "Oh, by the way, how is my netherworld flower?" Rather than thinking about distant things, it was better to think about something more substantial. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was Xiao Chen's greatest trump card. If he could improve it further, he would be able to protect himself when he ran into Bai Wuxue. He would not be in such a passive state. Ao Jiao nodded and said, "Very good. While I was talking to you, I did not forget to use yin-attributed spiritual energy to nourish the flower bud. It will mature completely in another 3 months. That's a little slow." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Can it be faster? That way, I will have another trump card in the savage battlefield." In the world of mountains and rivers in the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao fiddled with the netherworld flower. She smiled and said, "Of course. Toss in 3 million superior grade spirit stones. The netherworld flower will mature in 1 month." Xiao Chen casually asked for 3 million superior grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to half of Xiao Chen's wealth. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "You make it sound too simple. It is not easy for me to accumulate spirit stones. Furthermore, I do not even have enough spirit stones for myself." Ao Jiao said softly, "Be content with what you have. You picked up such a peak-grade immortal spirit ring for free. What more do you want? This immortal spirit ring of yours was something that Emperor Wu played with. Unless you can snatch a few high-rank spirit veins, you will have to use spirit stones if you want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm." Helpless, Xiao Chen could only endure the heartache and toss the spirit stones that he earned so hard into the immortal spirit ring. A beautiful rain of light immediately fell in the world of the ring. The petite Ao Jiao looked like a fairy strolling in the rain. Xiao Qin's fair, jade-like hands guided the motes of light to the netherworld flower. The white flame flower core slowly turned brighter. Xiao Qin withdrew his spiritual sense from the immortal spirit ring. Then, he picked up the teacup and drained it in one go. It is time to start on my third goal. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin took out the secret manual for the dragon subduing slash from the universe ring, and started to study the second move, Soaring Dragon. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. This move was created after the first move, the dragon subduing slash. It could be used alone or in tandem with the blue dragon returns to the sea. The true dragon source had many changes. Each change involved the circulation path of veritable energy. Not to mention how to comprehend the state of this move, just the several dozen veritable energy changes were enough to give one a headache. The circulation path of each veritable energy had its own meridians. There were strict requirements for which meridians the veritable energy passed through and which meridians it did not. Xiao Qin spent 3 days before he managed to remember half of the changes. As he slowly immersed himself in it, he felt that this move was much more complicated than the blue dragon returns to the sea. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. As Xiao Qin muttered these 2 sentences, he entered deep thought. These 2 sentences were written at the start of the second move. They seemed to contain the truth of this move. Hidden dragon in the depths, the Qian hexagram of the Book of Changes, meant that a gentleman should wait for the right opportunity before making a move. He should be good at preserving his strength and not act rashly. Chapter 696. This was Xiao Qin's understanding of this phrase in his original world. However, it could not be completely applied to this martial technique. According to Xiao Qin's understanding, the meaning of this phrase should be that the true dragon was hiding in the deep abyss, planning to make a move. When the momentum arrived, the true dragon would break out of the sea, leading to the phrase soaring dragon in the sky. What kind of momentum would allow the blue dragon to soar into the sky after it left the sea? Xiao Qin's gaze was deep as he looked at the lake in front of the courtyard. Then, he simulated the scene of the blue dragon leaving the sea in his mind. A strong wind blew, lightning flashed, and the sky turned dark. A storm was brewing. The vast sea roared angrily, and the true dragon hid in the deep abyss. Xiao Qin stared at the sky without saying a word. He only watched the wind and clouds move, the ebb and flow of the tide, planning to soar into the sky. Xiao Qin shook his head slightly, and the illusion in his mind disappeared. He muttered, "It is still too early to think about the state contained in a heaven-ranked martial technique. I should familiarize myself with the circulation of quintessence first." In reality, even if most cultivators obtained a heaven-ranked martial technique, they would not be able to fully comprehend the state within 1 or 2 years. For example, when Chen Xiao became a true inheritor of 7 stars surrounding the moon, he immediately obtained a heaven-ranked martial technique as a reward from the sect. However, even now, he had not fully comprehended it. While the Big Dipper sword chi could move about freely, he could not truly bring out the moon. He could only bring out about 50% of the might of a strong heaven-ranked martial technique. There were very few people in the younger generation like Xiao Qin who could bring out 80% of the blue dragon's might. Most people would be satisfied with a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, Xiao Qin's requirements for himself were too high. After another 10 days, Xiao Qin finally understood all the circulation routes of soaring dragon in the sky. Without any interference, he could execute this move proficiently. Xiu! In the courtyard, Xiao Qin drew his saber. The saber light was like lightning as he circulated soaring dragon in the sky. With the true dragon possessing his body, a blue dragon shadow loomed over Xiao Qin's body. As his true essence revolved, Xiao Qin felt his body fill with an infinite strength. His strength was increasing rapidly, but he had been accumulating power without releasing it. The hidden dragon lurks in the abyss. A gentleman plans before taking action. When the momentum rises, the dragon soars into the sky. Xiao Qin took a light step forward with his right foot. Instantly, boundless power burst forth. It was a very casual step, and cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. Using this force, Xiao Qin's body became like a rocket filled with fuel, soaring into the sky with a dragon roar. Dragon might filled the air. Auspicious clouds covered Xiao Qin's body. The true dragon was formed together with the clouds. Its might shook the 9 heavens, and it came from all directions. He could sense that his saber aura had risen to its peak the instant it soared. The speed was so fast that he couldn't even react to it. By the time Xiao Chun recovered his wits, the peak saber technique was gone forever. He could not find it again. Bang! When the saber light chopped down, the dragon energy exploded. A terrifying sound rang out in the air, and the space trembled. The sound waves spread out in all directions. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chun landed on the ground. He looked at the trembling space, and the ripples lingered for a long time. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Xiao Chun knew that this attack could not be considered a success. He had only followed the path of his veritable essence energy and executed this move in a simple manner. Not to mention the states of the hidden dragon lurks in the abyss and the dragon soars into the sky. He had not even grasped the technique. The hidden dragon lurks in the abyss. A gentleman plans before taking action. It is fine if he does not take action, but when he does, it will shake the world. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. The instant he moved, he grasped that peak state to instantly attack. Otherwise, if he missed the opportunity, the might would be greatly reduced. A pretty girl flew over from the mirror-like lake in front. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. When he saw the person's face, he stopped cultivating. The true inheritor Junxi gently floated down. With a few nimble leaps, she landed beside Xiao Chun. Junior brother Xiao Chun, it is time for us to depart. First senior sister told me to come and fetch you. What do you need to prepare? Go and make your preparations. Xiao Chun had already guessed the other party's intentions, so he was not surprised. He did not have anything to prepare, so he could depart at any time. The two flew side by side in the air. Junxi curiously sized up Xiao Chun. She asked, Xiao Chun, did you really issue a challenge to Bai Wuxue? The matter of Xiao Chun challenging Bai Wuxue on Giant Sword Peak had spread throughout the entire Haoyan sect. Some busybodies even purposely spread it. Now this news had already spread to the entire 18 southern provinces, creating momentum for this battle, and turning it into an irreconcilable battle. Thanks to Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu, Xiao Chun was very familiar with all this. It was easy for him to figure out that someone was afraid of the big shots of the sect coming to mediate this battle. Thus, this person came up with this plan, wanting Xiao Chun to die at the hands of Bai Wuxue. As for who it was, Xiao Chun did not have the time to worry about it. This time, under Bai Wuxue's lead, the extreme Yin sect will definitely go in for experiential training. At that time, it will be problematic to run into him. Junxi's delicate eyebrows revealed some worry. Xiao Chun did not mind it. He smiled and said, the savage battlefield is boundlessly vast. There are countless forbidden lands in it. It would be very difficult to run into him. Even if I did, I would still be able to protect myself. Junxi smiled helplessly and said, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. However, I believe that you are not lying. The people of the Sky Dome realm will always create miracles, just like the Thunder King that everyone looked down on in the past. The two chatted and laughed. Soon, they flew out of the city gates, heading for the ancient transportation formation outside the city. The transportation formation was built in the center of a vast plaza. At this moment, the surroundings of the plaza were filled with Haoyan sect disciples. All of them had envious gazes as they looked at Chan Xiao and the others on the transportation formation. They were going to the savage battlefield to seek fortuitous encounters with all the outstanding talents of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. If they were lucky, their strength would immediately soar after they came out. The savage battlefield opens once every 3 years. Every time it closes, there will be rumors of several experts finding natural treasures or treasures left behind by predecessors. It would be great if I could go, an inner sect disciple said excitedly. Even if first senior sister is willing to bring you along, you will only be a burden. Do you think that as a true inheritor you can protect yourself? Someone at the side mocked. That person smiled embarrassedly and said, I was just joking. Even if she asked me, I would not dare to go. Without sufficient strength, even if I were lucky enough to find a treasure, it would be snatched away by the disciples of the other sections. If I am unlucky and run into a loose cultivator who does not abide by the rules, I might even lose my life. The person at the side smiled and said, It's good that you know. We inner sect disciples do not have that kind of fate. There are not many public lands of fortuitous encounters in the Tianwu domain. Hey, why is Xiao Chun in there as well? A sharp-eyed person saw the white-robed Xiao Chun in the transportation formation and immediately cried out. Really is him. That can't be. He is just an inner sect disciple. How can he be qualified to go to the savage battlefield? Did he really go crazy? First he arrogantly challenged by Wuxue. Now, he actually dares to follow first senior sister to the savage battlefield. With his strength, even if he goes, he will only die. He will not be able to return. Xiao Qin's appearance caused a commotion in the crowd. The various inner sect disciples all felt extremely jealous. The first elder of the Haotian sect smiled at Shui Lingling as he stood at the transportation formation filled with immortal qi. Lingling, I'll leave this group of fellows to you. Do your best to bring back all of them. Shui Lingling smiled and said, First elder, don't worry. I will do my best to protect them. The first elder said softly, Let's go. I told you to find some herbs. If there is an opportunity, go and try to obtain them. The savage battlefield was an experiential training ground. The various large sects had a rule that only their disciples could enter. Other experts above martial sage were not allowed in. If the first elder wanted to pick some herbs, he could only ask Shui Lingling for help. He could not do anything about it. The transportation formation flickered with light, and the group vanished from everyone's sight, transported 5,000 kilometers away. When Hua Tianhe, Yun Feiyu and the others in the crowd saw this scene, they showed sullen expressions and gritted their teeth. They nearly lost their lives in the savage beast forest. In the end, they did not obtain anything. Their mood was easy to imagine. Hua Tianhe said in a cold voice, Let's go. Let's not remain idle. When that white-robed brat returns, we have to take good care of him. The savage battlefield was located in the north of the vast Tianwu domain, bordering the Fiend domain. Rumor had it that before the immortal epic ended, it was the center of the Kunlun realm. The savage battlefield contained boundless mysteries. Even after the immortal epic collapsed and the martial epic arrived, this place still flourished. Immortal qi spread everywhere. Countless spirit herbs grew. Immortal music often rang out, and one could even see illusions of flying immortals. However, during the 100 Races War of the Ancient Era, this place bore the brunt of the attack. It became the battlefield of the various martial emperors, reducing this immortal realm to rubble. That was a great battle that did not surpass 50,000 years ago. Since the birth of the martial epoch, there had never been such a great battle. During the ancient era, the martial techniques of the various races reached their peak. There were as many martial sages as dogs and as many martial emperors as the clouds. As their strength swelled, the various races became dissatisfied with their current positions and resources. They all wanted to monopolize the Kunlun realm and rule the 3,000 great realms. Hence, the War of the Emperors erupted. Countless martial emperors died in that battle. Emperor Wu, who normally called the wind and summoned the rain, spent his days plucking the stars and the moon, died in large numbers. The strength of the Kunlun realm suffered an unprecedented blow. The demonic world, which had existed since the immortal epoch, interfered in the War of the Emperors. He even interfered in the Emperor War, wanting to turn the savage battlefield into a vast emperor's grave, burying all the martial emperors of the Kunlun realm. The remaining sovereign martial emperors of the various races came to their senses and worked together. Finally, they broke the demonic world's plot and chased away all the 18 demon monarchs. However, after the War of the Emperors, the glory of the Kunlun realm was gone forever. Several races even vanished in the long river of history, never to be found again. As for the demonic world, it became an eternal nightmare for the various races of the Kunlun realm. It was like a murderous sword hanging over people's heads, making them unable to eat or sleep in peace. The various races ruled over the border. They had a common enemy, the demonic world. The competition between them was intense. Occasionally there would be friction. However, a true battle to the death would never happen again. Standing on the profound sun bird in the blue sky and white clouds, Shui Lingling spoke to Xiao Qian and the others about some of the unknown stories of the savage battlefield. This broadened the horizons of Xiao Qian and the others. Unexpectedly, there was such a grand past behind the savage battlefield. making them feel excited. Chapter 697. The savage battlefield was in the north of the Tianwu domain, and the Haotian province was in the south. The north and south were separated by tens of millions of kilometers. Although there were transportation formations that could shorten the distance, the transportation formations could not send them directly to the savage battlefield. Hence, the group rode on Shui Lingling's Profound Sunbird. With the Profound Sunbird speed of Mach 10, they could save a lot of time. After Junsi heard that, she felt suspicious. She asked, "First senior sister, based on what you said, doesn't that mean that there will be young experts of other races in the savage battlefield?" Xiao Chen and the others could not help but look over curiously. They were more concerned about this as well. If there were experts of other races, then the competition would be even more intense. Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "That won't happen. Back then, if not for the 4 sovereign martial emperors of our human race fighting against the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world alone, all the martial emperors of the other races would have died. The savage battlefield is a land of experiential training that the human sages fought for us juniors. Other races are not allowed to enter." The group all heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. However, Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, "However, nothing is absolute. The large clans and sects of the fiend race can manage their disciples well. However, it is like our Tianwu domain. They cannot manage the loose cultivators of the fiend domain." Chan Xiao interjected, "First senior sister, based on what you said, we will definitely run into fiend race cultivators. Tell us, how do the fiend race cultivators compare to us humans?" "They are very strong. They are one of the 5 major races." Shui Lingling thought for a while before muttering, "Since the ancient era, several races have disappeared in the long river of time, hard to find traces of them. Now the 5 major races are still glorious, with their inheritances not extinguished. Every one of them has their own strengths and cannot be underestimated. They are not weaker than us humans. Roughly speaking, the fiend race cultivators' comprehension abilities are not as good as humans. However, their physical bodies and bloodlines are much stronger than humans. There is no way to say who is stronger or weaker. It still depends on the individual." Shui Lingling continued, "However, the demon clan experts with the spirit demon bloodline cannot be underestimated. In terms of talent, they are not inferior to us humans, and even a little stronger. Spirit demons were the most ancient demon race. The current spirit beasts were all their descendants. It was just that their bloodline had thinned countless times. The current spirit beasts had already lost their innate demonic nature. They needed to cultivate to become demonic again." Xiao. Just at this moment, a white jade warship that looked like a pavilion flew over from behind. Even before the warship arrived, Xiao Chun could already feel a terrifying aura. Hu Hai looked back and frowned. "It's the Full Moon Pavilion's white jade ship. The leader is the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingsheng. They are here as well." Xiao Chun looked up and saw Feng Xingsheng, whom Xiao Chun had met once before, standing upright with his left hand on the saber hanging at his waist. His gaze was as sharp as a blade piercing through the air. Even from 10,000 meters away, one would feel a slight pain in the eyes when looking into his eyes. Junsi and the others could not stand Feng Xingsheng's gaze. They exclaimed in shock, "What a strong saber intent! It looks like Feng Xingsheng's strength increased again." Shui Lingling nodded gently and said, "The strength of a bladesman is extremely terrifying. They have the calmness of a swordsman, but they also have a sense of pride and tyranny. There are not many true bladesmen in the world. They are just cultivators who use the saber. Among the younger generation, Feng Xingsheng is undoubtedly a true bladesman." When Junsi heard this, she sneaked a glance at Xiao Chun, who still did not withdraw his gaze. She thought to herself, "First senior sister has such a high evaluation of Feng Xingsheng. I wonder what she thinks of Xiao Chan. Is he a true bladesman as well?" Shui Lingling, it's been a long time. The white jade warship caught up to the Profound Sunbird. When Feng Xingsheng saw Shui Lingling, he greeted her. Shui Lingling nodded slightly and smiled gently. "It has indeed been a long time. Your improvement is truly astonishing. In less than a year, you will probably start challenging us 7 giants." Feng Xingsheng revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said seriously, "Don't worry. I will definitely be the last one to challenge you." I will take my leave first. We will meet again in the savage battlefield. Of the 18 southern provinces, only Shui Lingling obtained the title of 7 giants. Although the two did not have any grudges, due to this relationship, the competition between them was intense. Hence, while Feng Xingxing's tone seemed calm, there was actually an intense confrontation hidden within. Shui Lingling faintly smiled. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear on her elegant and refined face. Just as the warship was about to speed up and overtake the profound sunbird, Feng Xingxing suddenly stopped the white jade warship with a wave of his hand. Then he looked at Xiaochun with surprise. Feng Xingxing's pupils constricted as he imprinted the simple and unassuming white-robed Xiaochun in his mind. Then he got the warship to take off again. First senior brother, what happened earlier? A female disciple on the white jade warship asked out of curiosity. Feng Xingxing replied casually, nothing much. I just met someone with a saber intent no weaker than mine. I was somewhat surprised. When the other true inheritors of the Full Moon Pavilion heard this, they were greatly startled. Feng Xingxing's casual words stunned them. Others might not know how strong Feng Xingxing's saber intent was, but they knew it very well. That was a great perfection saber intent. Even several of the older generation bladesmen could not achieve that. Furthermore, it was a perfect great perfection saber intent. He could release and withdraw it as he pleased. That person from the Haotian sect was unknown. How could he be like their talented first senior brother, grasping a great perfection saber intent at such a young age? I remember now. He is the white-robed bladesman Xiaochun. He is the madman who challenged Bai Wuxue. The female disciple who spoke first said. A bright light flashed in Feng Xingxing's eyes. He said softly, so it is him. It looks like I have to go and take a look at the battle at the Extremine sect. The other 5 people on the profound sunbird looked at Xiaochun with interest. Clearly they were astonished as well. Feng Xingxing stopped the warship and looked at Xiaochun. Bladesmen were usually extremely calm. They could face life and death calmly. Very few things would cause their emotions to fluctuate so intensely. Shui Lingling smiled and said, Junior brother Xiaochun is really unfathomable. I wonder what Feng Xingxing saw to make him so shocked? Xiaochun's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew that it would be too difficult to hide his saber intent from a true bladesman. This should be what Feng Xingxing saw. Xiaochun smiled gently and shrugged his shoulders. Then he said casually, who knows? Since Xiaochun did not want to expose his trump card, the others could not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. They were no different. Just at this moment, a floral fragrance wafted over. A magnificent warship flew silently above everyone's heads. Hu Hai said somewhat angrily, it's the Thousand Mystery Sect's flying fragrance ship. That fellow Hua Dao is really bold. Unexpectedly, he dares to fly above us. Even Feng Xingxing does not dare to be so arrogant. Hua Dao was the top true inheritor of the Thousand Mystery Sect. They were both from the 18 southern provinces. Long ago, he suffered greatly at the hands of Shui Lingling. Hence there was a deep grudge between them. Shui Lingling's lips curled up in a casual smile. She said, let him be. I want to see if he still dares to be so arrogant in the savage battlefield. Xiao. A sharp killing intent tore through space and encased Xiaochun. His body immediately tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. However, that killing intent disappeared in a flash. Before Shui Lingling could sense it, it quickly withdrew. Xiaochun looked up and saw an elegant man in flowery robes on the warship looking at him coldly. The sharp Shui Lingling could still sense that killing intent. She said sullenly, Xiaochun, I forgot to tell you. Zhuoping, whose nose you smashed crooked, is this person's fiancé. It looks like he has his eyes on you. Hua Dao is a ruthless person. He will do anything to achieve his goals. He will do all sorts of despicable things. You absolutely cannot separate from us on this trip. Junxi giggled. She covered her mouth and said, Junior brother Xiaochun, you really do not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. You even smashed this pretty lady's nose crooked. Junxi's bright eyes were like 2 crescent moons when she smiled. Coupled with that pretty face, Junxi looked extremely adorable. She infected the others. This was originally a serious matter, but now they could not help laughing. Hu Hai laughed loudly and could not help but pat Xiao Chen's shoulder. He said, "It's fine. That woman is not a good person. Big brother who supports you. If that fellow Hua Dao tries to harm you, I will be the first to help you." Within the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao, who was currently taking care of the netherworld flower, also giggled. "So what if I smashed her nose crooked? The next time that bitch sneak attacks you, I will help you smack her mouth crooked." Xiao Chun was speechless. These people really wished for the world to be in chaos. As the top true inheritor of the Thousand Mystery Sect, even if Hua Dao was not as strong as Feng Xingsheng, he would not be easy to deal with. Furthermore, according to what Shui Lingling said, this person was definitely a vile character. The methods that some people of the righteous Dao disdain to use might very well be used by this person. Shui Lingling smiled warmly. Her fluttering purple robes made her look like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. "Xiao Chan, you don't have to worry too much about Hua Dao. If he dares to make a move, I will directly smack him to death. The savage battlefield is not some other place." Xiao Chen's tone was indifferent, but it contained an unquestionable confidence and tyranny that gave one a sense of security. When one looked into the distance, one could discover a faint black screen in the distant horizon. It connected the sky and the ground. However, one could not see it clearly because it was very far away. As the group advanced, they met more and more outstanding talents from all over the Tianwu domain. All of them had powerful techniques and were filled with anticipation as they flew excitedly towards the savage battlefield. Occasionally, people would greet Xiao Chen's group. Of course, they were all doing so out of respect for Shui Lingling. Xiao Chen was the only female among the 7 giants of the younger generation. Furthermore, she was a girl as pretty as a flower. Shui Lingling's popularity was not limited to the 18 southern provinces, but throughout the entire Tianwu domain. 3 days later, the group could already see that faint black screen very clearly. It was a wall made of dense black qi. It was unknown how thick it was. It connected the sky to the ground, forming a demonic barrier that locked down this space. The black demonic qi gave off a heart-palpitating aura. If one looked at it for a long time, they would feel an unbearable pressure.